Pacific 2026.
We gotta move when the groove is right. Nothing to lose. No, you can choose. It's a state of mind. You got to let the rhythm take you home. Ain't that the truth? We gotta move when the groove is right. On my way, I'm not holding back this time. It's the past that fuels my drive, and it feels good to see all that we left behind. Got the rear view on my side. I'm feeling stronger. I can't wait no longer. Don't hesitate no more. Ain't that the truth? We gotta move when the groove is right. Nothing to lose. No, you can choose. It's a state of mind. You got to let the rhythm take you home. Ain't that the truth? We gotta move when the groove is right. Ain't that the truth? We gotta move. Ain't that the truth? Nothing to lose. Ain't that the truth? We gotta move. Ain't that the truth? Nothing to lose. Ain't that the truth? We gotta move. Ain't that the truth? Nothing to lose. Ain't that the truth? We gotta move. Ain't that the truth? Nothing to lose.
Just give me the beat. I just wanna move my feet now. Yeah.
Just give me the beat, that's all I need. Just move your feet and let it breathe. Cause all you see is all you need. Don't be cheap, don't do it for free. Huh? Turn up the heat like an oven, baby, give me that lovin'. Make me wanna lose control. Cause when the beat start pumping and the party get jumping, everybody get on the floor. See if you lose your mind and you lose your cool, then you know that you're doing it right. And if you ain't in the mood, I tell you what to do. Got something that you just might like. Just give me the beat.
Just give me the beat. I just wanna move my feet now. Yeah.
Just give me the beat.
We've got two esports endemic brands coming together to create a series of products for esports for the biggest stages.
퍼포먼스랑 컴페티션이 주요 키워드다 보니까 레이싱이라는 테마를 잡고 거기서 이제 영감받은 그래픽 요소들이나 다이나믹하고 날렵한 그런 실루엣 같은 것들을 저희 FS1 마우스에 적용을 해봤고요.
我们希望可以协助 POSA 成为电竞圈的顶尖品牌，而 VOXY 是其中一个助力。
Red Bull gives you wings.
Push, push, push.
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
believe you're in need of my services. Achilleos, private detective. Detective Jen.
That?
Didn't expect to see you here.
Of course you didn't. I'm always one step ahead of you. And that's why they call me Pacific's best detective.
Oh, is that so?
Wait, detectives, please, come on. My job is on the line. I got this warning letter. We need to figure out who it came from. I cannot afford to lose that trophy again. Jake Shin is gonna kill me.
Well, Jen, looks like we'll determine who the best detective in Pacific really is.
Yeah, whatever. But first, let's set the stage. Now, I'm guessing it's not gonna be that easy for the teams this year.
What makes you say that?
Triple elimination.
That means 3 strikes and you're out this time. More games, more opportunities for the teams.
And I'm guessing you've seen this already?
The hottest summer destination is back. Tickets to Breeze on sale as players, I mean tourists, flock to sunny beaches of the Caribbean.
Bandit on the loose. A new pistol enters the market with the sheriff's one-tap prowess, but lighter on the wallet. So Breeze is back. I'm curious to see how all of the changes for this map are gonna play out, because there's a lot going on. This is the biggest overhaul that we've seen done to any map across the history of Valorant.
It's a little bit easier for defenders. There's less space that you have to rotate between, so that opens up a few opportunities, along with a lot more going on in the map.
Well, let's talk about Bandit. What do you guys think?
I think this is going to be abused by so many teams.
It's a one-tap headshot gun, so that means out in the open, it is extremely scary, and with the talent that these players have, they're gonna put it to good use, no doubt about it.
Now, there's something else. Confirmed that map vetoes will be decided via skirmish.
Oh.
Coin flip is out, and 1v1s are in to determine draft order. This is going to be very different.
Can the teams pick anybody?
Yeah, so it seems like teams will be able to elect which player they're going to be sending up, which anticipate that's just going to be your top fragger. So your maze, your somethings, etc., sent to the fold to just try to determine whether or not you can get that choice of team A or B.
It could blow this case wide open.
Are you ready to see more?
Yeah, let's get to work.
Whichever team's going to look to steal the trophy has strong motive. It's likely taken trophies before.
Well, this team would be top of my list for suspects. They won a couple trophies last year, not just taking one from Pacific, but one internationally as well.
They've always been at the top of the table, aside from a minor dip at the start of the previous year. But this is a very scary team, and always has been and will continue to be so.
What about their bandit play? How do we think that's going to affect them?
They were monsters with the sheriff already.
I think this is going to be a very terrifying team. It'll also alleviate some of the stress on Alex, because they won't be trolling their economy as hard if they lean into the bandit and just go for a full purchase there.
The train will never stop, but your info is outdated.
How so?
Secrets out.
Oh, Envy.
This is maybe the biggest pickup, I think, of the offseason. Envy has always been such a dominant player. He's always had phenomenal impact for the games when he was playing on Team Secret.
He has great util, great patience. He adds extra depth to this team, and he seemed to fit in immediately with them during the offseason. The firepower, top to bottom on Paper Rex, is unparalleled.
I think everybody should be shaking their boots.
Top suspect for me.
Top suspect.
Absolutely. I think we're onto something here, so let's go ahead and follow that thread and look at another team that has taken a trophy before.
They want to prove that last year's trophy was not a fluke.
Let's see. Won Stage 1, made it to Masters Toronto, made it to Valorant Champions 2025. Seems good enough.
Surprisingly, no real changes for this team. The team sticking together and now having that experience on a global stage will hopefully set them up for more success in 2026, because they still have such incredible players. I mean, Jemkin continues to be one of the best in the world.
Arguably the best player in Pacific. I mean, if you look at all the metrics, all the stats, this guy is constantly topping the charts. So Jemkin, absolutely a threat no matter what. The good news is you seem to have a solid IGL with Crazy Guy. He comes in, you win a trophy. Everybody else looks really solid behind his calling. If they continue to play well under Ewok's tutelage,
Ewok? That's old news. Look what I got in the mail.
Hey, Coach. Hey, Coach. I think we pretty much handled everything now, but I have some notes I want to share about the players. First, Monyet needs to get his belly rubbed counterclockwise to the beat of Making Waves. And for Crazy Guy, you have to make sure his haircut is exactly the same as 10 years ago.
Got it. I'm taking notes now.
Okay, and the most important thing, Jemkin needs to have his weekly stakes, otherwise he'll just run it down.
I got it. I can make it happen.
So this is the new guy.
Yeah.
Goodbye Ewok and hello Jovi.
He seems like such a nice guy. I just can't imagine him being the one that is gonna steal the trophy.
I haven't really seen Jovi in this position, at least not in Pacific. Was an assistant coach last year alongside Frost, but now is taking up the mantle of head coach with the Warbirds as his assistant.
The biggest challenge is gonna be mental, just getting them to those big moments, winning those trophies, getting to the internationals, and doing well there too.
But do we really see RQ abusing Bandit?
I think that there certainly are players that are going to do so, and Xfero is probably the #1 in my mind. We've seen what he's capable of doing with the Sheriff, and if Monyette's going to continue sliding around on Neon, yeah, hell, why not? So where are we feeling about RRQ? Likely suspect?
I lean towards likely suspect.
Yeah, likely suspect.
I think given that the team is the same, they've lifted a trophy before, they made it 2 out of 3 internationals, we have to put them as a likely suspect.
Let's talk about a team that won a trophy last year in Pacific. They won Kickoff, DRX. Some questions about this team, but guys, come on. Could this face steal a trophy?
You're underestimating his sneakiness because think about how many rounds this guy has stolen.
Yeah, I mean, some ups and downs last year, like a lot of our teams, but really ended on an amazing high note, getting 3rd at Champions. That's incredible. And you're bringing in a new superstar in Hyunmin, who has really taken over as one of the best duelists, kind of one of those players that pioneered the Waylay sort of style that really took over at the end of last year.
I'm just kind of surprised to see DRX getting through an offseason without making any changes.
Hello? Flashback is gone. Hermes is in.
Okay.
There's a name we haven't heard in a while.
He's been around for a very long time and has always been, a strong player, but has never really been given an opportunity like this before. So this is incredibly interesting to hear. He can fill the role of Flashback for the most part, plays a lot of Yoru in particular. So as far as a 1-to-1 in that regard goes, I think that should be covered.
So DRX, top suspect?
On the edge, I think maybe we need a little more investigation though.
Okay, more investigation needed.
I want to look at one of the teams that has arguably one of the best IGLs in Pacific. So I'm thinking these guys right here, maybe a little Gen G action. Munchkin?
Get with the program, old man.
What? Ugh.
That was ages ago. He is now on T1.
Ooh. Munchkin leaving Gen G, where he was able to find the first trophy for Pacific, and now joining and effectively creating a super team is a very exciting prospect.
Another team that's just stacked with talent. I mean, you have so many options with duelists between Buzz and Izu, both being able to kind of flex around. Stax being freed up now, potentially, to kind of just play his info initiator role a little bit more freely now that he doesn't have to IGL. And Meteor, when he is at his best, he is arguably one of the best in the world.
This has got to be a team that is on everybody's radar. I think that the news of DH being dropped down to the Academy roster obviously, struck a chord with some people because DH looked incredibly strong for them, being a rookie. I think he had a very admirable performance, but when Munchkin's on the table, you can't really blame T1 for snatching him up.
Any other changes we should know about here, Jen?
Well, here's the thing. Autumn is gone. Now KDG is taken over.
His coaching on the Academy team,
fantastic.
Though, incredible. The only team that was able to take down SLT Songnam before their run at Ascension and qualifying into Pacific for this year, it feels like he's very much finding a stride in Valorant that he wasn't able to find in other titles. I think that this is a pretty clear-cut decision, but T1, likely suspect, all in agreement?
Yeah, likely suspect. Take him with you.
No Munchkin now. Gen G, what does this look like?
Does the words Lakia Valorant mean anything to you, Paperthin? Well, he's back on the team, but there's been a little bit more changes as well.
It's Zinx.
Zinx, a new player here.
Yeah, so Gen G, again, kind of trying to dip the pool here of pulling a rookie out of thin air and turning him into a superstar. Obviously, we're able to do so with Karan just 2 years ago now. I think that this could end up being Gen G turning into a bit of a scary team.
I don't know, man. Look at the map pool. Ascent is taken out.
Breeze is back in.
Textures map. Okay, agreed.
Gen G were globally the strongest team on Breeze the year that they were able to, lift their first international trophy. I think with that coming back in, Lakia was there a part of it, Texture was a part of that. Core is still there. They have a solid understanding of the map overall. This could still be a very big boon for them once again.
Okay, Gen G. For me, needs more investigation.
I think I would agree. The competition is going to be harder than it ever has been, so I think that Gen G, we will keep a close eye on them, but we need to see a bit more of their development.
Needs a little investigation because of some of the role changes, new IGLing, new players, things like that kind of leave me a little bit hesitant.
We all agreed on needs more investigation.
The last time that the trophy had gotten stolen under your protection, it was taken by two individuals. It was Cruz.
Jesse Vash.
What is he doing in there?
10-10 on Secret?
This one definitely surprised me. I mean, Brother of Meteor, he is an incredible individual player. We've seen glimpses of greatness from him when he was on ZETA, when he filled in last year. Clearly, there's some potential there. It's just, is this going to be the right place maybe for him to kind of fill in and thrive?
We see Sylvan getting picked up as well. Sylvan was instrumental in T1's success over at Bangkok, but is all of this going to be able to mesh is ultimately my question, because additionally, you also have Berserks that is joining this team.
Coaching change as well. It's just to add more chaos to the mix here for Team Secret.
But is it a team that we would consider as a likely suspect, or that would need more investigation, or is just wholly unlikely?
Unlikely.
I could go either way.
I think that there's just too many changes that are happening all at once. I'm gonna have to go with unlikely.
If 10-10's not there, what's going on with ZETA?
I know that you're a big fan of Japanese VALORANT.
Yes.
Do you really think that ZETA Division would steal the trophy?
I can hope.
I'm not sure if it's gonna be in the card. Look, they had an incredible game versus Paper X where they absolutely demolished them, but everything else, every other glimmer of victory that we saw from them throughout 2025, it just felt like it was so belabored.
I think there's quite a few changes going on with this team, kind of like Secret, where there's going to be a lot of differences. The first one that's coming to my mind is Depp has left the roster to go to another team in Japan. That is unbelievable. I mean, seeing ZETA without Depp there is going to be very strange, to say the least. A few other players, ZETA coming back as well. I love ZETA. I think he's going to be a Bandit fan. I think he's one of those players who we've seen that can really pop off with the Sheriffs. So obviously the Bandit, I think, suits him very nicely, as well as Absol coming over from Mirage Gaming with him. They were teammates for a little bit there last year.
Yeah, but are we seriously not going to talk about what the night market found out? This guy.
Ooh, Mini.
I think that this is encouraging, to say the very least. I think that, you know, Mini is an incredible coach historically. If he's going to be able to work even a fraction of that magic with ZETA Division, then who knows? We might be looking at ZETA Division, you know, in the playoffs, making some kind of run.
I think I do have a little bit of concern with ZETA with the map pool, Lotus and Ascent, maps that they at least seemingly were willing to play, or in some cases favored. Being out might be a little bit of a challenge for them to try to adapt, try to find a new identity.
As we keep saying, if there's anybody who's going to be able to get that map pool up to snuff, it would be Mini.
Is ZETA a top suspect?
I think it's going to be a challenge for them to get everything in place. So unlikely, but I would love to be proven wrong.
Yep. Unlikely it is.
What about my GOAT, May?
Well, May came decently close to getting a trophy last year, so goodness knows he's likely to think that he's going to be capable of getting it this year.
They did make playoffs in Stage 2 last year. I think that surprised a lot of people. May is up there with Jemkin as one of the best duelists we have in the region, topping the charts in ACS.
They are joined by, you know, a couple newer faces that a lot of people might not be necessarily the most familiar with Yatsuka as well as Kaide.
I think their transition into DFM might be a little bit easier than a lot of people expect it to be, especially with, you know, following the coach from Ascension. They're fresh from getting that stage experience.
I think these are two players who have shown a lot of promise. They're two of the names that are always floated around in the Tier 2 Japanese scene as being really, really good individually.
Let's see if they can handle it, but honestly, I don't think they're stealing it.
So for you, would you lean this as an unlikely or a needs more investigation?
Unlikely.
I think I'm gonna go needs investigation. It's a matter of, are they going to be able to find their own identity?
Ultimately, I trust in May. I know that he's an incredible player, and I think that you still have a decent enough foundation with him, Akame, as well as Sess on this team. So I'm gonna go with needs more investigation.
Okay. DFM needs more investigation.
DFM made it to playoffs last year, but they were eliminated by Nongshim Red Force.
First year in Tier 1 last year, they got hit hard.
We had a lot of hype surrounding this team, Downbeat playing a play style that no one else was really going for, but then they got hit by a patch and suddenly Neon can't get away with nearly as much as she used to. I think the biggest thing that we've seen is the departure of Persia, as surprisingly to everybody, he was not playing at Ascension. It was Xross who kind of came out of the blue and also looked very good and was instrumental in this run being completed for them to requalify.
So Xross, I think it makes some sense that you're making a little bit of a change there. Is Breeze, with the changes that we're gonna see on the map, a map where they can lean into Neon potentially and maybe get some value out of that is a question for me. What is really cool for me though for Nongshim is seeing Francis just be absolutely crazy good. He can frag out of his mind, and that's one of the big pluses they have going for them.
So Nongshim, this is a tricky one. Unlikely.
I'm kind of falling in that category too.
Personally, I still have a bit of a hunch around this team. I think that they could go on a run. I think that they could punch their way forward, but if I'm outvoted, then we can go ahead and throw them in the unlikely pile.
Unlikely.
That leaves one more, and I can think of a certain individual, after getting so close to stealing trophy last year, would look to do it again. Frost.
Ah, so we must be talking about Talon.
Talon. Global Esports.
Oh my God, Autumn? Patman? Oh my God, this team? Xavi 8K? Oh boy.
Frost has been hanging out with this new roster. Frost actually put a lot and invested a lot into putting this roster together, and I think he can do it.
This team has never managed to make it to a playoffs before, which sounds crazy because they've been very close several times. It feels like this could finally be the time for them to kind of break that barrier. I mean, you've got Patman joining this team. This guy has lifted a trophy with Paper X in Toronto. You've got Autumn, who has an immense amount of experience over in China playing at FDX, and he has global experience. Yonatan and Crystal, who were two of the strongest players for this team last year, if not the strongest player.
Like, this team is gonna pull rabbits out of the hat at times. They're gonna win rounds they shouldn't, and those are the signs of a team that is going to be doing damage, probably making decent runs.
How much damage? Damage enough to be the top suspect?
I want to see how it all gets fleshed out, so for me, it's going to be needs more investigation.
I'm also on needs more investigation, but I'm so close to leaning to contender.
Global Esports, more investigation. Okay, has anyone heard from Cruz?
Well, Cruz is probably with Primi.
Where's Primi?
Where are the time?
They're
So,
not here.
actually, we do have two more suspects. Full Sense and Beryl.
I love when you withhold information. Give me that.
Oh, I know these guys. SLT.
Well, I think this is obviously very exciting. Beryl, long-term Japanese org, scooping up the SLT Songnam players after their Ascension run, which was flawless. They looked incredible. I think better than I could have anticipated. This is a team that, you know, widely has a lot of new faces on it. They just kind of exploded onto the scene and took Ascension by storm.
Yeah, I mean, I think it caught a lot of us off guard. We knew they'd be good. That was not something that wasn't expected. It was the way that they did it. They're mostly a lot of really young players, all under the age of 21, under 20. They love to just get in your face and let you know how the match is going. So for me, this is an exciting team to have in Pacific because I can't wait to see some of their antics on stage, frankly. This is another team that could potentially be Bandit Nightmares. Like if they're able to work that into the equation, no doubt that they can put that gun to good use.
For me, I'm leaning more towards needs more investigation.
So I'm willing to put them into the middle category here.
Yeah, I just don't know how strong their mental can be. It's good when you're winning. It's nice to have a lot of confidence, but once you lose and you keep losing, can you bounce back? Or is that gonna destroy you?
Time will tell.
Oh, just nothing makes sense, and we're down to full sense.
Okay, so full sense. Leviathan, Jitboys kill Primi, Tai, Cruz takes over as coach.
Yeah?
Love to see that.
Cruz is shifting away from playing, which heartbreaking in its own right, but I'm very excited to see what he's going to be able to accomplish as the head coach. This is very big pivot. Now he's kind of taking the reins for this team and doesn't have to worry about translating anything into Thai.
Yeah, good point, because he always wanted a full Thai roster ever since the beginning of the franchise. And then now he's coaching a full Thai roster.
I'm almost in the top suspects category for this team.
Really?
I'm very close to putting them in there. No, I can be convinced to go down to, needs more investigation. I think there's just so much potential on this team.
I would say needs more investigation.
Same for me. For Kickoff, more investigation.
All right, so how about we take another look back at all of our teams. We'll go through and try to figure out who the teams are going to be putting up as their skirmisher. Let's start with Nongshim Red Force.
Okay.
Francis?
I think I'd go Francis as well, to be
Yeah,
honest.
me too.
Nice and easy, good and concise. How about Zeta Division?
I'm leaning ZETA.
All right,
Me
we'll go
too.
with Shota. All right, Team Secret?
10-10.
Probably going 10-10, but I could see an argument for Berserks.
Yeah.
Okay. 10-10 was the first one that kind of came to mind for me, so seems like we all kind of think that he's going to be in the mix, but Berserks absolutely could pop up there. Now, Full Sense, probably a little bit more straightforward. Feels like it's going to be Primi.
There's only one
Primi.
choice here. If you're not putting in Primi, you're trolling.
Paper X. This is a team where I think you could pretty much send anybody and feel pretty good about your chances, but I would probably go with something in this
Oh,
room.
me too.
Oh, I actually wouldn't. I'd either go Jing or Devi.
And why is that?
Jing is really, really strong. As good as something is, you know, if it's Ghost, then sure, something. But if you're going like rifles or sheriffs or something, then I'm gonna go Jing, maybe even Devi.
So we've got something, Jing, or...
I think Devi could, yeah.
All right.
May.
DFM,
May.
May. Moving on.
Texture.
Texture. Global Esports.
This one, I'm gonna go with Crystal.
I could see a good argument for Crystal here. The guy is just so sharp.
New Blood, Varel.
Zuna.
I thought maybe there was going to be a shot for Zexy.
He's good too.
Yeah, but
He's really, really
Zuna,
good.
when it matters.
Okay.
I think Zuna.
T1.
I think Meteor, but I could see a good argument for Izu.
I was actually going to go with Izu.
Here's the thing though, when it comes to the Korean teams and the Korean players, the older ones do not do anything. It's always the younger ones taking care.
That's very true.
High possibility that we see Izu.
Izu.
Might just be Izu every single time. All right, down to the final two. DRX.
Hyunmin.
Hyunmin? Okay. And then our last team, RRQ.
Jemkin.
So now we've got everything sorted and assessed. Okay, we'll get these up onto the board and figure out who our prime suspect is. This changes nothing. We're no closer to figuring this out.
Nope, we need help.
I think so. I think it's time to get the rest of the gang back together and see if we can figure this out.
Well, guys, buckle up. This is gonna be our biggest case yet.
Let's get to it.
All right.
It's me. It's all good. They don't know it's you guys. It's all going according to the plan.
We've been waiting for too long. The melody can change, but still it's just the same old song. We think that we can carry on. We look for problems in reality, there's nothing wrong. Well, it's alright, keep living that life. So just hold tight, it'll be alright. So let's not worry all about the past. Let's take that risk, let's take that chance. They say life is always wasted on the young. So let's have some fun. Let's have some fun. It will pass by in a minute, then you're done. So let's have some fun. Let's have some fun. Let's just hit the town tonight. We can drink and dance our cares away until it's light. We can talk beneath the stars. And we can do just what we like because the world is ours. Well, let's be free. All drinks on me. We can slow wine while we're sipping on tea. It'll be just fine. Leave our cares behind. Get that work, get that overtime. They say life is always wasted on the young. So let's have some fun. Let's have some fun. It will pass by in a minute, then you're done. So let's have some fun. Let's have some fun. They say life is always wasted on the young. So let's have some fun.
Welcome, welcome, welcome to VCT Pacific. The off season is officially over, and we know NA, EMEA, they've been keeping you all entertained, but we know what you're really waiting for. VCT Pacific is back, And we're here for the first day of kickoff. It's Mika Morgan and Mitchell on the desk. How are you guys feeling?
Triple M.
Triple M.
First name basis.
Yeah.
It's like I know you.
Yeah.
It's like you're my friend.
Yeah, 100%. It is almost like that. No, honestly, I'm looking forward to this season so much. There's so many exciting teams to be keeping your eye on, and we've got some great games coming up straight away today.
Yeah, I mean, it's just, like you say, Mika, it's so exciting. Pacific is back. This is what everyone's really been waiting for. We're starting off with some banger games, and you know how kickoff is. It never slows down, even for a little bit, so don't stop bangers incoming.
Exactly. Best region in the world, okay? Yeah, we don't have a Tramps trophy just yet. We're gonna work on that this year. But when you think back to the entire history of Pacific, like you look back to 2023, we weren't here.
Yeah.
On this desk. You were here. You were here.
I was here.
You were down there.
In a different circumstance. But yeah, like you say, back in 2023, that's when it all began. All the teams came here to Korea, and this kind of franchising, not franchising, I've forgotten the word, but this new era, yes, the partnership era started, and of course we see Paper Rex lifting their first ever trophy, but 0 international titles.
Yeah, unfortunate. I mean, they came second to EG in the Champs final, I believe, so very narrowly missing out on the opportunity to win that one. And I mean, maybe I'm a biased Pacific fan, but I was kind of feeling like Paper X should have won that one or could have won that one. They were on a good run of form, but EG did something incredible.
No, you're not alone there. That was the year where I feel like Pacific was really feeling that we almost had it, but it just wasn't it that year. We came so close though. And of course, going into the following years, Paper X still continued to be dominant. That's for a very good reason. You have this team, you have this core that's been so fortunate to stay together throughout so many years. And you can see here, they did manage to take one of the Pacific trophies back in 2024. But of course, 2024 was the year of Genji.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, a second place at a Masters followed by a first place at Masters Shanghai. This was the year of me and probably everyone else copying strats from Genji.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I mean, I feel like they redefined the game. They had so much aggression, so much firepower, and of course, Masters Shanghai was when Genji were really able to stake their claim, take home an international trophy for the region.
Absolutely, and look, what followed that, let's just forget about that, Champ Seoul. That wasn't a real event, okay? We were just trying to be nice to the other regions coming to Seoul, you know, give them some wins in the hometown of Pacific, of course.
Yeah, like this is how it feels to win in this stage in Pacific. And of course, we did see that 2024 wasn't it that year. Yes, we did have Champ Seoul, but hey, Genji still cemented themselves as one of the teams to watch out for in the entire world. And of course, moving over to 2025, we did see T1 with Masters Bangkok, and we saw Paper Rex as well win Masters Toronto. But more interestingly was the variety of teams that were able to lift a trophy this year.
Yeah, like you say, every stage claimed by a different team here in Pacific. It shows just how much the competition is leveling up. And as you just said, Mika, 2 international trophies out of the 3. Pacific is now really claiming, really backing up their claim, I should say, of being that best region.
Yeah, for sure. I think it was such an interesting development of DRX winning Kickoff here, T1 coming second to them, and then just doing something unthinkable over in Bangkok to follow that up. You had Paper X, who started off the year terribly in Kickoff. They were a team that had one of their worst results ever, and they really picked up a ton of pace towards the end of the year, so it was a roller coaster, and this was one of the craziest tournament wins you would have ever seen. A lot of pundits going into Bangkok had T1 as one of the lowest rated teams of the event, and they won the whole bloody thing.
I think everyone was surprised. And then, of course, as we move towards the latter part of the year, we see RRQ managing to win a stage, doing something that they've never been able to do. That trophy had always eluded them. And what a moment this was for this squad.
Yeah, it was amazing how every single stage, we couldn't really tell who was going to win.
Yeah.
That is an honest statement that we have here in Pacific, because it wasn't just the Paper X team. We weren't just that one team region anymore. Of course, you see Paper X taking the trophy in stage 2, but let's not forget how close that lower final and that grand final was over in Japan.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, we'll talk about it a little bit later on when we touch on Full Sense and relive some of those moments in particular, but this was something special. The win for Paper X in Tokyo was a special moment, a crazy finals that we had over there. It felt like an international event.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, the crowd were insane. The support was insane. And I know that that win did mean a lot to Paper X.
Oh, definitely. You know, it meant so much to Something, who was back on that stage after eluding Masters Tokyo, right? But we can see this graphic over here, which is, you know, hitting us hard in the hearts of Pacific fans everywhere, that we don't have a Champions Trophy just yet. I want to ask you guys, why do you think that's so? Why do you think our teams run out of steam?
I mean, the international competition is just so good, and when it gets down to champs towards the end of the year, the meta is constantly changing, constantly evolving, and it's all about who's hitting their stride at the right time. And I just think Pacific haven't landed that quite yet. The pressure really mounts up towards the end of these big tournaments. And, you know, in champs, they just haven't quite managed to make it work, but this year's a different year.
Yeah, you've seen some consistent placements for DRX. I mean, we had two teams in top 4 Champs 25, so there were definitely some teams within striking distance, but for some reason, Champs has this intangibility of teams that you might not even necessarily expect to win them end up winning, like the EG win over Paper X, or the EDG win even, being a team that sometimes has been not that competitive, being able to win an international event over a Heretic squad. I mean, there was some fantastic Champs finals.
Well, like you said, it's a new year. It might be different this time around. We certainly are hoping so, especially since there are so many changes happening this time around, including what is going to be going down here in Kickoff. So let's take a look at this video to find out what some of those changes are.
Welcome to Pacific. Hello everyone and welcome back to VCT Pacific 2026. Now it's been a while, but the stage is set, lights are on, and VALORANT action is back. New year, new VCT. We have new maps, new patch, and new rosters. And trust me when I say, you're gonna need my help catching up. So walk with me. Okay, so here's the thing. Kickoff this year is going to be wild, just like this Acer Predator laptop. Thank you very much. Now, when it comes to 2026 Kickoff, remember the number 3, because we have triple elimination. Every team has 3 chances before they're out. 3 lives means 3 opportunities to fight back. Now, Kickoff this year will be split into 3 different groups. Upper group, middle group, and then the lower group. Every team starts in the upper group, but if they don't survive there, then they drop down first to the middle, and then down to the lower group. After that, elimination. The team that win the finals of each group earn their tickets to Master Santiago. This year, we have not 2, but 3 tickets ready for our Pacific teams. So triple elimination will definitely shake things up this year, but it's not the only change we're going to be seeing in 2026 Kickoff. Let's talk about side selection. Remember the coin toss? Forget about that because we're not doing that anymore. We have something better. Say goodbye to the coin toss and say hello to skirmish. Yes, you heard it right. We're introducing the skirmish side selection. And as long as you're listed on the matchday roster, everyone is allowed to play. This means not just the players, but head coaches and assistant coaches. Here are the rules. No abilities, win it with your raw aim. The first one to win 5 rounds in a 1v1 wins. The winner's team earns map pick advantage. Our teams will battle it out for the higher seed, and you can watch them every day live on this channel. So make sure you tune in for our new skirmishes. Now, when it comes to Pacific, we're not stopping until we get that Champions Trophy. We are going to earn our right to be called the champions and also the best region in the world. 2026 is going to be the year when Pacific earns everything.
That is absolutely right. This is the year that we earn everything because we absolutely love earning, don't we? Why are you laughing at me? I love earning.
Yeah.
And just like these players are going to earn every single thing, because when you look at this format, all of those changes, by the way, that Jen was, telling us about, those are very overwhelming, and we're going to start with this format because triple elimination is a massive change into our bracket.
Yeah, absolutely. That whole extra bracket giving teams a whole extra life, but that's not the only thing. Stage 2 down there is looking a little bit different as well. No Ascension this year, but teams could earn a chance to qualify straight into champs through those Stage 2 play-ins. So as we move through the year, that's going to be massive as well.
For sure, it's going to be great to see some of the Tier 2 teams have a crack at Tier 1 teams and maybe have some kind of Cinderella story all the way into champs. Would be fantastic to watch. Looking at the kickoff format graphic here, we are giving away an additional championship point to one of the kickoff teams here. So you get 4, 3, 2, 1 based on your placement here in kickoff. Even if you don't qualify for Santiago, if you come 4th in that 3rd lower bracket there, you will get yourself 1 point.
We also saw a little teaser there about our map pool. Breeze is back in. We'll have time to talk about that a little later, but we can see with our participating teams, there's a little bit of a change as well. We see Full Sense and of course Barrel as the ones that catch our eyes because we are the ones welcoming them in to this new season. But I think that later on we're going to see just how powerful these teams are going to be, especially with Full Sense, whose story continues over from Talon. But looking back into our map pool, yes, you have some of the agents with a bit of changes here and there, but the biggest news, of course, is Breeze and the new weapon Bandit hitting into Pacific this year. So Breeze, I thought this was a map that we were done with, Riot. What gives? Why do you bring this back?
I mean, they just like beaches, just like me and you, Mika. I mean, your country's beaches,
Best of
just
the world.
a couple of rocks, you
Best
know,
of the
it's
world.
very overcast, not really worth looking at, but Philippines and Australia, goated beaches, love a little bit of breeze, didn't like spending too much time up in the halls, so we've taken that out, and there's actually some interesting changes that make it a little bit more standardized to what you would see Attack FPS map become. It's got 3 lanes now. I think mid is even more important. They've cut out some specific areas, and I think particularly the A side is looking a little bit different, and it's going to be changed up how you hold that and how you take elbow control as well.
Yeah, I mean, I think I really like that they've sort of narrowed down a lot of the angles on this map, especially in that mid area. Breeze has always kind of been this aim duel map. If you're a team full of aimers, you loved playing Breeze because it's big, long-range fights, and now there's sort of ways to avoid that a little bit more, so I really can't wait to see the Pacific teams dive into this map and see how they view the changes and how that might affect the team comps.
I mean, as I've said there in the quote, I think that the early mid fights are going to be still very important. I still do think that having an aim duel in middle or the fight over elbow or something like that, or the initial fight in towards a main control is still going to be very defining as to who actually finds success on the map. But I think mid control in particular, if for defense, you've already seen some flank potential in some of the Americas and EMEA games that we've seen on the map so far. So I think mid is going to be a big point of contest now rather than just kind of lurking up halls or just kicking off executes straight away.
Yeah, I say this as a Breeze hater. I don't shy away from that. I thought we were done with this map. But it's actually not bad.
Yeah.
It's actually winning me over slightly, but it's still at the bottom tier of my map list. But we also have, of course, there is a bandit on the loose here.
Yeah.
We have a new pistol in our hands right now, Morgan.
Yeah, for me, this is all about giving even more potency to those eco rounds and pistol rounds as well. It's that extra degree of flexibility. It's for those situations where you're not quite as close as the shorty, not quite as long range as the sheriff. So it's just providing that little bit of extra options. Or one thing you were saying, Pilsky, is about, it gives you those little bit extra credits left over, right?
Yeah, for sure. I think, you've seen even some teams really popularize, like Genji or Fnatic popularize Sheriff buys on pistols for the punching power that it gives you and the ability to take some of these long-range duels. But I think now that you can buy something like a Bandit, if you're playing Fade or something like that, you can buy a Seize on defense, you can go for some longer-range picks and some headshots to try to, whittle down the attackers as they come through the map. And then when they kick off the side execute, you've got that stopping power utility that is at the appropriate price point to buy yourself a Bandit. But at least in my own play and testing things on eco rounds, I'd usually rather have a Sheriff, to be honest, or a Shotty or something like that. And on a pistol round, I think a Ghost is still totally fine choice. In fact, I think you're still going to see a lot of Ghost purchases.
Are you saying that we may not necessarily see the Bandit in the next maybe few days? Would it take some time for it to really come into the meta?
I think you'll see it, but I just don't think it's going to get hard abused or anything like that. But then again, we've been wrong about plenty of things in the meta before, like Waylay being not so great when it came out. Now it's a mainstay in the meta.
Right. It could, it could come into its own. Everything has a right place and right time, right?
Yeah.
Then maybe there's that for the Bandit. Of course, here is our bracket for Kickoff. And it's looking like triple elimination is going to be such an exciting format. There are a lot of teams that are so that really love this kind of format. There's more room to really, I guess, come into their own, fix mistakes that shouldn't have been made.
I mean, just look at the size of this bracket. It's huge. It's monstrous.
I can't read that bottom line anymore.
I love this format because it really takes the sting out. In double elimination, if you have a bad day, all of a sudden you have no lives. And it's very easy to sort of go, we were just unlucky in double elimination. Triple elimination, if you're having 3 bad days, I'm sorry, you deserve to go.
It's on you.
This is about getting the cream of the crop towards those internationals. So I really love the approach that the league's taken in bringing this in.
Yeah, so that's what I was going to ask. It's like if it's double elimination, it's like, oh no, one bad day and you're down, as you mentioned, right? So are you saying that triple elimination, there's like no excuses?
I think there's no excuses.
I mean, I agree. I think even double elimination is potentially generous. I'm from an era of TAC FPS where I would watch an Australian team go overseas as the lowest seed team, play the best team in the world. You get banged out in a best of 1 or something, and it's like, see you later. Enjoy spending more time on the plane than you did at the event. Now we're doing triple elim. There's nothing to complain about, guys. Come on, you get 3 chances. Let's go.
Yeah, there are so many chances. And speaking of chances, triple chances, second chances, that's Nongshim Red Force, because they have a second chance here at Pacific. It's not often that we get to talk about a team that goes through Ascension, comes to the Pacific, goes back to Ascension, and comes back to Pacific. That's so rare.
I mean, it's been a story of adversity, but they have proven twice now that they deserve a spot in this league. And I mean, how could you doubt them? This team coming in last year were absolutely revered, were terrifying. And, you know, throughout the year, things changed, they went up, they went down, and ultimately they had to go back to Ascension, like you said. But they're back here once again. So, I mean, it's hard to continually bet against this team because there are so many strong pieces on this roster.
Yeah, looking at the roster here, you see Persia has gone out, a mainstay since the SPG games. X-Ross comes in, one of the younger players in the Korean scene that's been touted for quite a while, filling a lot of those controller roles. And Yeoman in the assistant coach role. Interestingly enough, in their Ascension run, Persia was doing somewhat of kind of assistant coaching, helping out the team. Maybe they've seen some value in that, and having a, you know, recent player coming in to fill that role as Yeoman's come off the back of Genji and Global Esports can add a different dimension.
Right. I'm eager to see how Nongshim changes because of these, adjustments to their roster. We did see how Francis was taking on the Yoru in Ascension, which is a massive change. That blew our minds.
I mean, their whole Ascension run was crazy. You know, they start off by losing to Naus, and then they...
Not just losing, they got bodied. Yeah, they got bodied.
I think losing was kind, but what happened to them? You know, we saw massive role changes, like you say. Francis playing that Yoru entirely unexpected. You know, there were games when Danby was on the Astra.
No.
That blew our minds.
Yeah, I mean, not in a good way, for sure. But you can see, after that very close game against Full Sense, that really gave Nongshim a bit of a kick up the arse, and they started absolutely destroying some of these teams. Against Motive, this Lotus game in particular is one of the best individual performances in one half I've ever seen in Valorant. Francis had 600 ACS in a half. He went like 28-4 on the Yoru. It was unbelievable.
I mean, Nongshim still very, very dominant in their Ascension run, as we can see. As you guys have mentioned, there are only very, very few teams that were able to make them bleed, and one of them, of course, was the sequel to Nongshim, which is Barrel, which we'll be getting to know, of course, later days. But if you look at just Nongshim's performance and just how they were able to earn their way back. When you think of the slogan, earn everything, that's really Nongshim that were able to do this for 2 years in a row.
I think they've really epitomized that saying. They have earned their spot here. They've earned everything, and they've done it twice. So you really can't argue with it.
Yeah, they put Boom away pretty cleanly, and you can see actually in the off-season, they're able to win themselves an event. And I think it's important to win an event. Like, they won Ascension. They had to work very hard for that Ascension Grand Final as SPG, beating Boom on home soil. Winning the 10 Global Invitational in the off-season as well, you've been able to pick up a best-of-3 win over Team Heretics, who are a very, very good team coming in from EMEA with the addition of Comeback as well. I know they're still getting comfortable. And then DRX, who were playing with Flicker, but it's still DRX. I think those 2 best-of-3 wins back-to-back is something that Nongshim can be proud of and give them a little bit of motivation, maybe give them a little bit of potential to win a little bit more as they head through into Pacific for the second time around.
Yeah, I'm feeling quite good about Nongshim's chances in this year for Pacific. But of course, we now have Team Secret, and this team has had the biggest overhaul yet. in the history of Team Secret.
Let's face it,
In some ways.
there's a lot to prove for this roster, right? They are really backs against the ropes. I mean, I think this is an organization we've wanted to see more of for a long time, and we see them take an entirely different approach this year, bringing in players outside of the Philippines. So I do feel like they're trying something new. They're trying to find new ways to kind of get that edge. What do you think about this roster, Pilski?
I think it's a little bit underwhelming, but I can see why they've gone the direction that they've gone. The main thing is that the leadership is the same. You've got RBTX, who was the analyst or the head coach of the academy team, staying on. Jesse Vashwell, IGL. So it's the same people in charge of Team Secret. They're sticking with the formula they tried last season around, but at least last season they took a couple of risks, bringing players in from Tier 2 a little bit more. This season, this is very much like, how many players can we pick up that have already got some Pacific experience? At least in the off-season, they tried out a couple of different players. They tried out PTC, at least in officials, playing in some qualifiers. They tried out Zan, Prodigy. You know, they were playing with Famous a little bit, so they actually moved a couple of players in and out of the roster to try to find what they wanted, and they settled on what I feel is a very safe approach, really, in Pacific, but not necessarily an exciting one.
Yeah, I would agree. They've definitely prioritized experience over sort of young rookie talent. They're not taking as many risks, but this roster that they've ended up with, it now begs a rather large question of how do the roles look here? Because is it going to be Kelly S on the Sentinel, or is it going to be Berserks?
And not just on Sentinel, who's playing secondary duelist behind 1010 if they play double duelist? I would assume if it's Raze, it'll be Kelly S. Berserks hasn't played duelist for a long time, but he used to play a lot of duelists, in particular Jet, so I could see them flexing him into a duelist role perhaps at times, but we'll see what they're going to come up with here as Team Secret.
Yeah, there are a lot of possibilities at the moment for Team Secret, but it's really how it comes together, and that's my biggest worry for this team, because you do have Vash again as IGL, and even with Robotics, who is one of the head coaches, their skills haven't yet been really tested with a roster that is international.
Yeah.
We'll have different, you'll have different cultures, you'll have different ways of processing comms also. So I want to see how that really pans out this entire season, because they have it's the first day of kickoff. There's a lot of time for them to work this through, but that's my big question with this roster.
I have to agree. For me, it's all about the meshing, because I think the individual parts are not bad. We saw 1010 come in last year and have some good performances. Sylvan, of course, on that T1 team did have good days, good performances. I don't think any of these players are bad on their own, but it's how does this roster fit together as a coherent group? I think that's the big question.
And it's up to the leadership to make that happen. And I mean, if you look at some of their off-season results, Nongshim in the off-season, they won an off-season event with Tier 1 teams actually attending. If you look at Team Secret's off-season results, although they're playing with different players, they're shuffling players in and out, they're losing Filipino qualifiers.
Yeah.
You know, these two teams are not having the same kind of trajectory coming into this competition, so we'll see what happens. Sylvan and Kelly S have been their most kind of solid players in the off-season, and the players that I expect to develop to deliver no matter what. The question is really going to come in with 1010 and Berserks, if they're going to be able to hit their heights that they've been able to do in Pacific, because we've seen flashes of that from Berserks. He's a very, very high ceiling player when he's on his game, and 1010 had a couple of very good games and a couple of quite poor games on ZETA.
Yeah, let's not forget that Berserks did make it to Champions. He did play in that Champion stage also. So there is all that experience, as you mentioned, Pilski. There are also good individual fraggers on this, and as we can see, that's going to be very useful when it comes to Skirmish, because as we saw, thank you, Jen Lee, for introducing us to Skirmish, because the coin toss is gone, and we now have this to determine our side selection, which I think there are a lot of players that are really fired up about this.
Yeah, 1010 versus RB. You can see it. RB has taken the win there. 5-4, so really did go the distance.
Yeah, I mean, he had an op and a stinger. He's sitting behind double boxes with a stinger and waiting for 1010 to run at him.
He's got a judge!
RB. Come on, man. Are we serious right now? Is this guy actually trolling in the
That's
skirmish?
funny. I mean, we don't know how the skirmish meta looks. I mean, he's trying things. He's experimenting.
I hate this. He's walking up on him with an op, or he's sitting and camping in a corner with a stinger.
I think it's not long till the op gets gentleman's agreement.
I was a fan of RB until I watched that skirmish. Like, legitimately, I've lost respect for him.
So I have a question for you as former coaches. How much do you think of actual like gameplay do you think is going to be revealed in skirmish? How many tricks do you think are going to be laid on the table because of that?
I mean, it's not too many tricks. You can't reveal strategy in a skirmish, but I mean, I think it's all
like
about those individual mechanics.
Exactly.
Yeah, I mean, I think players will give a lot to it. I think actually being able to choose the side is quite a big advantage.
Oh,
I
yeah,
think
for sure.
teams are going to send their good players, and these players are going to try. Because if nothing else, even if it was pointless, all these players, everybody's got a little bit of an ego and thinks that they're good in the 1v1. They want to prove it. They really do.
You wouldn't be on that stage if you didn't have like at least a little bit of ego, right?
No one's pulling punches, for sure.
If you lose a skirmish to a Stinger judge, though, are you just done for the series?
Yeah, maybe it's mental bruising.
It's gonna affect you, right? It's gonna affect you. And hey, like we mentioned, it could really have effects on the game and when you walk on the stage. So I'm excited to see how skirmish plays out for the rest of the season. We now have our maps though. We are going to Haven, Split, and potentially our first Breeze in a year and a half.
That would be good. I kind of hope this goes the distance now. I think we'd all have a taste of what New Breeze feels like in Pacific, but we are starting off on Haven. Haven also had a change, we saw them block up the wall there, a little bit less spamming, post-champs.
I mean, it's never a good feel to just like die when you're walking into window and attack. Like you didn't even deserve for wrecked. You're just trying to go into a standard area of the map. Definitely saw that a lot in rank. But honestly, yeah, we'll see what they're going to be bringing. I think Haven isn't really going to change much, to be honest. You're going to see a lot of the same kind of standardized comps that you're expecting. Split is an interesting one. I feel like Nongshim, ever since like post that SPG area, it wasn't really a map that used to fit their style or fit their team, but this is a new era of Nongshim these days, so we'll see what they're actually going to come up with, whether they're going to start playing things like Yoru or whatnot, because I think they're well and truly kind of past the era of Danby needing to play a Neon for them to, get results necessarily.
But not past the era of Danby playing Astra.
No, they're past that. We're past that.
If he picks Astra today, I'm walking out.
Era implies something happened and it existed. Like I refuse to remember that.
It is in the history that there is an Astra play, but I mean, hey, I don't think we're gonna see it today, but I would just love for Nongshim to do that just so that we can have our analysts walk out and get this whole couch to myself.
Yeah, no, I won't be happy. I think there's lots of other ways they can go that will be a lot more effective.
Look, I still think that Nongshim, I'm feeling pretty good about Nongshim right now, and it sucks to say that versus Team Secret. Hey, I really did want Team Secret. I really did want Team Secret to do something, but right now it's difficult because Nongshim is just tried and tested, and Team Secret are still trying to find something. Do I think that they'll get a win? Probably this season, yes. Will it be today? No.
Yeah, I mean, we're all on the same page, as you can see here. Clearly, all of us having very similar thoughts. I do think that this could be closer. I don't think this is an impossible win for Team Secret, but I would say that the odds are against them.
I mean, at the end of the day, if your opening game is against Nongshim, you have nothing to complain about. This is a beatable opponent. You're not playing Paper Rex in the opening match or something like that. As Team Secret, this is the kind of match that you need to win as a bare minimum to get people on side and turn some heads and say, oh, this is actually a roster that wasn't just put together out of convenience, wasn't just put together, picking up players that have already got some Pacific experience, that there was actually some thought process behind this and that they can come out with some decent results. Because if they get smashed by Nongshim today, then I think it's just going to be, the same thing all over again. It's going to be more disappointment for Team Secret after an era of, some actual good results when they had full Filipino rosters, but since they've gone international, or since rather the Filipino roster results dipped and then they went international, it still hasn't really come together just yet.
Yeah. Team Secret used to be that team that was very scrappy, that would pull off these amazing upsets and amazing wins. And yes, they did have some moments in last year, but it's just not consistent enough for us to say that they're going to take this from Nongshim. And Nongshim, I feel like they're coming in quite hot. I feel like they didn't rest at all in the offseason. They were grinding straight from Ascension into another tournament. So I feel like this is just them, fully warmed up for the season.
Yeah, for me, it's all about chemistry, right? This Nongshim team know each other so well. I mean, they've made that change, bringing in X-Ross, but that's one change compared to what Team Secret have done. And in Team Secret now, you're mixing the nationalities as well. You're mixing the culture. There's an innate clash there compared to Nongshim, where they've been living together in harmony for a long time. So there is a chance that Secret find a honeymoon period. You do see it when teams make changes, and it all gels right at the start. So I think that's really what they need. They need to ride the lightning here. But I just think it's a very big uphill battle.
Yeah, look, I'd agree with that. I think Nongshim, I was initially questioning the changes that they made because they took out Persia and they didn't really have a clean controller player to fill that role. I thought Xros was going to play Yoru, then Francis became a Yoru main, but I think we're well past those questions of after the first couple of games of Ascension and seeing their run through the rest of Ascension and winning an event in the off-season.
Well, let's kick off things with Kickoff. The first day of VCT Pacific 2026 starts right now.
Back in the days when I played in Japan region in Tier 2, at this time I don't really think I'm gonna play in franchise until the moment when I joined PaperX. The moment when I lift a trophy in stage 2, it's like the emotions I cannot even explain, you know, it's like my hands are shaking, adrenaline went up like crazy, and then I think also we won DRX from losing 0-2 to come back to 3-2. It was like amazing emotions.
23년도 때 저를 제외한 모든 팀원들이 리빌딩 됐을 때 살면서 겪어보지 못한 감정들을 많이 겪었던 것 같습니다. 새로운 팀원들과 새로운 꿈을 꿨고 세계 최고의 팀이라는 이야기를 들으면서 많이 행복했던 것 같습니다. 젠지를 떠나 T1으로 온 저는 국제대회 2연속 우승이란 최초의 기록을 세웠습니다.
At first, it was just fun. Putting on a jersey, having fun on the stage, and doing interviews. Everything was exciting and fun. But I never fully solved my inconsistency. And I started losing track what color suited me.
처음 우승했을 때는 이보다 더 행복감을 느낄 수 있을까 싶었었는데 2회 우승을 하고 나서 나 이거 챔피언스도 우승해보고 싶다. 새로운 감정이 또 들면서 그게 제가 지금 계속 열심히 할 수 있는 원동력이 되는 것 같습니다.
Still, there was one goal that I haven't achieved yet. It was winning. Even though I joke and laugh a lot on stage, but winning is always my true passion. Jemkin, Crazy Guy, Pushi, and Xpero. With these guys, I finally lifted the trophy that I always wanted. And right now, I'm playing VALORANT that I always dreamed of.
저희는 어센션보다 더 성장해서 왔고 퍼시픽 팀들은 하나도 안 무서워요. 너무 약한데? 어센션보다 더 성장해서 왔고 아니 여기 뒤에 저희는 어센션보다 더 성장해서 왔고 한번 맞아봐요 어떻게 되는지.
think we feel really sad and yeah, not happy and feel sad. It's a new year and I'm here again to a new mindset. After we are new, I think we are top contender team in Pacific right now. And Pacific history will be rewritten.
가장 원하는 건 아직 이루지 못했기 때문에 올해는 제가 모든 걸 쟁취하겠습니다.
We will remain unshaken to reach for our ultimate goal. It's going to be very exciting this year.
As the beast awakens.
We won Pacific, we won Masters. There's only one thing left, to win champions. In 2026, I'll earn everything.
VCT Pacific 2026. Earn everything. Nongshim Red Force.
We are back on the Pacific stage with our first match of the season, Nongshim Red Force versus Team Secret. Nongshim Red Force, the team that has needed to earn their spot in the Pacific League and then do it again against the Team Secret like we've never seen them before. We've always wondered what it would be like for a complete redo of the Team Secret roster. Do we finally see success for Team Secret, or will Nongshim Red Force prevail once again?
Yeah, I think Nongshim got humbled a little bit last year in Pacific after winning Ascension so dominantly. They thought that they were going to be a real contender for the title, and it never really came to fruition. So I think this time around, even having some shakiness at the start of the last Ascension, they're going to be coming in a little bit more measured to this season of 26 Pacific.
Yeah, I mean, I have to agree. I think they didn't achieve their goals last year. There's no two ways around it. This is their year. This is their last chance to earn everything.
Absolutely. And they've been proving that right. But for Team Secret, of course, this is a chance for them to prove that they are back as well. For this roster, it is the first time for all of them to come together in this kind of format or in this kind of teamwork. But I think that for Team Secret, they can work. This can work, but it just needs a little bit more time. But does it happen overnight, do you think?
Yeah, I mean, there are very, very good pieces on this team. As we mentioned before, this is all about how they mesh. This is all about how they can come together as a team and execute. We've wanted to see more from Team Secret for a long time. This could be the last year for them to really show us what they can do. There are talented players here, so I really want to see them be unleashed in that server.
I think Kellyas and Sylvan have been very, very solid, but you need to see absolute ceiling from Berserks and 1010 if Team Secret are going to be a force to be reckoned with.
Yeah, we've been questioning what kind of comps we're going to be seeing from Team Secret because they're so flexible. A lot of their players are, you know, flexing into different roles all throughout the season. For Nongshim, we pretty much know what they're going to be bringing out unless they have a few tricks up their sleeve. So the big question is really on the side of Team Secret. What will we be seeing from this roster?
Yeah, so when we saw them play in the off-season, it was, you know, slightly different players, but on Haven, they did bring out the Viper comp that Gen G used to play. That was kind of their main go-to. So for me, I'm looking to see if they're mixing it up, if they're going to move away. Are they changing style with these new players, or is it that kind of leadership group that are going to have that final overruling say, and that's what they think is the meta?
Yeah, I'm a little bit worried that they built a roster that doesn't necessarily fit the meta. They built a roster that's double controller, double init focus potentially, but they need to have somebody who steps up as that secondary duelist. As for Nongshim, I think that they used to be way too stagnant with their style, with their roles, but ever since Persia's gone out, it's forced them to ask some questions about who's going to play controller, who's going to shuffle and make a little bit more space, because they definitely have a good double duelist candidacy with Francis and Danby in tandem.
See, that's the thing with a lot of these rosters. It takes a lot of time for the chemistry that you really want to gel, and Nongshim Red Force has had that. They did it last year, now they're back and ready to actually take it to the next level in 2026.
You look at Nongshim here, the main thing that stands out to me is that RB is on the Omen and X-Ross will play Sova. We're seeing double duelists, we're seeing comfort for Danby and Francis on the Yoru that he's looked so good on.
Yeah, Team Secret sticking with what they know. They will be bringing out that Viper comp. We spoke a little bit about who's going to be on that Sentinel in this composition. We're seeing Berserks on the Killjoy. Kelly S flexing a little bit more to that Viper, but it does function quite like a Sentinel still in this composition. So no big risks here from Team Secret.
No, and I'm a little bit worried about that, but we'll see how this functions for them. This is their map pick. I think that Nongshim with the double duelists, they're going to be able to pop through a lot of the Viper walls and a lot of that utility. You're going to see Yoru flashes and blindsides, things like that, straight through the Viper wall with a Neon sliding through at you.
Yeah, they need to put a stop to this double duelist. They need to find a way to slow them down. We saw how great Francis was on this duelist role in Ascension, and I think he wants to carry that momentum straight through into Pacific because we know he has that potential.
Yeah, and that's going to be heavy on Sylvan and on Kelly S as the controllers. How steadily can they actually hold in on the sides? I want to see this partnership really work in tandem together because this is the first time that we're going to be seeing Kelly S and Vash actually work with players that are not from the same region, right? They're going to be seeing them working with 1010 and Berserks and Sylvan as well, and we're going to find out exactly how they do that as we step into Hayden. We're going to toss it down over to Paper Thin and Achilles for the call.
Oh, baby, we are back. We have survived another long off season, and VCT Pacific has returned. I'm jazzed up, and I'm also Achilles. That's Paper Thin, and we're going to be going through all of the games here today. Feels great to be here.
It does feel good to be back. I mean, it's such an exciting format we've got here. I love the triple elimination. I love that you have to earn your spot to Master Santiago with a best of 5 at the end of all of this. So there is so much to play for here and a lot of time to learn, a lot of room for mistakes, and a lot of room to get yourself in to that Masters, the first one of the year.
Oh boy, I didn't realize how much I missed this music. As we hit the dubstep button, that means that it is time to get into the action. Our first matchup here of the 2026 season, Nongshim Red Force going up against Team Secret. Let's jump into Haven and see who is going to be taking that first step through that massive, long triple elimination bracket.
Yeah, this should be an interesting one here today. I think even though all of us went for Nongshim today, I did really have to consider Team Secret. I like a lot of the pieces you have on this roster now. I'm a big fan of 1010 and Sylvan. I think they're good additions. I think Berserks is one of those players who's really rock solid, throughout the years. GE last year and previously with a lot of different Southeast Asian orgs. Jesse, not going to get any info out. Just a couple, actually. It went a little bit far. But they're going to hold back. I mean, you really got to watch this Viper. Like the desk was talking about, there's a lot of ability to explode past this wall. And they're already rotating in. Jesse has a good read.
Last entry coming through. Jesse able to find the first, though. Francis is going to be taken down. Gets himself a second, but RB will be able to reply. And Tomby all the way into the back there at Hell, finds 1010, slides forward, draws some attention, and then takes down Sylvan. Nongshim Red Force, 3 players alive. Berserks, latest additions here to this Team Secret roster, now in a 1v3. A couple players low on HP. Certainly is going to have his work cut out for him as Ivy is going to be drifting across back of that cubby, ready to take that first contact.
Well, some weak players, a chance, but that 50-50 cross is so brutal.
Smoke now dissipating. Spots out the one, the swing coming through, finds the headshot on the Dambi, but can do nothing more. Nongshim Red Force, they will go ahead and draw first blood and claim the pistol.
This is kind of exactly what you were looking for with this Nongshim sort of comp that they bring with the double duelist to just explode past the Viper util and just disrespect it there. Even the snake bite's in place. I mean, it's a good call from Team Secret. It is, from what we understand, Jesse Vash making the reads and being the IGL still, but it just isn't quite there in terms of the response with the firepower. Jesse held his own. The Viper's in the right spot at the right time with the right util. Just can't get it done with the guns.
Full eco, aside from 1010, it does have that Sheriff.
That's something
from the shot here.
Yeah, it's something you're going to be looking for here for Team Secret is when you're going to have these 4 spies or moments where you need a hero rifle, you're going to be putting it in 1010's hands.
Timing clear on that. We'll just go ahead back away out of window. Safely does Get himself out there, so.
Meanwhile, Francis is scaled all the way into sight.
Walking through, now striking. As Jesse, okay, does manage to find one there with the bandit.
Cutting through.
So a second investment, kind of missed that one on the graphic. Either way, it's going to be a 1 for 2. Nongshim still very well favored here. As Spike will get planted, and Team Secret, they're holding back. They're all in the spawn. They would like to just go down to the Spike, but Francis is going to be out for blood. See if he's going to find himself a couple extra charges here. As, okay, all three will be able to slot themselves forward into heaven.
And the timing there, nice for Team Secret. Just don't want to give anything up here, but X-Ross, aware. Oh, it didn't bounce in. Bounced out.
Yeah, that might have been a little bit of an oopsie. This is something that we actually didn't really touch on. Desk might have mentioned it, but RB is the one playing controller here, obviously, and X-Ross is picking up the Sova.
Yeah, so a bit of a swap and maybe a little bit of jitters here for Nongshim with those minor role changes. I mean, obviously, we know RB can play anything.
Yeah.
We've seen it, you know, back to his DRX days. He is willing to slot into whatever role is necessary. And, you know, as IGL as well now for Nongshim, whatever role that he feels most comfortable calling from is probably part of it. You know, X-Ross, a very talented player in his own right. Just in that moment, well, okay, so you don't catch 3 players up there and they die to the Spike instead. Not the biggest of deals in that moment, but something certainly that I'd like to see cleaned up a little bit as we go into the first buy round for Team Secret.
It was an oopsie, but, you know, at least it wasn't like an EMEA level dart. So.
You're already starting.
Even when our
you
players,
already started.
Even when our players whiff, they whiff better than EMEA. As Jesse looking for a little bit more information, but no pings to be found.
I mean, I appreciate you're already trying to start the beef and the rivalry.
It's never ended.
That's fair.
Let's go forward. Elbow going to be spotted, and 10-10 does manage to capitalize, so Francis taken down. Downbeat at the same time shoved back by that drone. So it's a good opening kill for Secret as they look to get themselves on the board.
Good info, too. They know that long A was pretty clear, so they can reinforce B here, but Nongshim making a good call of their own off the back of that contact they had. And they are scaling a little bit forward, so these duelists are being really quietly aggressive.
Swing in. Ivy trying to challenge for the fight, but Berserk's able to hold it, so very well poised now. As Downbeat will be able to swing in pretty much instantaneously.
Jeez.
Cleans up 10-10 there, but Jesse Vash on high, able to find one, tucks back. Minor damage suffered. Shock dart precisely where he wanted it to go, but RB does manage to get away from it, so damage not going to be suffered there. Now finds himself tucked in at hell, just that stinger in hand. Clears out the recon. There's work cut out for him, but that's a must-win fight for X-Ross as they try to get this conversion coming through, but now he's all alone and will fall to the wayside. Sylvan to clean it up. And that's going to be Secret getting themselves on board, getting them a nice little denial of the bonus conversion.
Yeah, and this round all starts with that early aggressive push out for 10-10. Get him on the kills, you know, the leaderboard with 1 kill there. He had none coming into it, so he's able to find 1, and that opens up a lot of space. It gives a lot of information over to Team Secret as well, because they've got the drone following up right behind him. Berserk's just holding the line. I think might have saw the gun a little bit, looking out of the door to help him out. Jesse doing what he can up top. The only thing that concerns me here going forward is you don't have a lot of util there for those retakes. When I looked at what Team Secret had available to them, it was basically nothing. So they need to find ways to keep getting those early advantages to keep Nongshim on the back foot on this defender side, because you are going to be in a disadvantage.
Okay, Jesse trying to maintain that control as a lone defender on the A site, and that is called for a lot of rotations now. Nongshim just pumped the brakes and then explore on the opposite side of the map. This could be dire straits for Secret, and that's exactly what they're looking to do. 10-10 once again getting slotted forward into window, but still has that alarm bot around the corner, keeping him bay.
And this is a interesting toxic screen over at C, trying to hide Berserks behind it. Give him a little bit of extra help on holding this C site.
It's a very committed angle, though. Even with that toxic screen, Downbeat about to swing in. Has a lineup, but he's just a little bit late on the fire. Downbeat collected, doesn't even take a lick of damage. Map completely broken open by Nongshim as 10-10 needs to win this fight, and he cannot.
Nongshim just looks so sharp right now. This is just aim duels that go their way.
Francis looking to try to lock on, but Kelly S does manage to make it non-flawless, but that is about it. Scattering to the opposite side of the map. It's going to be Nongshim maintaining the lead 3-1.
Yeah, should be able to put together a decent buy, though, still for Team Secret, since they are going to try to hang on to these two guns, and seems like they're going to be allowed to by Nongshim. Yeah, but just winning some big battles. Jesse caught out in the open there, going for the orb. Maybe just a timing thing there where he felt comfortable to try to go for it, and Nongshim knew that they had an opportunity, took full advantage. That's a team that definitely is always going to be pressing, looking for those moments. A lot of what we're seeing here today is not initial explosiveness necessarily. It's just kind of poking and prodding around the map, looking for their opportunities. There's just no smoke here to help Jesse. So he's going to go down. I mean, I think, most teams that run the Viper like to use it to help control that top of A space oftentimes. But without it there, Nongshim maybe saw a weakness and thought we can go and challenge this orb, and absolutely paid off.
A solid start. Another buy, and their first ultimate online. Jesse Vash does have that Hunter's Fury available.
Toxins going up.
It's just going to be a bit of a util dump here, try to flush out Kelly S, but it's only going to be minor damage suffered. At the same time, Francis does have his ult, so Dimensional Drift into A might just be the play.
Did see a quick adjustment from Team Secret here. Sylvan sent out a smoke early, and they added a few extra numbers to this hold. But with this Yoru ult, you're going to see 10-10 on his own.
Okay, well, Xrus down, but Ivy trades it. Sylvan eliminated there at the same time as 10-10 just tries to slow up the approach, but Francis is in on top of him, finds that kill. Just like that, it's a player advantage to the side of Nongshim as they get ready to bring the spike forward into the site. Drone quickly going to be cleared. Jesse Vash just one shock dart. RB is low. And we'll take him down to 36, but cannot find the kill, so spike going to be planted all the same.
Yeah, and they're running these kind of similar setups.
Francis just running through B.
Yeah, this is the new piece to the puzzle here.
Sights are all forward, though. Have they not actually clocked this? I'm not sure if they have. They absolutely have not. And Francis just swings in from behind, cleans up Berserks. Kelly S will be able to snap on for a kill, but once again has to just hightail it out of there to try to hold on to the rifle.
Yeah, it's just really good reads from Nongshim here. Knowing that there was going to be an adjustment towards the top of A early, they went to the other side of the map first to do a little bit of information gathering. Ping-pong back after a little bit of contact over at C from Platt. And by that point, Team Secret was rotating their pieces in a different direction. Yeah, you get a trade from Sylvan early, but then 10-10 reaggresses, tries to challenge, gets shut down by Francis, who's just so damn sharp. He looks so good on Yoru, man. This guy is just unbelievably talented in the fragging department. Of course, Donby always going to be happy to be up close and personal.
Obviously, Spirits looking pretty high at the moment here in the Nongshim camp. Donby now ultimate ready to go. And Vash, I mean, losing out on that Hunter's Fury in the previous just hurts all the more as the economy is a very wonky spot. So a bit of a half force up here. Sheriffs across the board, that one carried over weapon, then just Berserks with the classic.
And they're just full gambling on C. They're not even going to mess with any other part of the map right now. This is quite an interesting idea. I mean, trying again to see if they can use this kind of sort of unusual toxic screen to their advantage. But Nongshim just happy to keep going A until Team Secret can really prove when it's rifle v rifle that they could stop it. And there's just no resistance. And Jesse's starting to slide over, but...
Yeah, hearing the gunfire, but now you've got Ivy planted just in front of B to try to intercept and a similar flank to what we saw from Francis in the previous round. 10-10 quietly drifting across, has to be cognizant about this potential lurk. Turns away, but he's able to get around the corner, so line of sight broken, but Francis forward, finds one, quickly shifts sides, drone coming his way, and Sylvan, ooh, peeking out in front of that one, thought he was going to be dead to rights, but it's actually going to be Kelly S putting that phantom to use for a brief little moment, as suddenly kill feed will just explode, and Ivy gets the backstab off in the very last moments. 2 kills cleaned up for him. Nongshim now 5-1.
Yeah, and one thing that I really like about Nongshim is not only are they now starting to go for those lurks, starting to go for those flanks, but they're finding great timings for them. Francis in the previous one waited for things to really kick off over towards the entrance of A. This time around, Ivy again waiting for the melee to begin on the A site. Then he just swoops in from behind, essentially 2 free kills for him. Nobody had their gun out.
Timeout.
That's beautiful. That is exactly what you want to see as a lurker. That means you know you nailed it.
Very well set up. So first timeout of the season coming through as Secret pump the brakes to try to get things back on the rails.
Yeah, I mean, I think maybe you have a read here with some of the Viper util that Nongshim was going to be pretty aggressive towards the C site with this double duelist comp that they've got, because you know, you think about Nongshim, you think about Dambi, you think about the open space that he loves to play around with that agent, but because of the ability for Nongshim to either avoid the resistance at long A or just outright win some of the battles, they can just keep going there, and A is such a difficult site to retake, especially with Team Secret's comp, because they don't have that extra layer of flashes, right? And so coming in there, you have to rely so heavily just on either getting the info from the Sova or just straight up gunplay.
Let's see what the changes are going to look like off the back of that one. I believe we have a listen in.
Let's go nice shot.
I don't think
cancel.
Watch B na bang. I don't see anyone. Nothing. Check left side. Check. Nothing left. Nothing right.
Nothing.
I rotate.
Rotate.
Just getting that realization right as we come back into the game here that the strike was coming through the garage. Rotation, look at the guy try to come in, but Kelly S just gonna get caught. Ivy, quick peek. In and out like a thief in the night is Dambi trying to draw the attention, but Zerx does well to find the 1 kill, but it's all just so quickly tumbling down. 10-10 noted on the flank as Francis just massacres. Sylvan now 1v4 will be able to take that first step, but it's 3 more to go.
Again,
deliver incredible clutches under the T1 banner, but not in this round. Timeout not working the treat that they wanted. Nongshim maintain their vice grip on this half.
I mean, you can see some of the ideas here for Team Secret where they're trying to be a little quicker to react to this pressure, but again, it's the timing that they don't expect, and it's Ivy, who was the lurker from last round. This time, he's getting aggressive. He's taking that space right through the smoke. He's disrespecting the util. And Kelly S was not prepared at all. And certainly going to be having a lot of fun. Ults are going to be into cycle for both squads. Francis has another dimensional drift. You know, here is 10-10. Can he be a difference maker with that Neon ult? That is a really nice extra piece of utility to have in the back pocket as Team Secret in a round like this where you're on Sheriffs and a Bandit.
I'll be changing up the angle. Peek on the angle, getting ready to come through. Francis, okay, a little bit off timing on that TP. Sylvan does manage to find 2, but oh my god, the quick drawdown. Tommy finding the headshot, looks for a little bit more, and he's got it done. Nice little 4K, shut out any hope of a thrifty.
His Neon just looks different. It just likes it. It looks like it works different than anybody else's. The way he's so quick to react to stuff. And okay, an oopsies from Francis, whatever. That was a bit of a set play, a little bit of misdirect. All's well that ends well here. You've got the extra guns, you've got Dambi. Ain't no thing. Just so slick.
Yeah, welcome back to the stage. Feeling damn good after that one. As TP forward, B looking to try to get himself up into heaven, but Sylvan has him outdone. So look back around the corner, reads it like a book. Gives him a player advantage to start things off. Nongshim, however, in control of the site, but the spike is only just now making its way forward, so this has given enough time for all of Secret to get clustered together.
Yeah, and I mean, Ivy's got to be on lockdown duty here, and it's a good call here by Kelly S to be completely dialed in on this flank.
Watching for it, as there's the alarm bot giving it away. Nice shot from Kelly S. Keeps that lockdown protected. Francis looks like he's going to try to make a play for it, but Kelly S says, I'm not allowing for that flank to come in. I know there's going to be a second layer. He reads it brilliantly.
One enemy remaining.
As Downby will fall. Diffuse being stuck. Exros able to find one, but nothing more there. Diffuse will come in, and that's going to be Team Secret. Long last, getting themselves a second round win.
Look, if you can make this 7-5, 8-4 as Team Secret, you're still very much in the map.
Yeah.
I mean, it is a slightly attacker-sided favored map generally, especially with your opponent running double duelist and you not. You know, it's just a big question to me is some of the Viper ideas that are so critical and so crucial if you're going to run this Gen G comp is playing around that and using that to keep your opponents off balance, to keep them off guard, to surprise them. I haven't seen a lot of that yet. So they're relying a lot on contact plays. They're relying a lot on getting those opening kills or getting good reads early. And in those rounds, they've been able to do it. Sure, it works, but Nongshim is so sharp, it's not going their way often enough.
TP forward with the dimensional drifts. Francis getting plenty of information as the overdrive now going to be popped. Downby catching a glimpse, slides back forward into the smoke, able to find Sylvan, looks for a little bit more, but RB takes away the kill on the Jesse Bash. And Nongshim very quickly reply with pace. They drop around, and suddenly they just open up the floodgates. And they go crushing Team Secret.
Yeah, this is what you're looking for out of Nongshim. Finding that moment to hit the gas pedal, turn on the nitrous, just run at your opponents. You got a Yorual. Ooh.
The attempt here to get all the way over that C site. Ivy not wanting to have them take away any of these weapons as Francis unable to find the second kill. Yes, does manage to survive. Ivy still on the hunt though.
I'm out of here.
Walks forward into garage. Likely is going to lose his weapon, but let's see if he can win out the fight here versus Berserks. Died in a similar spot. The wall falling, it's a quick little pocket there, but and Berserks will be able to get the readjust. Finds the kill, but Kelly S taken down at the same time. Downby now 14-4 as Nongshim hit an 8-2 scoreline.
Yeah, so this is all it takes is just Yoru ult, Downby ult, gets the spot. Paranoia there as well on top of Sylvan, making it more difficult for him. Good util all around from Nongshim. Just so dialed in right now is Downby. 14 kills already. We're not even to the half.
That's the operator loss as well for Secret.
Standing ahead.
Wanting to try to get control this A-long position. Fake out on that TP.
So they really want to get the orb here. If you look over at long A on the map, you'd love to get Jesse Vast the ult. They do. So that's great because the lockdown was available for Ivy. So you have that tic-tac-toe counter in the ult department.
It's going to be invested.
They might not even use it here.
Just save it for the retake.
I think so. You've got to read on the positioning because you were so close to B already anyway. You can just wait this out. That's fine.
Sends it now. First Pulse getting the hit. RB able to juke it out, and then TP's back into mid. So manages to keep himself alive and in the fight. And once again, going to be held at bay by that alarm bot. It's Francis. Able to find Kelly, yes. Right, he loses his vision from that paranoia. Downby, however, still at backside, finding one, confirming presence of another. Sentence just trying to fight his way forward, but he's got two players to try to contend with. Wall falls, and Exros manages to outdo him. Trade of the Neons as Sylvan strikes back for a little bit more, but now it's a 2v4 with time ticking away. Shock darts lobbed in. Jesse Vash needing to try to protect, but the time is just already gone. They're not sticking to this, just now committing for it. Cannot hit the transfer. The spray down, RB will find two more kills. It's going to be Nongshim now looking to maybe lock up a 10-2 half.
Yeah, now it's just getting a little too scary there. You're never able to get into a place to get a pit down or do anything about it because Francis just knocks Kelly S right on his butt. Exros able to win a nice battle there. Just got his aim settled down a little bit. Favored in that position for sure anyway. And I mean, Nongshim is doing so much right. Not only is the shooting sharp, but they're aware of the the potential of a flank from 10-10. They've got their util in the right places for their big picture ideas.
Okay, well, overdrive, ping reveal, Downby getting a bit of damage, but counter stun from the relay bolt does hold him back for now. Tries to get the slide across. Extros able to find the kill, but Kelly S pushes forward, gets himself to lobby, and does manage to find value. So, player advantage here for the side of Team Secret as they look to try to close out the half with an additional round win.
Doable. It's that same pocket for Berserks.
Judge here. I think he spotted out a gun barrel. I don't think Ivy went far enough forward for that. Ivy seemingly, okay, I was going to say playing this patiently, but starts to creep forward once again. In the meantime, arriving Kelly S drops the pit onto the C site. Ivy's looking the wrong way. Judge rings out, and now there's a second one. Oh, this is dirty.
Down, C.
RB left to do it all. Finds one. TP's up and over the top. He gets a kill, he gets his ult, but would need to use that basically just to pick up the spike. The pit will fall.
Wow.
RB, okay, snaps on. Drone to try to check forward. Smoke goes out. Try to make a go of this one. Another smoke available here in the next few seconds. Shock dart, however, could just end this one, but it's a bit shallow. So Spike does get in play. Another smoke set up, and what a way to kick off the stage. If RB could close this out. Secret needing this round win. He plays it patiently. Has to pull the trigger though, and oh, he waits too long! The hubris doth strike, as he will get taken down, and Team Secret managed to make this a 9-3 half.
It's honestly a really smart idea because
for sure.
Jesse doesn't check that corner. Somehow Berserks realizes it and immediately just swings the corner and pre-fires it. He's like, nah, he's not on the site. There's no way he's over in garage. This guy's back plat. I'm taking him down. Great awareness from Berserks. A really cool round as well from Team Secret in terms of contesting the top of A, having a good idea with the Neon ult, and behind that you have two judges at the entrances to Garage and B to back up that pressure that you're able to create there to force Nongshim to the other side of the map. It was a good round. We didn't see enough of that, though. That's the big issue.
Well, into the halftime now. Coach is able to reconvene, so let's see what the strategy, the calls look like on the attacker side. You mentioned it, double duelist. This is where the bread should be buttered for Nongshim, but need to be seeing a lot of value out of Kelly S with that Viper.
Yeah, exactly. And it needs to be, as well, Jesse Vash making good calls behind the way that they're using the util to create confusion, create disruption. The problem is going to be, again, Nongshim is got to be feeling so confident. And we've already seen it a couple times in that first half that they're willing to just disrespect that utility. Just walk through smokes, just come right at you. Walk through snake bites in the pistol round.
Yeah.
So they've clearly got a ton of confidence in his Team Secret. That might require you to really slow down the pace of this attack side at first, to just wait out Nongshim, see what their early round ideas are, and make your decisions after that, and hope you can win some of the early battles.
Can they try to control Dombi's the question. 15-6-2. As we don't have to put that fun fact up on the screen, guys. Well, okay. 10-10, able to find one, but X-Ross and Dombi want a little bit of a crunch here. Jesse Vash and Sylvan now going to be caught up. It's just slobby control coming in. Dombi's going to be slotting forward. 10-10, just managed to shut it down, gets himself a second. Now the third. He knows Francis' position. Ivy rotating over to try to reinforce this A site. Get them another pistol round win. And they just don't have a read of this at all. It'd be such a fast draw, but Ivy just barely manages to find the kill right before that weapon could come back through. Solid effort, some flashiness there from 10-10, but it's another pistol, and now double-digit rounds hit for Nongshim.
It just took too long for all of that to materialize there, and that allowed Ivy to get over to the A site. You just don't expect that. You can see, look on the mini-map there, Ivy's at C, but after all that contact, he's pretty quickly making his way over because it's so chaotic. Even though 10-10 has some amazing plays, it just, I don't think, quite registered with him that Ivy would be over there yet in a spot to punish him. So that's, again, great calling, great reads from Nongshim.
Might have even just been anticipating that the flank was going to be coming through, from the attacker side of the map.
Oh, that could be too, absolutely.
So, tough read either way, though. Scoped in is Francis. Shuts down 10-10. Very similar idea here at A lobby. Going to rotate back in towards this, though, is with a quick shot. It's the chest shot, and Francis racking him up!
One enemy remaining.
He's looking for our first ace of the season. Given the way that Dombi is bounding around, you know that he's going to look to try to play him in. He's found him. He's got him stunned into the corner, and Francis will collect. Your Predator Ace to go ahead and get Nongshim one step closer to closing out this map.
And that's what you just gotta love about this Nongshim team is Dombi's already tops in the frag department, and he does not care. He's just like, yeah, I'm letting you do it, Francis. Come on.
For the cause.
Exactly. This is clean stuff. We saw it in their attacker side. Anti-eco, grab the Marshall, does it again this time. It is the ace. And not looking good for Team Secret. Just a still very strong buy here. Oh my God.
You got another one in you? Let's see a second ace. Why not? Hits the tag. 10-10 taken low. Swings back out for the quick flick, but unable to find it. Looking for a little bit of a high-low setup here. Our Secret to bring Francis' reign of terror to an end, but didn't even need the headshot. Styles on it. He looks for a little bit more. Has some reinforcements. 2 players joining him here on the C site. So he pulls off the angle and does miss the opportunity potentially here to clean up a kill onto Jesse Bash. Swing out, and it will be Ivy at range with the Spectre to get the spike now on the floor.
Blinding.
As this is barring an incredible volley of kills from Berserks and Kalias, looking to be a bonus converted. Dombi now bounding forward, Judge in hand. Just looking for a target. Takes the turret. I mean, he's just having fun. Zexros walking out of the mid.
30 seconds left.
To find Berserks, and that leaves Kalias once again to try to just retain this weapon. Just looking the wrong way. All that noise coming through from Dombi has his eyes trained to the right. RB strikes from the left. It's a flawless as Nongshim get up to map point.
And it's another round. We saw this on the other side of the half for Team Secret where they're trying to go for an orb, trying to go for a play. They just go for dry contact even with the double controller setup. And they just lose. I mean, you know there's a Marshall on the other side. And they decide to challenge anyway. They pay the price. That's almost certainly map. And that's all it comes down to. You can't give Francis those opportunities.
Dombi out here in the mid. Big walk down from Nongshim. Able to find one. Now a second. 10-10 gets dropped. Dombi not stopping yet. Chases forward. Looks for a little bit more. The paranoia, however, is good. And Francis collects a kill. Berserk's going to be taken down. Kalias managing to find the one.
Meanwhile, Jesse,
Are you okay?
I'm okay.
Should I call an ambulance?
Not yet.
All right.
Poison's off.
Yes, Jesse is in no man's land.
Yeah, I was getting Jesse and Vash put together there. Vashi is out in Narnia. He's completely gone around
their
the
spawn.
Yeah.
And there's certainly no way that they read this.
No.
So it will be a bit of a rude awakening as Kalias spotting out one.
Player standing.
Xross able to find that kill, so in with a player advantage are Nongshim, but Jesse, they're going to just have the plant as they get the audio notification.
Scanning ahead.
I thought he was going to go for like the double bounce old tech.
He's going to go all the way around.
But he's playing himself into a bad angle. It's not planted for...
Does he have a shock dart lineup for this even?
Even then, he's only got one shock dart.
Yeah, I know.
So now, yeah, has to come back through sewer. It's just a quick check. Nothing spotted. Tap of the defuse not being stuck, and time is starting to get away from them. Jesse has an opportunity, and he also has a Guardian, but Xross hits one hell of a headshot to go ahead and, well, not take this one down because they never held it to half. So, in fact, it is going to be Team Secret winning out the round. A Red Bull clutch for Jesse Vash, and we play on.
Okay.
That is a round.
That was a round.
How intriguing.
I mean, the whole time, I'm just watching Jesse just keep going while the rest of his team is trying to hold on to their own damn spawn. I'm like, well, that works. A wry smile from, I believe now, the oldest player we have in VCT.
Probably.
I'm pretty sure, because
Angel moving to coaching.
Coaching, yeah.
10-10 trying to get things jump-started here with the overdrive, but Xross
Toxin screen down.
Still hitting shots. Takes him out of the equation, and that is not even the... I mean, that's pretty much the whole spear. Gone here for Team Secret.
I mean, you're one away from Hunter's Fury. It could be something that gets you into a site, but they're just slow walking it right now. Not really doing much to keep Nongshim off balance. Again, you're just going to have to win some battles. Do throw the smoke there in front of Ivy, so he's pinned in the corner, but we've seen that he doesn't mind taking a timing.
Critically, the darts did clear out the alarm bot, so they don't have that early alert system, and right now they're not making any noise. So we'll just be spotting out these nano swarms. Berserk's, however, seemingly having a pretty solid read on this position.
He's got 2 nanos there, so if they clear one, that alerts him. He can pop the second. It doesn't matter. He saw.
Saw him, but he's not ready for Sylvan.
30
So
seconds
nanos
left.
be damned. It's the one used. Completely avoided. Team Secret. Get it back into a 4v4. And it looks like they're not going to be done with this map quite just yet. Francis wants to try to bring this one to an end right here, right now. Downbeat playing off that intel, able to find the one. Just Fury Pulse, just a hair off being able to find the tag. Others do end up going wide. It's going to be Nongshim now, reestablishing player advantage for themselves. Downbeat is just a madman, and he manages to find Berserks. Hunter's Fury now going to be coming through. The stick already held the half. Sylvan able to find one. Francis gone. Sylvan with a third. RB dead. Team Secret play on. They find themselves a 5th round win.
I mean, the Hunter's Fury got there eventually and was very impactful. Sylvan, a nice job with that Guardian. It's just nasty stuff, though, from Xros. The readjustment at the end of the slide. Able to wait it out just long enough. Great read here from Team Secret and Sylvan. After getting the confirmation on both of those nanos, you can see they were just kind of slow walking near them. They could obviously hear them at that point. I said, this feels like a trap. Sylvan watched the garage window. They read it very nicely. Some of that veteran presence coming through for Team Secret, but still a hell of a long way to go.
Both shocks lobbed out right at the start of the round, but it's a lot of damage suffered by 1010, down to 57 HP as Berserk's bot cleared. Francis, however, swooping in, just no way to know how many people were just there around the corner.
Love that bait and switch. That's what you love to see from Nongshim.
Still a ways away, though. It's going to be 2 to try to hold the line, but Xros once again is able to find 1010 mid-slide. Downbeat now, overdrive pop, takes out Sylvan. He wants to bring this map to its conclusion. Jesse just getting whittled away, taken down. Ivy able to claim it as Kelly S fights back a bit, but it would have to be an ace clutch to try to keep it going.
No fuel.
The spike still on the floor, the drone ensuring that he's boxed in.
Might have heard Francis there.
Swings in, just trying to find a timing as that paranoia goes flying, but it's going to be Xros to get them over the line. 13-5, Nongshim show up on Team Secret's map pick of Haven.
Yeah, I mean, just really good ideas. A lot of kind of some of that classic Nongshim that you're used to seeing with the running gun, their ability to just disrespect your setups, your util, but also some good macro reads at times, able to use some of the ideas against their opponents, able to read the situations very nicely. And that really made Team Secret constantly feel like they were on the back foot, constantly feel like they were the ones reacting to Nongshim's style of play, their pace of play, instead of the other way around. All starts with these pistols. Again, Jesse tried to do what he could, but that double duelist setup, that follow-up is so good, and not having those flashes, really tricky for Team Secret to get a lot going. I mean, you just have the paranoia to rely on. You can see that the util from Xros, very nice a lot of the time. Set up Dombey or Francis. Coordination also looking stellar. So Nongshim, you know, even though they weren't able to win Ascension, they're able to keep their spot in Pacific. Certainly right now look like they've really been putting in the work during the offseason.
Yeah, they really had just roaring hot start here. Both pistols going their way. Nongshim in pretty much complete control throughout this one, but you know, a couple of interesting moments from them as only they can really deliver. But that's the first map done and dusted. We're going to be going to split, but first we'll pass it back to the analyst desk.
Hey, I knew it. Nongshim are coming in warmed up. They feel like, it feels like they've never left that stage.
Yeah.
They've just been continuing on. They actually stayed here the entire offseason and decided to work towards 2026.
Yeah, they came in, they hit the ground running on their opponent's map pick, got that win. 13-5, just absolute domination. For me, the true story here, look at the post plants. Nongshim planted that spike 11 times against this composition of Team Secret, and we know they want to flood. This is not the Team Secret I wanted to see.
No, definitely not, and I think it's not going to be the debut that you would be wanting to see if you want to be optimistic about Team Secret's chances throughout the rest of the season. But Nongshim, I mean, it's the quintessential comp that you'd expect from them. Danby's running around with something movement-based. Francis on the Yoru. Interestingly enough, though, shuffling around who's playing in it, who's playing controller, but it doesn't really look like it troubled them too much. I mean, to be fair, Team Secret just didn't really throw anything too interesting at them.
Yeah, that was the thing. This Nongshim roster, they didn't really show anything surprising. So why is it that Team Secret isn't prepared? Yeah. I mean, hey, it's 2026. We gotta pull out the tough love for all of these teams. It is this, you know, the final year in this whole cycle that we're talking about. So it's the last chance for all of these teams. So we really have to, we have to call it as it is at this point. Team Secret is not, you know, they should have been more prepared.
I said it before the map started. You need the absolute ceiling of 10-10 and Berserks, and you got the floor instead. And the setups were very unimaginative on defense. Like, I wanted to see the horizontal wall across front B and A to enable them to be able to actually flood. We didn't actually even see any B side after plants. It was mostly just AC from Nongshim. But look, honestly, I think it was often that wall through garage across the C side, and it didn't really feel like it helped Team Secret hold too much or flood.
Yeah, that's what I mean. I want to see them adjust. If you're getting beat on A, let's move the wall to A. Let's do something a little bit different. But Nongshim just had the reads. So it's really, really tough now for Team Secret. That was their own map pick.
Yeah, but that's where you can also see where they're a little bit uncomfortable. But on the side of Nongshim, they were very, very comfortable. And for, you know, Nongshim's new guy, X-Ross, he was shutting down 10-10 so much.
Yeah, we just saw that lower third there. He was, in fact, his first game on Sova. I felt like he played very, very well. That's a very solid debut for him.
Yeah, I don't think he necessarily needed to do too much, but I was surprised to see that actually be the choice, because X-Ross has actually quite a lot of reps on Omen in officials. He's got like 19 or 20. It's one of his more played agents in officials, whereas RB has played a lot of Sova. So I'm surprised to see those two players in particular playing those roles. Obviously, as I mentioned before, with Persia going out of the roster, that's introduced, I wouldn't say a role crisis, but a role question as to who's going to fill that controller role. And it seems like for Nongshim, they're quite happy to be flexible with who's picking it up.
Yeah, which is really, really impressive. Now you have 3 players who could do that role very, very comfortably. And on the side of Team Secret, we really only have 1 player taking on the initiator role, and it's still not delivering as it should. You saw 10-10 going in with barely any support at times,
I mean,
resulting in...
It was the saddest round ever when he ran out A-long with, like, just dry fighting X-Ross on the Sova, and he just got sat the hell down. Like, that was very brutal to watch.
Which happened one too many times, and if it wasn't X-Ross, it was Danby.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I wanted to say. On the flip side of that, you have Danby, which is pure comfort. I mean, this guy understands Neon better than anybody in the world. Just look at the way he moves, look at the way he plays this agent, and you just see this is why Danby was so revered, so scary coming into last year, and he's just trying to carry on that form.
Just look at his movement, man. You saw 10-10 try to slide at him. He hits him with a circle jump relay bolt on the pistol and just puts him down. He gets blinded default A side, and he can perfectly jump spot that. Despite the fact that he can't see anything, he perfectly jump spots the angle to spawn to throw a relay bolt that stops the flood and just completely demolishes Team Secret's retake attempt. Like, he is just too comfortable on the agent, and he's far too
He
good.
knows Neon to a T, like the exact height of the jump. If you're running from this angle at this point, he's gotten it down to a science, and it just makes sense. It is. It's instinct for him at this point. And for Nongshim, they just need to do Nongshim things, and they're doing fine.
Yeah, I mean, fine is a mellow way to put it. I felt like they did great, and I feel like Team Secret did not do great. But I'm so scared because that was Team Secret's map.
This is what I said.
I'm worried that it gets worse than this.
Look, it's one map, but everything that these were all of my concerns in the pre-show, is the leadership is the same, and I haven't seen anything on that defensive side of their own map pick that necessarily wowed me. And the two players that I need to play outstanding for Team Secret to be a threat had terrible games. Like, I just don't see how this is going to come together. Like, this is everything that could go wrong for Team Secret happening at once.
There needs to be a reason why this roster came together, why this roster makes sense. It doesn't make sense at the moment still. You have a very good individual players, as we were talking about earlier. We saw a lot of individuality in that first map, but we didn't really see it gel, and that's where I'm wondering where the cross-pollination of all of these different teams come into play, because this sort of level of communication still takes a lot of time. As you mentioned, you would know, right? Trying to cross the boundaries of what is default for you, being so long in a certain team, versus what's default for you. I mean, that takes months.
I mean, I think the big thing I want to see from them in map 2 is I need to see them gather some momentum. That is the most important thing. Here we can take a look at Danby's kill heat map.
He's been around.
He's everywhere.
he's been in a few different places on the map. I mean, you can see there's hardly any action towards B. Nongshim didn't even need to do anything but go A and C. They looked at the team they were playing. They looked at the comp that they were playing and they said, there is nothing to stop us running it down A and C and just taking the side every time. And that's exactly how it played out. Phenomenal game from Danby. Opening game here of Kickoff. He puts 300 ACS down on a Neon. That's a big thumbs up for me.
I mean, it's just Danby being Danby at this point, right?
Yeah.
You mentioned, I remember last year, how Danby would give teams, in scrims nightmares.
Oh, it was horrible. It was horrible.
He's still continuing to do so.
He's just fantastic at the agent. I mean, I think this is why Nongshim have so many fans, so many people love to watch them play. And obviously, they're going to try and continue that and towards map 2. And I wouldn't be shocked to see a Neon there either on the split. On the side of Team Secret, though, I need to see them get the ball rolling. We saw the rounds that they were able to win were the bigger ult rounds, So I do think they can do well in those situations, but you need to get them online early. You need to get them cycled. I think they really need a pistol win. They just need someone to kind of lift the mood in that camp a little bit, because we know that these players are good enough, but it's hard to mesh when you're so far behind as well.
Yeah, I mean, even the calling was like a little bit troubling. There was a round that we were going to highlight, which was a round where you're playing against Nongshim with a double ult, and you know that they're going to, send it down somewhere. And I felt like Team Secret on the defense just played a very standard setup and got run over, and they didn't do anything special. And I think that is a really important thing to highlight when you've got, veteran leadership that is multiple seasons of Pacific under their belt. It's not good enough to look at the other team with an ult combo that you know how it functions. You've seen it many, many times, and then they do the pretty high percentage play that you should be expecting, and you don't do anything unfair in terms of the setup to deal with an unfair ult combo. I want to see them go for some kind of, if they're going to run it down A with Yoru, Neon ult or something like that, triple walk mid and flank or something, do something different. Don't just 2-1-2 and get rolled. What is that, man?
That's the most important thing. I want to see surprises. I want to see some changes. Give me an interesting comp. Let's try something new on the side of Secret, because if you just play your standard game, we've seen how well Nongshim can deal with that.
And Team Secret was so good at that in previous Pacific years, right? They would have those scrappy rounds. Jesse Vash suddenly aces and the team is back up. But now we're seeing Team Secret pulling up the waylay on 10-10.
Okay, so double duelist, little bit different. We spoke, who is going to play that double duelist? Looks like it's Kelly S on that Yoru. This is a definitely bit of a different look. I like this, it's a bit more surprising. Double duelist is much more fitting of this kind of current meta, so I like it.
Yeah, Secret are playing the meta comp. We see once again X-Ross will play the initiator role. So I wonder if that's a permanent role swap now for Nongshim that they've bedded in during the off-season, and we'll see how it works out for them. This will be their map pick, and once again, they are just going for comfort rather than what fits the meta, which is what Team Secret are going for, but I'm not necessarily sure it fits their players.
Yeah, and now you're seeing Jesse Vash on the fade. Of course, on this map, sometimes he's forced the Sova, but this time it's going to be the fade. We're going to see if it changes this time around for Team Secret, or if Nongshim is just going to take this first series of Pacific. We're going to toss it back to our casters as we step into splits over to Paper Thin and Achilles.
Thank you very much. Here we go. Split to see if Team Secret are going to be able to rally back, take this over to Breeze. A map that we have not seen on the Pacific stage in quite some time. Let's see if we can manage it, as I'm interested to see Dambi, of course, continue to play Neon, but especially on Split.
He's one of the few on the planet that does this, that plays Neon on this map with regularity and success. So this is definitely one of those old school maps for Nongshim that used to really kind of befuddle teams at times, give them a lot to be worried about. And obviously Francis on that Yoru as well, going to be kind of a wrinkle. So he's always nasty to deal with. I like what Team Secret brings with their comp. Kelly S has shown in the past he's capable of being a duelist.
Look at the bait being taken here, though. Full rotations coming through. Nongshim completely abandoning this A side of the map as they hear that waylay entry, and that allows for Team Secret to just quietly walk forward. But the longer they wait, yeah, it is starting to get a sense, and now full call to rotate back, and this is going to be Nongshim getting their ducks in a row. 4 players ready to try to flood a retake as they hear the tap.
I'm out of here.
Close angle, though. LES tucked in the corner. Now striking, finding one, looking for the second, gets it. Ivy going to be taken down right as the Paranoia does connect. TP's back at elbow, but able to escape. RB is able to find the one. Francis now arriving, bandit in hand, takes out Jesse Fash, but RB's gone. X-Ross rather, turning back, finding Sylvan.
Player standing.
Does fall to Berserks. Couple shots out. Swing ready from elbow. Francis to try to clutch it, and a player still up yet at heaven. 10-10 will be able to put him down, and Team Secret will get their first pistol here in 2026.
Yeah, it's just a nice fake sell that looked like it might be on a knife's edge there for a moment in terms of the timing when they're able to get that spike down, get into post-plant positions, but Nongshim took a pause and opted to wait the plant out and then try to go for a play around elbow, not anticipating that Team Secret was going to be able to get a player tucked into that corner already. And that basically cost them the round.
Let's go!
Maybe some minor miscommunication there. I mean, Dambi diving into elbow when you got Prowler checking the same angle. Seems like you should absolutely be splitting those. Just rushing in ahead of the util. Looking like Ren for a bit. As slide forward, Dambi will be able to find one. 10-10 at the same time. Did manage to take out Ivy, so open B site, 3 players. Try to turn this one around, but Team Secret very well poised to go ahead and get the anti-eco. As whole lines up for the collat. Jesse Vash claiming 2. Trying to build up towards that nightfall.
And really not a big deal here at all. As long as you don't give over one of those other guns, this is totally fine for Team Secret.
Ooh, won't be able to find the shot. Nice one there from Kelly S. Team Secret, fairly clean. Themselves that 2-0 start.
Okay, some decent ideas here to start. You know, leaving one player with the Marshal alone as your 4-1 split on attacker side. Very fine, because that means that if you lose that gun, not a big deal. Still able to get one out of it. Jesse finds the collat. And a much needed start here for Team Secret. Still seems like the vibe's pretty good despite a bit of a shellacking there on map number 1. Jesse can lead out early with the Prowler. He has to clear it. I think he must have seen 10-10 there.
Yeah, got some damage into him. Certainly be worse for wear, so still able to get into the mix of things.
I was going to say only a Guardian here for Francis, so can't quite get the full rifle buy. Making his presence known. Again, they're looking for those baits. Trying to set up for that top of ramp angle. Instead, they're just going to keep pushing.
Push down. Francis just swinging right into the crosshair as Dambi's only able to collect one. As this is a catastrophe now for Nongshim. Still a chance to close it out, but that is already so much damage suffered.
Yeah, I mean, Nongshim has the read, but they're still so far behind him because of Berserks. The Berserks would have to really overstep here to give Nongshim a good chance to get into that 2v2 and get over this hurdle in this retake. Doesn't look like... Let's see if they just want to press on this. Ooh, the timing there. Saw Sylvan, but couldn't do anything about it.
Would have been a nice shot, but unable to find it. So still 3 players strong here. Our Team Secret now in the post plant. Paranoia still yet available for RB. First, setting up a smoke. Paranoia into elbow. Will connect on the 2. Jump back, spotted out those players, but Sylvan now looking to utilize this smoke against them. Just TP's up into the top. Ivy able to steady it for 1, but Sylvan now striking. Berserks holds down elbow. 3K for the Viper, and 3 rounds now. 1 for Team Secret as they get the bonus converted.
Oh boy. All right. Starting to see some really nice things here from Team Secret. This is all about the beginning of the round, getting that read onto Nongshim's tendencies. Finally, it took a long time. They read that bait and switch extremely well. They realized that that Guardian making some noise, showing some presence. Wasn't anything but a bit of a ruse to try to set up a crunch. And Berserks and company handle it very nicely. Him and Kelly-S, great job there. Love that reposition from Sylvan. Really secured that round for Team Secret.
Well, we're back on script. Domby has a Bucky. Jump peek, Ivy will have spotted him out, so Saturate going to be lobbed in by 10-10. Domby tries to creep forward, but he's not going to go too close, so not really getting himself into Bucky range. Just tucks back at Alley. Waiting to rescale forward as sees us connect. As Domby finds himself a second.
Oh no.
Uh-oh. The wheels are coming off as Francis gets the headshot on the Jesse Bash, and the door is slammed shut. The Spike now stranded in the site. The clone chase forward confirms Outlaw still here, still dialed in on the angle. There is no need for Nongshim to go pushing.
Enough time for maybe an attempt to cut through Heaven, but it's not going to be easy. 10-10 very aware that somebody could be in that corner. Fishing behind the box. Well, gets closer to that convergent path.
Left.
Spot check, quick scope. RB going to be taken down. 10-10 able to find 1. The dash at the ready, but Domby still here. Gets himself a 3rd. Swaps over now to the Phantom, but Francis just dancing around those shots. Makes that Stinger sing, and it's going to be a thrifty for Nongshim to get themselves on the board.
There's nobody that does it better than Domby. This is why you're happy to maybe take an agent that isn't optimal on this map and put it on a player who's so damn good at it. Look at the timing there, too.
Nice.
So well read. Again, disrespecting that snake bite. They don't care at all. Now Francis has an op. Domby with his ult. Some things to consider. Francis will push pretty far forward. Pings are coming out, though, from Team Secret right in his direction, so it seems like they're somewhat aware of this possibility. Francis gonna try to challenge it anyway.
A little bit of noise made there on the exit as 10-10 going in deep, but only takes Astros down to 7. Can't quite confirm the kill with that shorty. Not being able to confirm that bites them in the rear or not.
That's still really nice. You have the ult there for 10-10 as well. So at the very worst, ability to clear space. Ability to give yourself a post plant. Numbers still even. They're just taking their time, sliding in through sewers, setting up here. Let's see what they've got.
Ross is steadily making his way over here.
Portal closed.
There's Gate Crash now gone. Francis be committed here in this position, but as that smoke does bloom, takes away his angles. Convergent path's going to be sent out. Jesse Bash able to find 1. Is Domby going to be taken down here on the site. Extra still able to find 1 as Francis going for a bold peek. It's only rewarded with 1 kill. Player advantage here for the side of Team Secret. Nightfall as well for the post plant should they feel it's necessary. So RB and Ivy have their work cut out for him, and yep, he will just go ahead and commit it.
Cover going
I'm going to be spotted there. It end up being false information, though.
Yeah, exactly. Ivy just on the outside of it.
Oh. Timing, but RB still able to get the readjust. Fakes the TP.
Last player standing.
Ivy now going to be caught. RB still posted up top. A 1v2, and just does not look winnable. He would love to be able to grab that operator, but all of his util has been expended, so will just hold on to the Vandal, make his way out. His Team Secret keep themselves in the lead and stretch it a little bit further.
And a big thing here for Team Secret is, compared to Haven, the controller play, the smokes look so much better. The coordination with them is so much better here for them. They're able to cut off these angles.
30 seconds.
Okay, yeah. Jesse, just right through the toxic screen. Just one taps. Suspects that maybe there's a player there on the outside.
Good job. Let's go.
And they're starting to get it going, starting to get a feel for it. Still able to get another op there. They're going to cut funds towards Ivy's end to make sure they can get it. Give him just a stinger.
Cutting through.
Sylvan with just a bulldog for Team Secret. Now a big presence shown towards mid for Nongshim. And again, now Team Secret is always looking for these early kind of trap plays or trick plays that Nongshim has been showing us, that they've been looking for. It's not in this direction.
Should be able to put, 2 and 2 together even before the op shot came through. Prowler spotted one direction, shots came out from another, so you know that they're just keeping it protected. Now the exec onto A. Slowed up as the relay bolt does manage to stem the tide. Peek out looking for the quick shot, but that is 10-10, able to stay alive. Sylvan, however, can't quite say the same. Let's get struck down. Dambi able to find the one, so player advantage for Nongshim as they look to try to get the retake going.
Spike planted.
Just a nice little timing. There go the ults.
Yep, Francis, the overdrive pop. Dambi, however, already down to 5, is completely blinded up. 10-10, able to find himself a second kill. Now a third as Dambi will also fall. Suddenly it's all on Berserk's now spotted in the plant, not for him. No utility try to delay this one, just has to win it out, has to take the fights, and RP is going for the widest swing of them all. They may just still yet lose all their guns. Looks like the operator will be recovered by Ivy in the last moments, but Nongshim certainly did have to work for that one.
Yeah, I like the response here from Team Secret. When the ults are popped, they throw a ton of util at elbow. They're just trying to stop Dambi as best as they can there. You can see, even out in the open, 10-10 still able to find one and get back to safety before Nongshim's able to do anything about him. Certainly they do, they get the round, but it was close. You can hear it in their comms. They knew that was on a knife's edge there for a moment.
Well, up and over and out now. 10-10 taken low, but Berserk's just counter spams. Finds 2, Dambi trying to ring out with a judge, but just like that, I mean, this round is over. Well, maybe the last one standing. It's only 1 kill found for Nongshim.
Spike planted.
Just a little bit of a information gathering mission there for 10-10. Gives his life for the cause. Ivy, certainly this feels just not doable. Not a lot of money behind the rest of his team, so I think it has to just be a save.
Heard a footstep. It's back and will be able to make it somewhat more costly here for them, but cannot recover the operator this time. Solid punish and patient play. Team Secret themselves up now 5-2. Not allowing for Nongshim to string any of this together, and we see that that's going to be a timeout call now from the Nongshim camp.
It just feels like, you know, Team Secret's done their homework on this map. They have some pretty good reads on the tendencies of Nongshim here. Compared to Haven, you know, again, the timing of the utility is better. Their reaction to some of the positionings. We've had multiple kills through that toxic screen right at the front of A. So that means they kind of are reading into the tendencies. Even if it is a little bit lucky, you know, you're choosing those positions to spray for a reason. You've seen stuff in the tape. They're putting it to darn good use. And what a nice start. And again, you know, being willing to throw 10-10 out of there on the waylay, he looks super comfortable on this agent, especially with the backup from Kelly S. You've got a lot more ability to take and control space, you know, pre and post plant compared to what they were running on Haven. So, and they're really doing a great job with it.
It looked like maybe they just needed that first map, get it out of the way, they get settled in on the stage. This has been a breath of fresh air compared to that Haven. Secret looking very well suited to this split. They do have to be worried because Dambi once again has a Bucky. As Kelly S into the corner there, and Ramen spotting out plenty as Dambi goes chasing, wanting desperately to find that kill. Same time though, A site going to be taken. They abandon the hunt, and this does open up now for a very deep flank from Sylvan, making his way into mid.
Spike plant.
Let's see how quick Nongshim wants to pull the trigger on this retake.
If things get really dire, Sylvan does have the ultimate available to join it a little bit faster, but there's the first one. Kill found. Dambi takes him out. Will be put on the floor. 10-10 with that outlaw. We'll go ahead and bring that Reign of Terror to a very swift finish. Peaks finds another. Sylvan now on the backstab, able to go ahead and get involved. Thrifty not to be this time. Team Secret will go ahead and maintain control, at least guaranteeing parity at the half. As Sylvan will get the quick shot to go ahead and put Ivy down.
Yeah, the playbook here looking really nice for Team Secret. Working off of their opponent's info really well. I mean, okay, you get the one Bucky
like
kill.
All on his like knee and thigh.
Yeah.
How did that kill?
Dambi's Bucky just works different. That's just all there is to it.
Every time I use it, it's like loaded with bird shot.
Well, it is here too.
His is buckshot.
Is there a difference?
Birdshot and buckshot?
Yeah.
Yes.
Is there? What is it?
Extreme difference. One is used for bird hunting and one is used to take down deer.
Yeah, but they're both like spread pellets, right?
Yes. I will explain this to you later, but Francis will be picked off here. So once again, dire straits and rough starts, but RB eventually able to track 10-10's location. Finds him, but player dead and a lot of damage suffered.
Okay. You've still got the pit there on both sides, but a little bit, you would think advantage Team Secret if they could get to it. That's an awkward position.
Ivy.
Oh,
just trying to see where that haunt was going to be coming through, and Kelly S just robbing them blind. 2 quick kills, and Nongshim look completely frazzled.
That they do. Kind of an awkward position to be in there for Ivy, particularly because Kelly S is pushed up outside of the poison cloud already. Definitely just not expected. Must not have gotten the glimpse when he was trying to check that corner. Just didn't register it. Now, yeah, it has to be a save here for Xros.
Will be allowed to survive. Sylvan not quite nearby enough to really go for a chase on this one, so 1 weapon carried over. Team Secret not going to be too bothered about that. I mean, plenty of ultimates. They almost have a completely stacked deck at the moment.
Yeah, you just read into what I was thinking about looking into this next round here for Team Secret. You have a lot of ability to start staggering some ultimates to give yourself potentially a massive lead going into the half. Oh, okay. Well, that's nice. You're ready for the Waylay shenanigans. But again, Ivy just no idea Kelly S was going to be that far forward already. Again, I like it from Team Secret, taking a little bit of a page out of Nongshim's book, disrespecting the utility. And the alt cycle, not great for Nongshim. Now, Ivy's got the pit, could gum up mid here. But just the Phantom, couple Phantoms, he doesn't feel like he wants to invest it just yet.
Probably able to get spotted. I mean, that's 2 players position confirmed.
Exactly.
Just have to back away as the poison orb will dissipate. Prowler cleared and plenty of noise being made here by Team Secret. Clearly feeling fearless at the moment.
So my question is what do you do off of that? A lot of noise being made at mid, but you don't really feel comfortable to make a go of it there other than maybe sending 10-10 out on a Waylay mission. But instead, they're just going to try to go back in towards A. A lot of success in this direction throughout this half for them. So if it ain't broke, don't make it broker.
Who's next?
That famous saying.
Yeah.
Kellius is going to try to maybe sell this a little bit as a fake. TP's back across. There's the entry now coming through. Saturate in hand. It's lobbed in there, but Francis tucked away. He's able to find a second kill. Kelly S and 10-10 both hit the floor. That's the duelist now gone. Weapon going to be scooped up. Francis just disrespects him. Walks through the wall, finds another kill for his troubles. His time is starting to get away from them. 18 seconds. having to push forward. They have to just run in. They have no idea where these players have gotten scattered to. They just have a crossfire set up as Ivy. The two remaining players. An effective Thrifty going over to Nongshim to find themselves a third round win and a half.
Yeah, and this is all just a really nice macro read from Nongshim. For Team Secret, they can't get anything going towards mid, so it's just a group up and push towards A, and that's the setup for Nongshim. That's where they want him to go. Got these crossfires set up. Again, if you can't get him with the bait and switch in towards their half of the map, set up on your side and work it there. Worked it nicely. So that's a couple ults being burned. You lose the Yoru ult, a big one from Kelly S, but still quite a few in the back pocket for Team Secret to play around with. Still no Viper's Pit from Ivy.
Virgin Path sent, but no one getting caught. Dambi looking, trying to find an opener here, but Francis is able to find one. Extra's going to be traded out, but Dambi now. So then on the opposite side of the site, able to find Berserk. Jesse Dash going to be taken down. Francis gets himself a second. Sylvan will be taken out, and that is going to be 10-10 now. Left alone. A 1v4. And, oh, it's actually Dambi down on the site who actually comes away with the kill, not even RB.
I want to see that from Dambi's perspective. How much could he see from there? But still, again, Nongshim starting to make those adjustments. RB starting to find his footing with the IGLing. Calls for a pullback, expecting the alt dump. And, you know, if you have anybody who's going to absorb those ults, it's Dambi. You want to be the one doing that. He's the one who can take that pressure and still cause problems. There you go, just that tight angle there for Dambi. But it's avoiding that convergent path. And you don't mind if you give a little bit away to the Fade ult.
Speaking of ults, as I do love that we can just toggle off the pit now. As at the lock down the angle, Francis able to find 10-10, just drifts in. As Dambi's got the Judge, the Overdrive, he can turn it up to 11 very quickly, should the team call for it.
Especially with Xros here to give him that info.
Flash forward, Xros does get struck down, but Dambi chases in, finds one. No. He's going for a jump shot of the Overdrive. Yeah, you deserve to get your head taken up for that one. Jesse will be able to go ahead and clean it up, but RB on the repeat finds Sylvan, keeps him in with a player advantage.
Oh, look at this flank too from Francis. I mean, Berserks is watching for it, but the timing here.
Oh, there's the gun barrel. There's the information that Nongshim needed. The slow creep up, and they are not reading anyone being on their tail this quickly. Spot on the one, there's the headshot, sees the other Berserks, looking for that second kill, won't be able to make it happen. So 7-5, Nongshim, very belabored, but they do manage to rescue this half a bit.
That might be enough. I mean, you have to think, again, attacker side favored potentially with these comps that both of these teams are running. This is just, look at Jesse.
Just got the weapon out.
He heard the ult, and he's like, oops, better get my gun.
If he kept trying to go for that util,
he's dead.
Yeah. Well,
at least
maybe not from the overdrive, but yeah, he would have taken quite a bit of damage, and who knows, the round could have been over all the faster for Nongshim. But 7-5 at the half, Team Secret. Curious if they're going to be able to get themselves a second pistol, take that first step from the defender side towards trying to send this over to Breeze, because I have no clue what to really expect getting into that map.
No, I mean, you know, we've seen a little bit of it in the other regions, but we haven't seen what the teams in Pacific are going to do with it, with the changes to it. I can pretty well guarantee that you're going to see Neon from Nongshim, but
yeah, that's
a
I think
guarantee.
that they probably just end up running Neon Yoru again.
I think so.
Feels pretty likely, but
Team Secret's the big question for me. Are you running like Jet, Yoru, or something like that? I mean, I think Breeze still could be a Jet map, although you can make arguments for some of the others. I think Neon just as good, but you know, what is 10-10 truly comfortable with? Where is, you know, we've seen him in the limited amount of opportunities we've had in Pacific with 10-10, that he plays a fair amount of Neon. He seems comfortable on it. We've seen some good moments from it, but you know, again, that Neon v Neon battle did not go his way on Haven. Is that something you're going to want to lean into again? Anyway, that's the next map. This map, good adjustments on both sides. I mean, map to map, good adjustments from Team Secret, starting to read those tendencies from Nongshim, and then Nongshim starting to get the reads on how Team Secret is going to want to play their half. Oh my god.
Oh, looking for a very quick hit here on the pistol. Stun connecting. Downbeat able to find Kelly S.
He's moving around in his seat like he's racing a car.
The way that he operates. Headshot gonna be found, but Sylvan able to survive. Gets knocked down to 20 health. Berserks swinging over from alley, sends out a couple shots, and Downbeat, you know, oddly decides to not push it. Pulls back, plays it safe.
I love those little angles they take.
Oh. Francis snappy with a readjustment. Finds 10-10, but Jesse Bash trades it. 3v3 now. Smoke gets set up, and RB just drifting around.
Saw the gun.
Lingering within this one. Yep, there it is. The push forward. Gets the near 180 turnaround. And it's going to be another pistol here for Nongshim. 3-1 in that regard. Now just one round separating the two squads.
And this round is one of those rounds that it's not just about the kills from Dombey, but it's about his movement. It's about his ability to create chaos. Initial disrespect of the util from Team Secret. Finds the stun, finds the kill. Then is holding that tight angle over towards alley, where he knows that if a player crosses and somebody from Team Secret shoots, he has an opportunity. He doesn't capitalize, but he at least backs them off. Then he's just dancing around the bottom of heaven, just creating complete chaos. And Team Secret just doesn't know what to do with it. They try to group up to try to force the issue, and instead it just plays right into Nongshim's hands.
No sheriffs, no bandits in hand here for Team Secret. It's just the full classics. It's all 10-10 considering a shorty for a bit, but Francis got an ace with this Marshall in the first map. Let's see if he can find a second. Oh, how deadly he's going to be with it.
I'm ready.
They're all rotating away from him. They're actually getting funneled right into Dombey, who's got a judge at the top of vents. This could get bloody as X-Ross pulling some attention in from behind.
They just want to deny.
Well, try to just overwhelm this Bulldog. They do manage to get the one. Is okay. Francis eventually finds the shot. Rebuy some armor, but gets himself a 3K. Not quite the ace, but we're now tied up at 7-7.
Still huge though for Nongshim, not giving the ability for Team Secret to die to the spike. And on top of that, you're funneling a ton of orbs into Francis to get that dimensional drift going quicker. So valuable on this attacker's side, especially for a team like Nongshim. They really rely on that coordination with their util in particular.
Nice.
Yep, I agree.
I go watching lamp.
I go Vash. Yeah.
Ano main? Two main.
They smoke mid, bro. Pull up.
Oh, well, there's a slide forward. Dombey giving him the bad news. Immediately finds Jesse Bash. Francis, the only casualty suffered thus far. Quick strike coming in. These are the things that you have to be ready for going up against this team.
Feel bad. They're just getting, they smoked mid out of their mouths when they're getting kicked in the teeth over on the A site.
I gotta try to push elbow. That judge on the opposite side. Fake of the TP, and it's just gonna be a call to save made here by Team Secret nice and early. Needing to hold on to these weapons, bolster the economy as much as they can for the second half. Dombey, however, might go chasing forward for a bit, or just rotate back, scoop up a different weapon. Looks like it's going to be the latter. That's going to be Nongshim gaining the lead now 8-7. First time in the driver's seat here on Split.
Sylvan.
Goodbye.
Yep. RB just never even checked. Freebie it over to Sylvan, but not a big deal for Nongshim, who call a change of pace. Just run at him. And again, it's kind of funny to me that, you know, we're listening into the comms while this is going on, because you can hear just this is so fast and so unexpected. We don't even get to hear Team Secret really register it, really even be able to call anything in the moment to do anything about it, because they're trying to figure out what that smoke in mid, what those setups mean, and it's over. The round is done.
Timeout call now. First one of the map. Fairly well placed here, losing control for the first time on Split. Team Secret wanting to do anything to try to get this one back.
I mean, I think we've seen that there can be the ideas there can be the adjustments, there can be the reads for Team Secret. It's just, can you stop Nongshim on their attacker sides? It's the same problem they had on Haven, where they just really couldn't do it effectively enough. And we're starting to see those same problems creep in. So, you know, got a new coach as well here, RBTX, coming in for Team Secret. What has he got to say? What has he got for those boys? I think you kind of have to start now counterpunching Nongshim. I think you need to get aggressive towards their points of attack to try to stop the Dombi roll before it begins. Don't give them the ability to go for those executes, get their util where they want. Make them uncomfortable. But I mean, with this Judge push up mid, and Berserk's all on his own, it doesn't really look good.
There's that Judge ringing out again, trying to put the fear into their hearts.
Oh, but they showed a different look this time. They didn't disrespect the snake bite.
Yeah, they actually stopped.
They stopped. They threw a clone at it.
Flash forward, Dombi has and checked underneath. Doesn't get the spot out, but Kelly S still going to be flushed out. X-Ross simplifying him. Sylvan with the drag across, does manage to shut down the Neon, but X-Ross gets Sylvan, gets a third. Berserk's gone. The new member now technically on for an ace here in this round. Just given the economy, given the timeout had just been called. Secret, do you just call for a save? All angles of exit are pretty much covered though. Nongshim did not want to let them out alive. Check in, the dink through the wall, into the spray down. Jesse Vash taken out, and now it's just 10-10 here at Alley, boxed in completely.
Slowing them down.
Got one.
Got one, but economy is just ballooned up here for Nongshim.
And the ults are in cycle. So now you're going to be able to keep pressing your advantage. I mean, the way they back up Dombi as well, the way they're drilled, you know, like you mentioned it, he didn't check underneath rope, but they still covered it. You know, they've got these crossfires set up. They're setting up that player for that flank angle from Garage. All of these things that they're doing, really, really, really good for Nongshim on these attacker sides. Still been able to jump away. Doesn't get grabbed by the Seas. Now a push forward. Francis just walking it up with the Outlaw.
Oh.
Ooh, the timing there.
It's a recheck it. Sylvan, it's a shot across, but far from getting a kill. Fract available. Both shots going to be going wide there with that Outlaw. It's at the shorty as well, just to keep them staved off for now. On cleared in heaven, but what do you do to try to get yourself into this one, as Ivy is now on a very deep flank.
Well, I mean, no recognition here from Team Secret that this is possible.
Yeah, none whatsoever. He's got a choice. You go alley, you go heaven. Which one do you want to try to do? Looks like it's going to be up into heaven he goes. Do you go for a knife is the next question. Okay, well, pot shots through the smoke eventually will put down Sylvan. He falls. 10-10 in Berserks, however, managing to fight back, but the time is just so far gone. So while they manage to come up with these kills, they're not going to be getting themselves that round win. Nongshim are going to be hitting double digits. Technical Red Bull clutch here for them. 10-7.
Just again, finding weakness. Team Secret's formations. Able to just get that plant down so quick. Not much Sylvan can do about it. You know, so willing to be aggressive with an Outlaw in a situation like that. Just even though he doesn't hit shots, he just instantly knows, oh, there's only one up in heaven. Nobody's going for the cross from Pillar. Yeah, we've got this site wide open, guys. Get this plant down. Make this retake just unbelievably difficult. Here we go.
Face your fear.
Up, not connecting. Has to go on the exit. As Nongshim storm forward onto the side, the dimensional drift, looking to just spot them all out. As for the exit, it's going to be Dombi collecting the kill. Takes it away from him. There's RB pushing out of the smoke, finds the timing, and Kelly S completely caught off guard. Francis now in around the back, the saturate connecting. 10-10 manages to play off the back of that one, finds the kill. Berserk's noting the flank, and suddenly things start becoming a little bit too scrambled here for Nongshim.
RB? Okay.
He just TP'd, just came back in, just a quick little cancel there in the meantime. Gami's just been zapping everybody to death. Looking for the 4K, he's just dancing around the pillar. It is just lunacy on display from both sides.
Player standing.
Berserk finds the headshot, but once again, the time has been drained. He would have to full stick this, and he just can't do it. It's another classic Pacific round, another classic Nongshim round, as they move up 11-7.
I missed this. I missed Donby running around, yes, but in particular, Donby running around this map with a judge. The guy's just absolutely off his rocker. It's a nice little saturate there for 10-10, but it's too little too late. He's so accurate with the overdrive.
Whoa, Donby!
Timeout.
Another final timeout call here on the map for Team Secret. Trying to prevent Nongshim from getting this up to match point.
Well, it's starting to feel like the ideas are just not there for Team Secret. The adjustments that they were trying to make, trying to shore up the defenses, it felt like more towards A. Leaving both of your controllers over on B often doesn't really seem to slow down Nongshim.
No, nothing does.
Nothing does. That's why I'm saying I think you need to get ahead of the curve here. You got to start just being aggressive at Garage, being aggressive at A main. Really putting the screws to Nongshim before Donby can get going, before he can get in your face, before they can send a Yoru deep into your own territory, start throwing flashes for him. You know, don't let them get into those positions. Just throw some counter punches early.
Smoke 10 maybe, no? Huh? Tilban will smoke.
Guys, I save up for 10 nim. Okay. 20 PP.
I scan.
1 B main.
Donby
smoke.
does manage to find one. He's a little shutdown, and that puts a judge into Sylvan's hands.
He's got a couple shotguns. You have no control over the front of B. Just a matter of just the wide swings. Okay. Not gonna get away with that for forever there, Ivy.
Yeah, little rough around the edges on that one. Secret get themselves a thrifty. Would be a very nice way to try to jumpstart this engine. Themselves in a 3v3. Prowler does go deep enough to get the spot there on a Berserk, so now he has to back pedal. 10-10. Just 8 HP remaining. RB trying to win out this fight, and he does. 10-10 dead at the same time as Francis cleans up the kill, and now it's just Jesse Vash making his way through the attacker's spawn to try to clutch this out.
Well, we've seen it before from Jesse. He's done these kind of things, but gonna be tricky.
Certainly has. I think he may have been spotted. Finds the first, gets the second.
I'll find you.
Looking like he might just be on for this one. 10 bullets remaining in the mag. Smoke into the floor. As there's the jump peek, gets the spot. And just finds his timing beautifully. A solid attempt from Jesse Vash to try to bring this round back into their favor, but RB just plays it to perfection as they get up to match point.
A fantastic smoke there at the end. Ivy just keeps swinging. 10-10's like, okay, I've got the read on your movement, but Francis there, gonna be the one to take his life. RB just doing a great job there, working that heaven angle, controlling stairs, and a great finish with a nice one-way in its own regard. Makes it so difficult for Jesse.
Where they're at the top is, I think Tommy thought he confirmed the kill. Put that judge away a little bit too quickly. So Berserk's alive, still with the pit in play. 9 HP remaining, but he has backed out of it, so it will fall. Same time though, RB dead, so solid position for Team Secret as they look to elongate this map.
And they're just gonna spread, just cover every angle possible with this numbers advantage. Now it's just about playing your life. Don't give yourself up for free if possible. Tucking that weak player Berserks into the safest position all the way back in your spawn.
Portal closed.
Just play it safe here as Team Secret. Get the info and then make your move. But right now they don't have any. They've just completely waited. They should be getting a pretty good idea. This is going to be A pretty soon. No contact over at B.
Fairly fanned out. Well, they're going to be cleared. Drop down now coming in. Kelly as it screens able to find the kill. As that is going to be the quick cleanup, and now it's just Ivy. A world away. Could just stay tucked somewhere, hold on to his weapon, but we'll cross paths here with Berserks, who has to back away given the low HP. 10-10. Willing to maybe put the operator at risk here. Trying to find this kill. Does just back off though.
10 seconds left.
I mean, money's so bad here for Team Secret. It's totally fair to just let the time expire and not drop anything else. Well handled overall.
12-8. They keep themselves afloat for now. Get us 4 rounds in a row though. Try to bring this into overtime. It's the first round win that they've been able to find in this half.
Yeah, they're
One enemy remaining.
might be too little, too late again, but
should be noted though, since we now have the new listen in on the comms.
Yeah.
That it is on about a 4 to 5 second delay.
Ah, okay.
So, just in case people were curious or worried, we might air something bad.
Give them a little bit of opportunity to
kind of peruse through it and make sure that everything's going to be good to go. But RP just TP'd behind them. Oh dear.
Oh no.
Spike planted.
Just boldly goes for it now. TP's into their spawn to try to go on the flank.
Time to jump.
This is constantly going to have them looking over their shoulders. He did cancel. It goes back to garage, so never mind. Don't have to worry about that. Yes. RP backpedaling safely, gets himself out of 2 garage. Francis finding 2, and now it's just down to Kelly S. They basically have a 3-way high-low set up on the exit of this garage. Couple shots going through, makes his way over to Ali, but immediately the sights from Nongshim turn in that direction. Swing out, finds 1, but Francis will find 3 as well as the map win. 13-8, Nongshim find victory here in their opening series, a 2-0 over Team Secret.
Yeah, really solid effort, really solid start for Nongshim to their 2026 campaign. Silganon, gotta like what he's seeing from his boys. And also, it should be mentioned, Yeoman is also joining the coaching staff for Nongshim for this year. So certainly that,
very true.
That veteran presence that he's gonna bring those big ideas back to his IGL days. Working a treat here. I mean, really, the only thing I have any concern for with Nongshim was some of their defender side stuff on split. But that's, you're running double duelist, it can be a little tricky. So overall, pretty clean from Nongshim.
Yeah, and I think cleaner than I might have anticipated, given the role swap coming into this one. With X-Ross moving over onto that initiator role and RB playing the smokes. So very well done overall here from Nongshim. That's got to be a sigh of relief, as the longer you can stay in that upper side of this bracket, it's going to be a much easier time for you to try to make it over to Master Santiago.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, a few minor utility mistakes from X-Ross in that role. So I thought RB was great on the Omen. I really liked what he had, especially those paranoias on Haven, some of the smokes that he was able to dial up, the TPs kept his opponents guessing. Loved the trickery from the IGL of Nongshim.
It's always been such a very inventive and creative player, and applies to Omen very, very well. So if we're going to be seeing more of this from RB, I'm excited to see it. But for now, let's go ahead and send it down to the stage where Jen's going to be standing by.
And a clean 2-0 start for Nongshim Red Force. Come with me, everybody, to welcome our rookie X-Ross. Welcome to Pacific, X-Ross. 네, 오늘 승리를 거둔 농심 레드포스의 엑스로스 선수 만나보도록 하겠습니다. 승리 축하드립니다. 잠시 번외로 제가 어제 인터뷰 꼭 준비해오라고 했는데 좀 숙제해왔어요? 오늘 잘할 수 있나요, 인터뷰? 신고식이거든요.
해왔습니다.
알겠습니다. 얼마나 잘하는지 기대해 보도록 할게요. Now, congratulations, X-Ross, on this win and also on your successful debut in Pacific. So talk to me about how this experience was, because today is the day you start your Pacific journey on the stream stage as well. 먼저 성공적인 퍼시픽 데뷔전 축하드립니다. 근데 오늘부터가 진짜거든요. 이제 꿈의 무대에서 스스로를 계속해서 증명해야 할 텐데 어제 물어봤던 거, 오늘 경기 승리 소감부터 들려주시죠.
솔직히 처음 데뷔하는 거라서 많이 떨려서 오늘 제대로 된 기량을 100% 못 보여줬다고 생각하는데 다음 경기에는 이제 두 번째 경기니까 긴장 풀고 더 좋은 모습 보여드리도록 하겠습니다.
진짜 준비를 해왔네요. So honestly, today being my first game on the Pacific stage, I'm not 100% happy or satisfied with my performance, but I think in the next match, because now I have the experience of what it feels like to be on this stage and perform on this stage, I'm pretty sure I can deliver a better performance. And let's talk about you on the Sova, because we are very aware that you guys made the change to have RB on the controller role and you move over to the initiator role. But I'm going to investigate a little bit more and ask you how you guys reached that decision and how is that initiator role for you as well. 그리고 이제 오늘 딱 데뷔전 첫 경기부터 소바를 꺼냈습니다. 지금 선수 생활 중에 이렇게 프로 무대에서 소바를 꺼낸 건 처음으로 알고 있거든요. 확실히 저희가 이제 경기를 시작하기 전에 알비 선수가 연막을 맞게 됐고 이제 엑스로스 선수가 척후를 맞게 됐다는 소식은 들었는데 어떤 이야기가 있었길래 이런 결정을 내리게 됐는지에 대해서 좀 자세히 들어보고 싶고요. 그리고 개인적으로 척후대 롤 어떻게 느끼고 계시나요? 이거는 준비 안 해왔죠? 그냥 짧게 말해볼까요?
상민 형이 오더할 때 연막으로 오더하는 게 좀 더 편하기도 하고 그냥 서로 좋게 좋은 방향으로 가는 것 같아서 역할을 바꾼 것 같습니다.
네. 척후는 어떤 것 같아요, 개인적으로?
척후대 좋습니다.
알겠습니다. Well, RB felt more comfortable making those calls as our IGL on the controller role. So, we didn't really have to fight for it, and we thought it was the best decision for the whole team. So that is why I moved over to the initiator role, which I think is really, really good as well. Now, lastly, we noticed how Nongshim is able to control the pace a little bit better compared to last year. You guys have more depth into your playbook, and I think that's partly because they have you with so much firepower and someone that we can count on as well. So what can we expect from you this season, and what do you want to show our viewers, and how do you want to prove yourself? 일단 그리고 올해 농심이 첫 경기만 딱 봐도 완급 조절도 굉장히 잘하고 확실히 좀 플레이에 깊이가 생긴 것 같다는 평가가 많아요. 근데 그게 가능한 것 중에 하나가 아무래도 엑스로스 선수가 총도 잘 쏴주고 1인분을 해줘서가 아닐까라는 생각이 들거든요. 개인적으로는 좀 팀에서 어떤 역할을 하고 어떤 모습을 보여주고 싶은지 궁금합니다.
팀에서는 콜적인 부분이랑 제가 막내로서 에임 퍼포먼스적인 부분을 좀 더 보여주고 싶습니다.
Well, team-wise, I think being able to follow the team's calls and execute properly, and personally, I would just really like to show off my raw aim and my individual talents. Thank you very much, X-Ross. That was a great first interview. Many more to come, and best of luck in your next match. 네, 이렇게 해서 엑스로스 선수 만나봤습니다. 인터뷰 잘했어요. 화이팅!
That's Nongshim Red Force with the first win here at VCT Pacific Kickoff 2026, a 2-0 versus Team Secret. And while maybe Split wasn't as clean or as dominant as Haven was, we did still see that Nongshim are so prepared for this season, how they're able to adjust even with a new player coming into their roster.
Yeah, for sure. I think, look, honestly, Team Secret, and you can see it even here in some of these highlights, they had a couple of fortunate rounds. They started off very strong on their attacking side, as you do often see with double duelists when it gets a little bit of momentum. But after that 2-7 start, the deficit that Nongshim did build for themselves with a couple of unfortunate rounds and a couple of good plays from Team Secret, they win 11-1 in the next 12 rounds, and they really do kind of dominate Team Secret again at the end of this split game.
Yeah, I mean, that's a story. After the side swap, Team Secret, they had that momentum in the first half, but then it all falls away. They have to start again. And Nongshim just too clean, too clinical in their execution. You know, as we just spoke to X-Ross, I think he had a great debut, even if it wasn't what he hoped for. I think he showed a lot of solid, consistent play, and he'll only get better as time goes on. RB, of course, on that smoke roll as well. Very solid. This is the Nongshim we wanted to see come into this year.
Yeah, I'm kind of wondering whether they're going to settle on those roles going forward, because to be honest, I do like Francis's Yoru, but I know that X-Ross has actually played a lot of Yoru in the past. Maybe he's not confident already enough to take on that duelist role here in Nongshim, but I think maybe if they struggle a little bit going forward and they want to keep RB on the controller role, I wouldn't even mind seeing in the future maybe Francis back on Enir and then throwing X-Ross on the Yoru or something like that. I think that's another kind of role swap that they could try in Nongshim, but at least for now, they've done well enough to win this series 2-0, but again, it's an opener against Team Secret. The real test comes against T1, who have been seeded the next round ahead for Nongshim to take on.
Oh, yes, that is definitely going to be a spicy one. X-Ross, as we saw in the interview, seemed a little shy. He looked a little disappointed in his performance, even though, like, in our eyes, it wasn't exactly terrible, right? He did get a couple of, you know, fantastic opening shots versus Tencent on Haven and everything, but I think that's revealing of some of the adjustments that Nongshim is still making, right? He mentioned how RB wanted to switch over to controller because he was much more comfortable calling from that. So as you mentioned, Pilsky switching over to initiator in the future, it's a possibility, but maybe there's still something there that they're still adjusting. So it makes me excited for how Nongshim is going to look like, because those adjustments are still in play at the moment. Team Secret, unfortunately, it's looking like they have a long way to go.
And I mean, one life gone. One life is out of the window. You know, now they're moving down to the middle portion of that bracket, but they really need to change their fortunes, find some more momentum, try and get some wins before they move down to that lower tier. You need some progression through this tournament.
Yep, there you go. Match MVP goes to Danby. Who else would you give it to when he's running around in this kind of form on the Neon? Poor Berserks, man. He just can't escape. Like, how many times has he been run at by Danby on this agent? Ascension 24, Ascension 25, first game in Pacific. Guess what? Here's Danby again.
He's been battling this guy for 2 years straight. Every single time, it's still Danby running at him. It's 2026, it's still Danby running at him.
Yeah,
but
unlucky.
yes, it's just why this playstyle works so well for Danby. And we know that early on in 2025, there was a bit of that nerf, so we were like, oh, are we not going to see Danby Neon anymore? But now it just works way too well. You can't give it up.
I mean, and especially in this meta, if we're going to see a lot of double duelists, it does make, you know, it gives you a lot more flexibility to play something like the Neon, because you can have someone like a Yoru who can do that hard entry. Flashes are also provided, so you can have good setup. I think this meta moving forward could really suit Nongshim.
Yeah, potentially so. So we'll see how they go. I mean, T1 is going to be a big ask, but luckily they're keeping themselves in the upper bracket for now.
Yeah, big question mark indeed. And you want to stay in that upper bracket because, of course, once you dip into the middle and eventually into the lowers, it's going to get a lot harder. The punishment is going to be much more severe, of course. But for Nongshim, hey, they can relax for now, at least for now. And you guys can relax also for now, but don't go too far because we still have another match to go. It's going to be ZETA taking on Full Sense right after this quick break.
We've got two esports endemic brands coming together to create a series of products for esports for the biggest stages.
퍼포먼스랑 컴페티션이 주요 키워드다 보니까 레이싱이라는 테마를 잡고 거기서 이제 영감받은 그래픽 요소들이나 다이내믹하고 날렵한 그런 실루엣 같은 것들을 저희 FS1 마우스에 적용을 해봤고요.
我们希望可以协助 POSA 成为电竞圈的顶尖品牌，而 VOXY 是其中一个助力。
Red Bull gives you wings.
Push, push, push.
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
Here we are, reporting live from the East 29 field. Will she do it? Will she bring it in? Will she bring it home? It's a close race. I've been running laps and passing up my rivals. I'm like, yeah. Shake it up and make sure that it pop. We don't pop Percocets. I'm the coldest. I just change the temp like I'm the thermostat. They gotta tell us where they headed. We know where to hurt them at. And passing up my rivals, I'm like, yeah. Shake it up and make sure that it pop. We don't pop Percocets. I'm the coldest. I just change the temp like I'm the thermostat. They gotta tell us where they headed. We know where to hurt them at. Since it's a game, and we gon' hang them up right where they jerseys at. And anybody better than us? Nah, I never heard of that. They love the flow. Everywhere I go, that's where the winners go. I hit the track and do them bad. I work them out. That's cardio. Rock them out. I stay on the clock. It ain't no clocking out.
Welcome back, everybody, to the first day of VCT Pacific Kickoff. We are on to our second match of the day, and it's gonna be ZETA versus Full Sense. And this is a very different look from the ZETA that started in Pacific way back in 2023. This team has gone through a series of evolutions, and now Sugar Zero is the only remaining OG player in this roster. There are a lot of new faces this time around.
Yeah, a lot of changes, trying something different, bringing in players from that tier 2 in Japan. So I do think this is a big set of, I don't know how to word this, but I guess attempts at revitalizing this roster.
I mean, they've lost the crown jewel in depth. That is going to be very difficult to deal with. You know, one of the most talented players coming out of Japan. He's gone off to Reject to just go compete in Tier 2. Picking up Eco coming in from Noes Fox. You got Absol coming in from Murash, who did actually play with ZETA a little bit, who returns once again into ZETA Division. Didn't necessarily wow us, although we've seen from ZETA some fantastic stuff in Tier 2. You've seen flashes of his potential. They've never really been realized in this space. So, look, unfortunately, the pickups from ZETA Division don't necessarily leap off the page. There's a lot of players that you'd potentially put ahead of that, being pickups coming through from the Japanese space. In fact, some of those players even ending up on TFM. So, I don't know if necessarily ZETA have won the off-season. However, they did...
Some things don't change, though, when it comes to ZETA.
This is the most important man on their roster,
Absolutely.
actually. I thought it was Depp. I thought it was Depp, but it's actually Manny, let's be honest.
Manny is there, still, you know, charging up, making sure that his energy is ripe for, of course, the match. It's great to see that Manny is still a part of this VCT Pacific here in 2026. I hope we get to see him again.
I'm sure we will. One of the best watch parties that there is. And they're hoping that this year they're going to have more to get excited about than they did last year. And they're also bringing in Eco here, coming in as well.
Yeah, for sure. So look, for those of us that are not familiar with Eco, an interesting player to be kind of keeping your eye on coming through from the Japanese scene recently, but even going all the way back, this guy has had such a storied career in Valorant so far. He's pretty much kind of like an almost player. He comes second in First Strike Korea to the original OG Vision Strikers roster. This guy was one series away from going to both Masters Berlin and Champs Istanbul in 2022. So he could have been at 2 international events. Since then, you see him play on Gen G in Lock-In as well as in Stage 1 Pacific, and then he goes off to China and Japan where he's been plying his trade for quite a while, and he's had very good stats in VCL Japan. Even if he hasn't necessarily been on the winning team, you can see very consistently floating in the top 4 there.
Yeah, a lot of experience for such a young player. When someone like Depp, who was kind of the spiritual leader of that team, he was the one with all that wealth of knowledge. Now he's gone. I think Eco is going to be the man to replace that. As you say, he's been around a lot. He's never quite made it as far as he would like. He's looking to change that this year, but I think he can get the younger players on this team revitalized and really steer everyone in the right direction.
That's right. Eco is back on the Pacific stage, and we haven't seen him back since the days of, a little tournament called the LCQ. But it's nice, of course, to welcome back those players from the OG days. And I want to see how he's evolved. I want to see how ZETA evolves as well, having Eco back onto the roster.
I mean, we have to talk about the off-season, right?
The off-season.
You're telling me you watched them beat G2 and Fnatic and you didn't go, oh my goodness, they've cracked it, they've got it figured out.
So what does this mean? What does this mean?
So what this means is, all it takes to come third at an off-season event is to win 2 best-of-1s. No, I'm kidding. After those 2 best-of-1s, they were fantastic wins, by the way. You beat G2 and Fnatic, you're going to turn a lot of heads. Unfortunately, when you lose 8 maps in a row following that at Red Bull Homeground and then straight into the Soup Valorant League, and you don't look particularly competitive in any of those maps once you make it through to the best-of-3 series, that starts to kind of turn the narrative a little bit back to maybe, back to the baseline for what the expectation is for ZETA. I mean, not to beat him too much, but I think DFM have kind of cooked him with the off-season pickups, I'm not going to lie.
Well, maybe there was a little something to that Fnatic win as well, since we all know that there is a bit of a reinforcements coming in from the side of ZETA. You do have Mini coming in onto the coaching staff, which is going to be a big test, I guess, for this ZETA roster, because on the other side, of course, you have Full Sense, and they have an interesting coaching staff as well. You have 2 debuts here. You have 2 debuts from the Pacific side of coaches. You have Mini on the side of ZETA Division, and then you have Cruz here, finally in his coaching era, in his coaching arc.
Honestly, I'm so happy that he moved to the coach role for this team. I think he was a great player who had a wonderful mind for the game, and I think he can carry a lot of that into this coaching role. He's working with players that he's very, very familiar with. There's already a lot of trust. What Cruz says goes in this team, and you just know that the players want to play well for him. I'm very excited about this Full Sense roster. Of course, it is mostly what we saw as Talon last year, and now they're bringing in Leviathan to replace Cruz.
Yeah, Leviathan did play on the Full Sense team. You can see the rest of his teammates down there. I think for Full Sense, they had a pretty poor run in Ascension Bangkok. It was a rough time for both of the home squad Thai teams, but Leviathan has been a standout in the Tier 2 scene, in both the Thailand Challengers scene and some of the qualifiers, as well as in Challengers SCA. This guy has had some monstrous plays. His potential has been very evident for quite a while. He's very flexible in terms of roles. He can play a lot of different things, but one of his most played roles recently has been controller, so slotting him in for Cruz makes so much sense, and it makes a lot of sense with the Full Sense acquisition of the rest of this ex-Talon squad as well.
Yeah, it makes absolute full sense for this to work out.
God.
I call Jen, by the way, for making that joke first. I just kind of borrowed it from her. She did that on the night market, so now we see it here. But of course, this team, we're wondering if they can carry over the success that Talon have, especially towards the later half of last year, because there was such a beautiful story going on there. Ty switching over to the Duelist was working so well, and we're wondering if that momentum can actually carry over to now what is now Full Sense.
I mean, look, in Kickoff, they come top 4 with the mixed Korean Thai squad. Then they go full Thai. They blow the doors off at the start of Stage 2, I think it was. Stage 1 was like pretty decent. They went 5th, 6th there. Stage 2, I thought they were a real contender, and you can see they end up coming 3rd in the Tokyo Finals against RRQ. And this was qualification point for champions. They quad peek into Jemkin on short here, and I honestly think this is where everything changes. Look what Jemkin does to them here. Like, that is just a quad peek into Jemkin and he gets 3, Morgan.
I couldn't believe this. I felt so horrendous for everyone on this Talon roster for losing that match. That was qualification for champs, but it does just speak to their level. They need to improve by 1%, if that, to be champions ready. Everyone knows that this group of players can do it. Now it's just, can you execute in those right moments? I mean, it was pure heartbreak. I think we couldn't believe what we were watching.
You had to be there. You know, you had to be there with the energy of the crowd, with what was at stake. But it was definitely one of those matches that will live in their memory for a very, very long time.
I don't think that the camera shots necessarily caught everything because, you know, we were watching RRQ celebrate. I was sitting on the balcony watching Talon just, they were crushed. They understand how close they were to winning that series and going to champs. They went to champs with less expectation the year previous to that, with Primi coming into the roster last second. They scraped their way into champs that season. They really understood they were good enough to win. They went up 2-0 in that series, that best of 5 to start things off. Like we saw on the replays there, map point for champs qualification, and they let it slip through their fingers.
Yeah, and they've always been so close. And the big question with this roster, even though there is a lot of that firepower still in that squad, you still have Primi, you still have Ty there, and Killua, but Jit Boys is now taking on IGL. And Cruz was that IGL for the Thailand region for the longest time. So you have Leviathan needing to fill in his shoes as well. How does this all come into play, and how does some of the energy that Talon had carry over into this, because they need some of that backing them up?
Yeah, I mean, I think Jit was he's still an incredibly experienced player who will have learned a lot from Cruz. As you say, Leviathan is coming in as the new blood. I think he probably has the most pressure on his shoulders in this team because he's coming into an entirely new environment. When we take a look through his career, though, he has been rather successful. He is a well-known player within the SEA scene, and I think he has been kind of a next man up in Thailand for some time.
You look at just how competitive they've been in VCL Thailand, and you might look at that and say, look, he's not placing first. It's an incredibly competitive league.
Oh, yeah.
They have very good teams in VCL Thailand, in VCL Southeast Asia as well. So not winning that all the time doesn't necessarily mean you're a poor team by any stretch of the imagination. Usually that's a 3 or 4 horse race. Third in Ascension 24, just placing below both Boom and SPG. That was a pretty top-heavy tournament there. Full Sense had a lot of expectations on their shoulder. At times, they kind of flopped in that event, but at times, Leviathan has had some really, really big plays that have been worth watching, and I've definitely followed him a lot, casting a lot of Challenges SEA, casting a lot of the Ascension events. This guy has been very entertaining to watch. He's got fantastic mechanics. He's very, very good at multi-fragging, and like I said before, you can see him playing the Sova here. He can actually play a lot of different roles, but he's been quite comfortable on controller lately.
Yeah, I mean, I think he fits the mold so perfectly for what we've come to expect from these Thai players, which is fast, exciting, and incredibly sharp. And now, now we see Cruz taking on this coach role, right? So they're still able to use Cruz's brain, but they've massively upgraded the firepower by bringing Leviathan into that role. So I think it's time to be very optimistic about this Full Sense team. In my mind, they should have gone all the way last year. They fell at literally the last possible hurdle. And now I think this is a year where they're looking to do it differently.
Yeah, and on the side of Cruz, it's like, I feel like no one could have taken on this role. No one could have taken on this role, especially for the Thailand region, because he is one of the most vetted, most experienced players in that region. He's held on the IGL position for such a long time. He is very, very ripe for the position as coach. I know that it came at a time where it was not exactly favorable, right? It wasn't exactly his choosing, but he's very excited for this role. And it's nice to see this kind of new challenge, new fire in him to be able to prove himself in this coaching position. And not to mention, it's going to get really exciting when, say, he goes up against RRQ or GE. Right?
Oh, yeah. Very much so. We're looking at the skirmish here. Surprisingly, Full Sense didn't put Cruz in and instead opted for Leviathan.
Didn't put Cruz in.
Well, they teased it. They teased it. They had a video where he was like, I'm going to do it. I'm going to do it.
But I mean...
Isn't there another guy called Primi on this team and we're not putting him into an aim duel? He's one of the best positional players at winning aim duels and just taking his time with it. That is the guy you want in the skirmish. I mean, Leviathan is very sharp. Look, Absol's been able to barely scrape him out there. So look, that's an early little bit of a confidence builder.
They'll be happy with that.
Look, I'm tentative on Absol. He has been a player that actually in VCL Japan has struggled. I think his best placement with some of his teams was 4th in VCL Japan. He's played 3 or 4 of them, so not particularly an accomplished player within his teams domestically. But all you need to do is just watch that one game he went ballistic. I think it was against Fnatic on the Yoru, and you know that's all that needs to live rent-free in your mind if you've got hope for ZETA Division, to be honest.
Well, come on, Absol, he has big shoes to fill, and I hope he isn't entirely out of his depth. But as we go into
what is going on with you today? You are
Welcome back, everybody. Welcome back, everybody. As we go into our map vetoes right now, we're seeing that we're having Corrode up first. Okay, and we're followed by Split. I do like seeing Corrode. I want to see how these teams, because they have such different flavors now with new coaching staff, how it's going to change from what we last saw when they brought out this map.
Well, I think we were kind of discussing Team Secret, for example, earlier with some of their roster changes, and I was asking who's going to play double duelist. I think for ZETA, it's very clear that they picked up both Eco as well as Absol, who have been duelist mains. They want to lean into that double duelist style, and I think with Full Sense picking Corrode and ZETA immediately going towards attack, I think you're going to see a lot of that double duelist flavor. Then you get ZETA picking Split. Full Sense will start attack. They might even play double duelist of their own as well.
Yeah, I think I would definitely expect that at this point. It seems to be the way the meta is trending, and when you have such sharp players like the Full Sense team do, I think they're able to execute it very, very well. And then, you know, if we do make it through, we're going to see Split and then Breeze on map 3.
I mean, that's the second time we've seen Breeze left in as the decider, which indicates a reasonable amount of comfort for a lot of these teams to leave it in the veto and leave it as a decider there. So I think a lot of these teams showing that they are willing to play this map, at least leave it in the veto, maybe not willing to take the risk on picking it straight away.
Yeah, that's what I want to see. That's the next step. Give me someone who's brave. A lot of teams like floating it because they don't want to get punished, but it's going to be another thing when we see someone pick it. We do have our predictions here though, Mika, and it's similar to map 1.
I love that everybody's been aligned this entire day. even our our viewer predictions have been pretty much everybody kind of has one brain today. So I like that, but it could also be incredibly cursed.
Our collective Pacific brain cell.
Yes, we're all connected.
Our one brain cell.
Our one brain cell here. But I mean, putting my trust in Full Sense, I just have to rely on their aim at this point. Everybody is adjusting, and because this roster is carrying over the most of what they've learned from yesteryear, right?
Yeah.
I think they have this.
It's now or never for Full Sense. If you lose the Open at a ZETA, that's stonks going all the way down from last year.
Yeah. And any hope for ZETA on your end,
I mean, there's still a little bit of hope. They've made big changes. I think this is a team that needs to be greater than the sum of its parts. So it's about how do they come together? What's that macro like? I think that's going to be key.
Well, we're going to find out as we send it to the stage for our second match of the day. It's going to be ZETA Division and Full Sense, which starts right now.
VCT Pacific 2026. Earn everything. ZETA Division.
Second match of the day, and on stage now are ZETA Division and Full Sense. We'll see if the Thai roster can pick up where they left off, but ZETA's picked up a few upgrades. They've got some extra extra brain power? And will this new start be enough to bring back ZETA's better days and take down their initial opponents in full sense?
Yeah, this is a team, this is an organization that in the past has made it almost all the way, but they've never been able to recapture that magic of yesteryear, bringing in big sweeping roster changes, looking to take all the risks and bring out upsets. And if they want to talk about upsets, it needs to start today against Full Sense.
Yeah, they've got some interesting pickups that need to hit their absolute peak here in Pacific, and I think Full Sense is a very difficult opponent to start off right in the first round here, Mika.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they're going to be up against some of the best aimers in Southeast Asia. And to add to that, Thailand's most experienced IGL stepping into the coach role. I mean, how does that story continue? That's the question on everybody's minds here.
Absolutely. You see the aforementioned man in question first out onto the stage. Very interested to see what Full Sense is going to be putting together this year. They were an almost last year. We saw so much potential. We saw so much celebration of a roster that became full Thai after trying to make it work with miscommunication. You had some, half Korean, half Thai rosters. You had American coaching staff.
Yeah.
Now it is more Thai than ever, and I see more chance for them to have impact this year and make an international finally.
Yeah, I mean, I have to agree with you. I think this is a team that is looking to go all the way. They're contending for that very top spot. They're really looking for a dominant win today to start that path towards Santiago.
Oh my, look at Cruz, he's so proud. He's like, the way he's standing, you can tell that he's actually like, oh man, I'm a coach. This moment has finally come. And I feel like for Pacific fans also, they knew that this would happen eventually for him in his career. But it's so exciting to see him mentor this new batch now. It's like, it's on to you guys. I've done what I can, and now you guys have to take the stage. That's what Full Sense is right now. And for ZETA Division 2, this is about that Tier 2 talent stepping up and actually taking the Pacific stage, especially as we come into this final year of this year of partnership.
Yeah, it's all about opportunities. These young players on ZETA Division have been given a chance now at Tier 1, a chance to really make a name for themselves in the Japanese scene, in the Pacific scene as a whole. They need to grab this opportunity with both hands. Start today, set your name out there as being one of the best.
I mean, I totally agree. It's been a while since we've had, Absolute Jupiter, Laz, some of these big name players. We've had a couple of years of some lackluster results from ZETA Division. They beat Paper X, that was a thing. But outside of that, there hasn't been a lot to get excited about, and they're starting to run out of time to turn heads in Pacific. This has got to be the year where they pull something special out, but I think their backs are against the wall right from the get-go against the Full Sense team that has a lot to prove because they didn't quite hit the mark last year, and I think that this team could be the very best team in Pacific if they hit their absolute ceiling. Like, they're kind of sitting there right under a team like Paper X, maybe under a team like T1, because they haven't got that big win yet, and that's what we're all waiting for.
Yeah, they've always had the rug swept out from underneath them.
Yeah.
Every single time when they were getting too close, it's always just not been the right time. Perhaps it is the time for them now, but as we pull up our agent compositions here, we're seeing double duelists all around for both teams.
Yeah, for sure. Full Sense. I mean, they're just going to be playing what's meta. It's Primi and Thai on the double duelist. As expected, Primi's going to be able to play Yoru. It's an agent he's got a lot of reps on. Jip Boy's going to be IGLing from the Cypher. He's going to be a little bit of a different look. He'll have to call from the wing at times, but I'm not surprised to see them just slot Leviathan straight into Cruz's roles.
Yeah, similar but not the same on the side of ZETA Division, running Neon Yoru instead as their double duelist and Viper instead of that Cypher. So slightly different approaches, but stylistically still very similar. I mean, I think the clash of these four duelists in the server is really what we have to look for. There's so much firepower in that group.
Yeah, I agree. I think you've got a couple of players that have had their moments on ZETA, like XTL and ZETA. I want to see some big individual plays from these guys this season.
Well, I'm sure Laz is watching as well, and as are all of you guys in the stadium and out there as well on the stream. So we're going to toss it over to our casters to take us into Corrode, over to Paperthin and Achilles.
All right, here we go. Back for match number 2. Full Sense. I mean, it feels weird, but also kind of awesome to see Cruz walk out there, be the one doing the fist bump, being the coach. Just something to get used to, I suppose.
Yeah, but it's the natural progression of things, I feel like. This is a guy who's been around since day one of Valorant, right? I can remember, going back to those days on Jersha and X10 and things like that, where I was always very impressed with him in his mind, and now he's going to get a chance to showcase that against a ZETA Division team that has really reworked their roster.
Let's see how he looks at the end of the season. We'll get the side-by-side comparison, see how much being a coach of this team has aged him across the multiple stages that we have here in 2026. But it's time to get into the game. So we're going to have our first Corrode of the 26 season. As we jump into this one, Full Sense electing to take us here. There's their opening map pick.
Yeah, I think a pretty solid idea here in terms of a map that looked pretty good for, Talon last year. Now, of course, they're Full Sense, but also, ZETA had some mixed results on this. They only played it a couple times. They did beat Boom. They lost to T1. So there's some ideas there, clearly. I think the difference in duelists here with Eco on the Neon, good to see him back, good to see him on an agent that I remember him on during his Gen G days as kind of making his mark with that, especially on maps like Fracture. But here on Corrode, chance to maybe showcase that moving over to ZETA. He's still got it in him to do some damage. He's ready to rock.
Yeah, I guess so. Vibing out on stage. I mean, Desk was talking about it's been quite some time since he's been in this arena. Outside of, the SVL during the off-season, but in official VCT capacity, it has been a hot minute. We had a minor hiccup down there, but I think that everything's getting cleared up, so we should be just about ready to go.
Yeah, I think we're thinking about Corrode at the very least, and very curious, what this is. The other thing I really am curious about is the Cypher. Is that because Jit is, that's one of those agents that we really think about him in his long history as being really proficient on, one of his better agents. Is that a comfort thing to get him kind of suited to the IGL position to allow him to play something he's very fluent in?
We shall see. Yes, I don't think anybody has forgotten that one. The run and Reykjavik, legendary, but ZETA has always kind of been chasing the specter of that run. Hasn't really been able to hit those same highs. We'll see if this iteration is going to be able to take that first step. Obviously not here with the team in person, but took the VALORANT world by storm with Mini's announcement. Let's see how much influence he's been able to push across onto these players.
Oh, they're causing some noise over on B, scaling up towards A, so they're going to get the B site relatively free. The trip was very deep for Jit Boys, so not much in terms of resistance. It's going to come down to this retake for Full Sense and gunplay.
Spotted, but lucky to be alive, but Eco able to find one high up and over the wall, taking down Shota. So some of that late lurk presence now removed. Still do have Sugar Zero holding forward, but it's going to be a quick peek in from XDL across the connector to find one. Sugar Zero has the right click. Die going to be taken down. They drop right in front of XDL as Primi will fall. XDL cleaning up 3 in the round, and ZETA find the opening pistol.
Yeah, really clean macro ideas here from ZETA. It should be noted as well, Sugar Zero's debut as an IGL coming through.
Very true.
Off the back of, getting a new coach in Mini who's giving them some ideas in terms of big picture stuff. Some other things that he's been talking about. Obviously, he's over in EMEA, so just kind of like an assistant role for Mini, but it's a great read. I mean, you clear the camera on B. You don't get anything from Jit Boys in response. He doesn't try to peek you, he doesn't try to do anything. So they just kind of keep scaling, they keep pushing. They're given that space for free by Full Sense.
Shota able to avoid the saturate as well as the massive stack here. So Full Sense, 4 players just going to continue to push their way forward out of A main. Shota just quickly drifts back to join in with the rest of the team over towards the B site, which is once again left unoccupied.
Let's just see if they kind of read that maybe he's gone back here.
Well, it just seems like they gave up on that idea for a brief little moment. Shota able to find a second kill. Can grab a ghost perhaps, but looks like Primi will be able to scoop that one up. But this should just be a call to get stacked up and die to the spike. But Eco wants some blood. Rotates over to top mid. See if he can find the right timing. He bites off more than he can chew.
It's got to be careful. Phantom there for Eco. Very crucial that he keeps that for the next round.
Don't want to lose that. He makes some noise, so Full Sense can just stay tucked back in this corner. Spike should be able to take him out from there. So it's just going to be the triple spray down. 4-1 start. Eco gets Zeta that 2-0.
All right. See what the adjustments are going to look like for Full Sense. Maybe give a little bit of help over towards that B site for Jit. This is nice work from Shota. Finding a good timing there to pick up a couple. I try to swing that Phantom. Nico throws up his hands. Welcome back to Pacific. That's a nice way to get it going, for sure.
Absolutely, the Full Sense now playing the anti-bonus. Let's see what they have ready. Here's Zero. Oh, does get caught there by Ty, who just continues forward and takes out Absol as well. Great round from him. Eco now dead. Leviathan able to lock him out of this site. Prowler gets the spot. They know that Zeta are going to be in a very forward and committed position from here. It's actually just going to be a triple rotate around out through mid into main. This gives a window of opportunity for Zeta to potentially slide over to the B site, though.
I was just thinking the same thing, especially with that Prowler not finding anything from XDL. So they're saying, well, they left mid open. Maybe that's probably something we should take advantage of. Again, good reads for Zeta. Might be able to at least get a plant down here, get that extra cash, and force the retake, maybe do a little extra damage. Shota clearing out the rest of mid. I like the early ideas from Full Sense. Give up a little bit of space, dodge the early haunt, set up for the trap play right outside of A. Yeah, here you go.
Yeah, we'll be able to get the spike in play.
Spike planted.
You mentioned, now have an opportunity to deal some damage. Build up towards some of these ultimates. XDL being just 2 charges away from having the Nightfall. Would be critical if he's able to find a kill. Quick little peek in, Shota though, catching the clone. Unable to find much there with that Bulldog. Re-peeks, looking for a little bit more, but will just end up falling to the wayside. It's now down to XDL to see if he can make something happen, but he cannot. Just a couple armor rebuys, otherwise flawless round here for Full Sense to get the anti-bonus.
Yeah, so some nice things from both teams, but at the end of the day, the early ability to avoid info utility from Full Sense allows them to find those big early kills. Ty just gliding into 2 kills here. Oh, a little bit of a gap, but didn't need it. He's just so fast.
Gotta keep going for the push. Bold play, but well rewarded. Overall, a very solid start. So, Full Sense. First round win. Can they expound on that? But just wait and see as we get ready to go into round 4 here.
Well, they're heavily stacked towards a 4-1 split. In fact, they're just leaving B site to its own devices, and Zeta again gonna be creeping their way forward, looking for that opportunity, leaving Shota ADS hold down, anticipating some level of aggression.
Swing coming through, and oh, he's just not quite ready for it. Leviathan catching him off guard. Meantime, plant does come in, but player advantage there for Full Sense as Primi looks to try to pick off somebody here from Zeta, but Absol just scales forward, finds Jit, and that's that heaven pressure now removed. Primi will be able to find one. Sugar Zero going to be taken out by Absol, able to find a second as Primi does fall. Ty finding XDL on the approach, pinned into the corners. The haunt gets the reveal. Convergent pass going to be sent out, but Eco not tagged by it, but Leviathan just comes in off the flank. And now it is down to Absol. Would have to be an ace clutch to make it happen. Finds the third, swings out a little bit wider, but just cannot confirm the kill on the tie. Solid effort, but the defuse will be there, and Full Sense tie it up 2-2.
Yeah, they're looking really, really sharp already. Some good moments in response from Zeta. Just able to win some big battles, using that convergent pass to open up some space. Absol having a really nice round. I mean, like the desk was talking about, he had some glimmers of greatness during the offseason. Obviously, you know, when you saw Zeta take a map off of Fnatic, take a map off of G2, and yes, they were best of ones, but still, those are very, very good teams. You had some serious hope that maybe Zeta had something special in store for us in 2026, but the rest of the offseason, lackluster. Primi, outlaw in hand. A lot of juicy targets. Not able to get anything out of it. Leviathan there, trying trying to buy him a little extra space, but they get the spot nonetheless. So he just TPs out. Ivan did get tagged up a bit.
Yeah, has to be careful playing on that corner. Prowler to check. Kahlua able to spot out 2 players in mid. As the swing comes in, they just double face. Absol does manage to find one, but Kahlua does well. Go ahead and capitalize, taking out both. Now just down to XDL. Picked up the Vandal. See if he can get some damage in. Grimmy dialed in on the angle with the Outlaw. Will be able to find it. This full sense get themselves into the lead now 3 rounds in a row.
Yeah, and a good change up here.
I need a drop.
Putting that Outlaw at an aggressive position. Don't give ZETA the ability to comfortably take B main. Contest that space a little bit. Also, nice hold from Killua there in mid. That really shut down any hope of getting this eco to go. Moving that Cypher util over towards A. It's going to continue to be for the new IGL JIT.
Coach Cruz very pleased.
As he should be.
Bucky in hand for Eco. Gonna look to try to see if he can pull off some of that Dumby-esque magic. Ola just abandoned that for now, has the overdrive in play, quickly looking to try to take some space. Sprinting in around the back, but I mean, still getting ping revealed, so just gets taken down. Premi finding one, Kahlua with another. Spike now. Rotated around the backside of the site. Absol needs to try to find some kind of opening, but he just cannot. Every angle just wrested away from their control. Kahlua with another big round. Scoops up another 3K. That's going to be full sense. Now stretching the lead up 4-2.
There's one small piece of util here that really throws off this execute for ZETA, and it's a smoke in A yard. And it cuts off the forces that are trying to get into position to kind of collapse on towards A. Eco throws in the relay in towards the site itself. It does, I think, hit JIT, or at least backs him into a corner, but they can't scale any further forward because Full Sense is so quick to react. They're so quick to scale in towards short A there to cut off that extra angle that they can't get any backup. They can't set up that pinch that they want to. And that's just really good timing, coordination, and thought put into how to shut down that push from ZETA. And that extra layer of Cypher utility gives them that advanced warning as well to get into position quickly, to call for those smokes from Leviathan. Do a really nice job.
Timeout call here from ZETA Division after giving up 4 in a row. Obviously, fans making their way over to show their support, wanting to see that glimmer that we got from them over at Red Bull home ground. Yes, different players even.
Sure.
You had Honey Buddy playing over at that tournament, but wanting to see that high that was hit. It's a decent start with the 2 rounds. The map obviously still very much within reach.
You know the highs are there. It's just the consistency that's kind of eluded ZETA the last couple years. Ever since Laz hung it up, she's been struggling to get there, and you know, you lose Depp, who's one of the best we've ever had in Pacific. Just makes matters all the more difficult.
Ready for a double face forward into the smoke, and Eco will be able to strike a little bit faster. Kahlua going to be taken down. Oh, Tyus just landed on him. Well, that makes for a very easy kill. Premi, however, still here. Does manage to find one. Sugar Zero going to be taken out. Absol trying to get these shots across the chef. Considers a dimensional drift for a brief little moment, but eventually decides not to go for it. Spike now on the floor, and it's all in the hands of Eco with that Bucky, and he's about to walk into a trippet spots that clears it. Some more damage would certainly feel nice, but it looks like he's just going to rotate around the top mid.
And you know that Op's just going to be sitting holding that angle, so got to try something different, but...
Is he going to keep going? He might just go all the way around.
Yeah.
I'm out of here.
Trying to create an angle for himself with that Bucky.
Well, he's dropped it.
Oh.
He's taking damage.
Oh.
He's grimacing. And now he's trying to play it quiet.
We'll get a gun. That's what I figured his end goal was going to be. I was trying to get to that.
This would surely be miraculous.
Whoa!
And it would be an ace. Up shot whiffing, but the time is gone. Full sense. Know that they don't really have to try to play up against this one. They can just let the the clock run out. As there you go, Jit Boys will be able to strike. Get himself a third in the round. And now up by 3 are Full Sense.
Yeah, some of the ideas for Eco are looking good. Give him a shotgun and let him do his thing. Who cares? You got a shotgun. Take a seat. Tried to sit on him.
Some silliness already coming out.
Well, it's Pacific.
That is true.
The first match had plenty.
Oh, yeah. Tommy trying to jump with the overdrive. It's still in my head. Well, Absol now. Zone dimensional drift, TPing forward, scouting out around mid. Nothing going to be spotted, and they are gambling into the correct side of the map where it is, for the moment, just Jit Boy standing by. He crashes, set up for Prim to join in, and he takes that quickly as there's the reveal, but the counter spam. Shota will be able to find the kill, and Eco only taken down to 51. Not super significant damage dealt. Pit now in play. Zeta Division to bring this round back into their favor. Close the gap between the two squads. Top shots as Eco sliding forward, able to find time, but Kahlua once again is there to trade it back. Absol holding and now pushing in towards this heaven angle. Swap of the weapon for Primmy. Spot out of the elbow, trying to go for the U-tilt. Will get caught. Be playing it patiently, eventually coming up with the goods, but Kahlua just cannot find the entry. Primmy likely is going to have to try to find the exit. Grabs it. No, didn't. Oh, yeah, he did. Okay, just a little delay on the UI. Grabs the operator and will go for the save. So Zeta Division break a 5-round win streak in Full Sense. Get themselves up to 3.
Yeah, I appreciate the aggression and the confidence from Zeta in terms of trusting their reads. You know, if you're given the space and the opportunities by Full Sense, see what you can make out of it. That's exactly what they're going to do. Oh, my God. Just Eco there, definitely a good idea to slide in towards that connector to figure out what's going on, where the force is of Full Sense to get ahead of the curve. Don't let them get into that pit. Don't let them take that round win condition out of your hands.
Where are they?
That's just really nice timing for Zeta to just keep going, to not pause, not see some of that old tendency of Zeta maybe we saw in the past where they were too cautious, too patient, because that would have given time for Full Sense to wrap all the way around and to spawn that previous round. Instead, they had to try to make it go through connector.
Bit of a change up here. Early pressure and presence shown over at B, but kind of the noise. Zeta Division spawning back across towards A. Seemingly find themselves onto the Jit Boy side of the map round over round.
Seems to be what they want. They want to
have a read on this, though.
Yeah. Ooh, the spot.
Way over is there's the spot. Jit Boy's knowing exactly where he's at, but doesn't want to linger on that angle. Has to back away as the camera gets cleared out.
This is great work, though, from Zeta. I mean, they've opened up so much of the map for themselves. They can just get some even trades here on A. Doing it. Be in a fantastic position.
High swinging forward. He's going to get taken down. Eco able to find the kill. Tripwire cleared out, but Jit Boy's bit of a fadeaway shot. Dispatches the enemy Neon as Absol trying to find the catch, but Kahlua just plants his feet. XTL, though, as a second layer is starting to scout forward into this position. Zeta have abandoned the A site take. 3v4, but they will get B for free, and there's no util to contend with, given that the Cypher setup was on A.
For what it's worth, Sugar Zero is doing a really nice job of understanding the tendencies of Full Sense. He figured, okay,
10 seconds left.
We got the kill over on A. They gave up the space. They assume that's where we're pushing.
But overstay on the angle. Was able to find a tiny little lick of damage. Clear of the haunt. Goes for the reposition. Doesn't fall for the fake out. Smoke will fall, and this has bought critical time here for Zeta Division, but eventually they're able to flush the Viper out. XTL trying to face forward. Gets taken down. It's now on the shoulders of Sugar Zero. Try to be the hero. There was Smoke ready to go. The double push forward coming in, though. Just has to double take. So Kahlua collects the kill. Not allowing for Zeta Division to get some back-to-back round wins here. Full Sense will move up to 6.
I gotta give the macro to Zeta there, but the micro is just too good from Full Sense. I mean, some of these kills are absolutely filthy. I want to see the one from top mid here, where he's jumping. Oh, it's so clean. Right to the head. Nasty stuff. Good work with the C's there to reveal Shota's position. Able to outduel XTL at the point of contact at connector. Really, really nice. Despite some very good map reads from ZETA. And now you've got that ult again. The Bucky to back it up for Eco.
They just end up sending it here pretty quickly. As, Primi just didn't register that at all. Sugar Zero just out in the open, top mid elbow. TP's forward, finds him in transit. And he had just gate crashed that side of the map. Wow. Just like that, they're calling the pivot over to A once again. You said it right now. It does seem like these macro reads from ZETA Division, they're putting the pieces together correctly.
Yep.
The tower's just been crumbling at the very last moments. Let's see if they can avoid that here. Is a labored spray, but eventually Kahlua does get taken down.
Spike planted.
That Bucky right there.
Jit boys, they clear him out. I think he had an angle to be able to get that, but he just swings wider. Eventually falls. Clean tap from Leviathan will be able to get rid of Eco, stopping it from being a flawless, but now he's gonna see if he can try to just steal away the round, but Absol at the corner, swinging out too early before that flash does bloom. Still should have the round in hand though. It's time, not even tapping this one, doesn't have it to have. Just now tries to bait him in, and Sugar Zero, clean peek, clean shot. 3K from the new IGL, gets ZETA up to 4.
Yeah, this just feels like a understanding of how Yoru works on this map. Just no clue at all from Primi. He's just scrambling. Their call seems to be, oh, let's get over to B. They're probably setting up for some kind of pinch. Danger was right next to him. Gotta love that. Some sharp shooting. IGL, Sugar Zero gets himself up to 5 kills. Now you've got a couple ults on both sides to clear some space. The fade ult, the Virgin pass.
Oh, yeah, just double face forward. Eco hits the shot. I think he's going to be kicking himself over that one as Overdrive. You just go ahead and fish through these smokes. See if you can whittle away at these health bars.
Yeah, and look how they're planting. Look where they're setting up.
Planted.
Won't get back sight.
This should be ZETA with the round in hand, especially given that Primi just TP'd back into A.
Oh, Shota.
Holding this angle once again, but they read it.
Face your
Learning
fear.
from the previous rounds. Primi finding a shot. Nightfall going to be sent out. XCL looking to try to stave him off, but no one at home to receive that. There's now the ult sent here from Ty. Gate crash to avoid. Absol jumps to the opposite side of the map. Kahlua is pushing forward. Out of the connector, is able to find 2. Now it's all down to Absol. Dropping in, but Kahlua's got covering fire. Keeps him protected, and the round goes the way of Full Sense.
Yeah, it's some of the execution in the post plant here that's really hurting ZETA. You know, Shota not even able to find one there. Good awareness from Full Sense to remember that Shota had taken a position like that. That goes all the way back to that anti-eco round. That was the last time we saw it.
No more dreams.
The mental acuity from Jit Boys very high. You can see why they put their trust in him to be the IGL. Just
also, you've got Kahlua who's
just frying.
Yeah, operating on a different plane right now.
Gonna fall back here.
Full Sense. Round lead guarantee at the half as we go into the last round of the half. We still have 2 more ults to utilize in this one. Ult theft as well as that Nightfall. Kahlua once again looking to maybe be first contact, but backs away. Eco starts not to push the smoke, but operator set up, staring it towards yard. Primi going for the re-peek after taking down Sugar Zero. Spam down to 12 HP, but Ty just pushes through that fast lane, finding Eco. The numbers continuing to dwindle here for ZETA Division. 3 players are trying to clutch this out. Absol on the entry, able to find the one. The near ult now going to be invested. XTL's going to have to back away and give this angle into the cage, but now you've really got nowhere to go. Swings in, faces forward. And looked like maybe he was going to make a go of it, but it's going to be Full Sense securing 8 and 4 half.
This is probably one of the first rounds where I'm a little bit kind of questioning what ZETA's thinking here, and the biggest reason is that Absol is 1 away from the Dimensional Drift at the start of this round, and they don't make a play for the orb. I mean, I can get the idea of you're trying to catch your opponent off guard by being a little bit, you know, unpredictable in terms of the expected play is that you play for those orbs and try to get that ult going. But I think it is the right play. I think, you know, contesting that space, getting Absol that dimensional drift is a big difference maker. Yoru has one of the best ults in the game. I think that was a bit of an oversight there from ZETA.
Brief moment to reconvene and clean things up going into this next half. We're able to find the opening pistol. Feels like they're going to have to try to find this one here going into round 13. Want to get themselves back into a position where they can potentially win this map. This full senses pick, so at the end of the day, should you drop this one, you do have Split to rely on, but certainly would feel better getting that 1-0 start rather than having a reverse sweep.
Yeah, and I mean, overall, you have to be like looking at ZETA and saying, okay, good ideas. There's really good ideas behind all of this. It's just some of the execution isn't quite there sometimes. A few lapses here and there as well. I think some of the post plants were a little shaky in terms of how they set themselves up and how they reacted to some of the stuff Full Sense was doing. But the way they were able to work the map, get themselves into those post plants in the first place, really, really solid. Now switching over to that defender side, how aggressive do they want to be with that Neon in the comp? You know, pistol round, maybe barely. Absol just a clear of a Prowler.
I think that fun fact is a little disingenuous.
What did it say? I missed it.
So they've underwent the most roster changes this offseason. They really haven't. it's basically it's Talon plus.
Toxin screen down.
Well,
so.
You're right.
But I get it.
I get what they say.
Technically speaking, yes.
Technically correct, the best kind of correct.
Spike
Plant
plant.
goes down. ZETA's mid push hasn't come to any fruition, and there's also a trip in the back to at least alert of some kind of flanker. They're going to be ready for as heavy as it is going to be. Have to wait and see. Nobody's turned in that direction after the clear of it. Finally, Kilowatt.
Looking to try to line up the shots, and eventually Eco gives him the opportunity. Collects that one, instead of bullets, XTL able to find that. But Primi into the corner. One, she'll be dead. Primi, instantaneous. Dispatches Sugar Zero. Now down to XTL. And he just does not have the time. He does not have the frags. Full Sense take the pistol here in the second half. One away from double digits.
And nice work here by Kilowatt, recognizing that it was his job to cover that B main space. And that really keeps this round alive for Full Sense. Because a few of their players are getting run over a bit, and they weren't in a position initially to deal with that overstacked flank through B main that ZETA sent. They're able to recover. Kilo was able to buy a little bit of extra time, and of course Primi is Primi. 13 kills for him. Couple behind Kilowatt. ZETA gonna go for the stack. The lineup gotta go between the legs there for XDL. But you know, this might work. If Sugar Zero can buy a little bit of time for Primi saw his elbow, and he wants this.
Worried about that pin eventually coming through, but eventually will get his kill. And that is the lone player on this side of the map now taken down. This stack from ZETA, unfortunately, not going to be finding too much value.
Was it ZETA that did that on Lotus to Paper Rex last year?
Spike planted.
Oh,
They stacked at stairs on A.
Stretching my knowledge here.
I know. You're usually good at the history kind of thing. I'm not.
I don't strictly recall.
I think it was, but I can't remember.
Well, getting players in position and try to at least get some damage in here, perhaps. Go around the corner. Should get a kill, but oh, he's gonna get dinked, but managed to find it in the end. Primi cleans up the one, and it looks like the remaining three just gonna stay sat here and go down to the spike.
Okay. all things considered, well, I guess Primy didn't want the Marshall anymore anyway. All things considered for ZETA, not too bad, but losing that pistol was painful after going down 8-4 in the first half. So you're going to have to really tighten up the defenses. Eco looking good, though, on the Neon still. Hasn't lost a step at all. Continue to fight through the Tier 2 circuit to get back up to Tier 1. Looks to be making the most of it. 12 and 13, top in the charts. ZETA again stacking. Okay, you only see one. Oh, this is going to get bloody.
Giving it away. On out, slide forward. Eco able to find two, and Primy finds three!
Cutting through.
Once again here on this side of Corrode. Just comes up with a multi-frag round. All of the good, all of the efforts of Eco. Completely and utterly silenced in the blink of an eye. Shota not ready for it. Primy might just be giving us our second ace of the season if he can find Sugar Zero.
Sugar Zero would love to deny that opportunity. Another just brilliant 4K on Corrode for Primy. This doesn't turn into the ace.
Dude, just find him. Just you pop the dimensional drift, go running. Screw it. You're up 11-4. Send it. It's drifted into the right direction. Checking out around mid. I'm not sure if he's going to be able to suss out that left side angle, though. But yeah, it looks like Sugar Zero is going to be playing deny. He's got to swing it, but it just can't get there fast enough. He sussed it out at the very end, but unfortunately for Primy, the ace will not be found.
Man. I mean, again, oh my goodness. He clears the haunt first, too. Oh.
One enemy.
That is just bananas. But, I mean, it just, he's so good. He has these rounds where he just wins you moments that he has no business winning. I mean, I think back to that 1v4 he had against T1 last year. That was just disgusting.
On Corrode, they're at the B site. Just the awareness, just every player's position, just getting that crosshair dialed in so quickly.
Man is a miracle worker.
There are few like him.
He is such a treat to have here in Pacific. The just raw talent he has, very few can match. And you know, part of the reason that they were so keen to get him from the Thai region, the guy's been topping the charts and ranked for so long, and then finally they convince him now's the time, and he has continued to shine.
Final timeout now expended from ZETA. Be a thrifty if they can deny map point from full sense here. Once again, Eco has widely been delivering, but it's been in a monstrous way.
Just a nice dodge here from full sense. Nobody home for that TP play. Oh, Shota?
Fine shit, boys. Already, though, site taken.
Nice.
Sugars here, that's the one rifle they had. Vandal now on the floor as Kahlua continues to deliver. 18-8-4. There is the finisher. It's like whatever was intended in this round, it never got off the runway from ZETA.
It was an attempt at a trap play at a lobby. Throw in the Neon, a TP from Sugar Zero to the other side. Just nobody was there.
Nice.
Full sense was on the other side of the map and just went right for it. Too early on the trigger there. Poor Eco. They're just having a blast, as they should be.
I'll handle this.
Dimensional drift off the rip. I mean, good lord, Primy's 24-0. Spot out here onto the Viper, goes for the exit, tucks back into the smoke. And then a flash, but doesn't want to over pursue, so we'll just play this one a little bit more slowly. Slide forward, Eco spotted, Eco dead. Primy able to take him down. Kahlua once again there to try to just keep his teammates protected. Covers as Primy drops down off of heaven. Dynout playing forward, looking for the finisher, and it's just Absol. The turn of the flash, the op dialed in, finds the first Primi, suffering an additional death. A no-scope from a decent range, but he just cannot get that reloaded fast enough. Dominance on display here from Full Sense, looking comfy and cozy on Corrode.
Yeah, this is kind of what I'm expecting from this Full Sense team this year, especially during kickoff. I don't really imagine them missing too much of a beat. This team is too good. I think you have a really good leader, a natural leader who's going to be taking over that head coach role as good as Frost is. You know, Cruz knows a lot of the same ideas, has learned from his mentor, and has brought it to this Full Sense team who has, as we just saw, unbelievable aim.
Yeah. Looking incredibly dominant. Obviously, gonna have to be shaking this one off our ZETA division. They do have their map pick coming up next, which is going to be Split. Bit of home soil for them, maybe some maximum comfort, but just need to wake up a little bit as far as the aim department is concerned. So many moments where Full Sense just had them completely outdone. So obviously, as we were talking about, you know, that first half, the reads were looking pretty good from ZETA division.
Yes.
Firepower was lacking.
Yeah, it's firepower and a few post-plan ideas that I think really crippled them. Not that I think you're taking this map anyway once it flips sides, but, you know, glimpses of good ideas. Sugar Zero looking, at times, very comfortable in that IGL seat, so definitely things to work on, but putting a decent foot forward in the first half.
Well, only a bit of time to try to get their heads into the game here as we get ready to go over to Split, but for the time being, we'll pass it back over to the analyst as to break down the action from Corrode.
Full Sense taking Corrode from ZETA division in a dominant fashion. This is going the way of the first series almost. I can kind of feel similar vibes here from the side of Full Sense. And for ZETA, unfortunately, the rounds that they won were very, very scrappy, very, very hard, edged out rounds.
I mean, look, 4 rounds total and you got a pistol. It's not a strong showing. Like the caster said, I think this Full Sense team are just unbelievably sharp. They're able to win so many aim duels. We see it. They're behind in the first bloods, but they don't even care. It doesn't matter because they have the ability to recover, shoot their way out of problems, I would say.
Yeah, I think for ZETA, this might have to be a learning game where they take a little bit of an L. Like, you've been able to create so many openers, you've been able to put yourselves in some advantageous situations, some rounds where it felt like they could have won them. I felt like Eco was decent on the Neon. Yeah. He had his moments. You know, you had a round or two here from Absol, but overall, the firepower, the combo of Primi as well as Kahlua in this game was just crazy. Like, Kahlua was on point. He was making a Fade look like a primary duelist.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is the new duelist coming into this patch, at least when Full Sense is playing. But you guys talked about the openers from ZETA, right? Echo was on a lot of those. He actually performed above my expectations. But when you look at Full Sense and how they were able to answer back, despite, you know, it being a 4v5 or even maybe a 2v4 at times, the fact that they're able to push back and not lose confidence and still win the round, that says a lot, I think, about Cruz's coaching and how comfortable this team is playing with him.
Yeah, absolutely. I think they're still using Cruz's style. It still felt like I was watching the same team from last year, really. So I think that's a very positive sign for Full Sense. But on the side of ZETA, I mean, I think this is what I was scared about with this team when they're drafting in relatively unknown names. And you think, how does that stack up to the big dogs of Pacific? How does it stack up to those sharp shooters? And right now, it simply doesn't stack well.
No, it doesn't, and I think there was a couple of, you know, situations where ZETA really gave it to Full Sense, you know, a couple of chances going pecking. Look, even Leviathan, not a particularly awe-inspiring debut from him. There was a couple of situations where I've seen him in challenges in the past put himself in these positions where he's playing some absurd off angles or he's trying to take some, you know, fancy aim duels or one-tap some people, you know, just in open space, and he was punished quite heavily for that. So I can see that he's trying to back himself and play with the same confidence that he did in Tier tier 2, but at the same time, when you're playing controller and you're site anchoring or you're playing position, you need to play positionally at times, and you get punished for that, it can end up putting your team at a bit of a deficit, and that won't get you punished against ZETA Division, but when you move on further in the bracket and you make those same mistakes, that could cost you a series.
Yeah, absolutely. And we talk a lot about the confidence coming in. Echo here, I love that he came in swinging in those first initial rounds. We were very, very impressed with his performances.
I think this is exactly what you wanted to see. Like, I think Depp was a pretty phenomenal Neon player, and I think that he kind of stepped up to that level, or at least showed flashes of it. He was Danby-esque with the Bucky, but Primi was also really, really on point.
Look at this!
That was disgusting, man.
Like,
this play transfer.
That's the problem. Echo comes in, and I think that was a solid debut game. He's shown that he can shoot, but when you've got this man on the other side, he's your counterpart. I mean, it just becomes so difficult to get anything done. Look at these numbers for Primi. How can anyone doubt this guy?
I mean, what is it about him on that side? Like, he
He's
had that
crazy.
other spray transfer clip on the side,
that
like the 1v4.
Yeah.
Like, there's something about Primi on that side of Corrode.
What a clip.
Yeah. Oh my gosh, it's ridiculous. And I think
no one else does that. Like, who else in Pacific does that? Even like top players, like other top duelists, like maybe some of the like Jing. That's kind of like a Jing spray transfer, really. But
maybe,
I feel like Primi does it more often than Jing does.
Yeah, and just more consistently, and you know that he's not just like blindly spraying or anything. It's like it's full of intent.
Yeah.
It's ridiculous. And I think that I keep on going back to, Cruz on coach here, because for a lot of these Thai players, you think about the barriers that they had last year, and it was because, their coaching staff is American. These Thai players are, there is a barrier there. Regardless, it takes a long while for them to open up, and they might not feel entirely comfortable. But now that you have Cruz in the coaching role, these Thai players are actually opening up. They don't need to feel shy or a little hesitant about anything, because Cruz is their buddy.
Yeah.
They've been with him for a long time.
It also just breaks down a lot of the barriers and removes a lot of mental burden. Like, it takes a lot of energy to all the time translate from English. Cruz has to relay the idea, and then we have to kind of streamline everything. Like, cutting all of that out is going to make the communication so much more efficient and allow them to be a little bit more aligned on what the goal in the round is, and just waste a lot less energy on just sheer communication.
Yeah, and like I say, I think Cruz's strengths really were his leadership within the team and his strategic brain. And by moving him to coach, they've kept probably 80% of his positives still intact for this team while upgrading their firepower. I really like this move for Full Sense, and I think that map 1 shows us exactly why. But now they do have to do it on their opponent's map pick.
Yes, they are going into Split, and I think that, we talk a lot about Cruz and the coaching staff, but of course, in the game is Jit Boys. And we are seeing that, like, so far, it's getting there. It's pretty much stable. There's something to work with there on the side of Jit Boys. He's come out of his shell so much in this year. You guys have seen it in, like, content and stuff. He's the guy. He's a front man for content. And, for the longest time, Jit Boys was, like, super shy. So this is a new era for him as well. And now, going into this, there could be the first win here with this roster and this kind of scenario. So I'm happy for this team. They look really good, and they look really comfortable with each other. I can't say the same for ZETA, unfortunately.
Yeah, I mean, I said before this game, this is a team that needs to be greater than the sum of its parts, right? The names on paper don't blow you away, but you want them to come together as a team. Think to early Talon last year, the sort of Governor Ban era. That was a team that was able to do that. That's what I want to see from this ZETA division. I don't want them to be afraid of being different. Play with what works for your team, because you need to get 100% out of absolutely everybody, or you're going to be in trouble. So I think now we're moving into their map pick. I want to see, what have you got cooked up for this? This is really your chance to shine now and push this series to a map 3.
Yeah, I think if I'm ZETA, I'm really just focusing on the opening duels, focusing on how many advantages I created on Corrode, and just saying, let's just try to streamline on converting some of those advantages, trust the game plan that we have for the map. I don't even care if you necessarily win this one. This is a very strong opponent, but try to push it a little bit closer, try to iron out a few of those issues, and that's going to make you feel, look, a little bit better, maybe going into a third map if you're able to scrape out the edge here. But even if you head through into the middle bracket, you're going to have a little bit more confidence against your next opponent, and hopefully it's an easier one.
Yeah, and you know what? First map, sure, get those nerves out of the way. Perhaps this was just them, getting a feel of the stage. And it does does happen quite a lot where you need that warm-up round.
Yeah, I mean, we also saw that Absol won the skirmish, right?
Yeah.
So they chose to have their map pick be second. So they were okay with losing that, and they know that they can bring momentum into this. We do have the agent select coming through. On the side of Zeta Division, pretty much the same as map 1. We're going to see Eco on that Neon again, as well as Absol on that Yoru. Very standard, very meta approach.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be a mirror matchup without too many changes. It's just, you know, the duelist change of the Neon versus the Rays is the only stylistic change. Once again, you'll see Zeta start out on the defense, and I want to see them win some opening duels, maybe win an opening pistol, get a little bit of momentum, and just try to calm things down in the mid-round a little bit. I think this is really where the coaching staff needs to just align the expectations of the players and make sure they're getting off into this map and split on the right page.
Yeah, absolutely. And Ty on that Raze, I am having some flashbacks to what happened last time when we saw him on this agent. He is definitely bringing a lot of firepower on the side of Full Send, so we're going to see if that does continue as we step into split over to Paperthin and Achilles for the call.
This needs to be the staging ground for Zeta Division to try to run this one back and give us a 3 mapper. Heading into split. Nothing really changing here. Same idea, same composition. Let's see if they're going to be able to pilot it a bit differently here.
Yeah, again, you know, that first blood statistic is going to be ringing in the back of your head.
Yeah, 11 first kills, but only 4 rounds taken on the previous map.
He just got absolutely rocked by Primi and Killua, both dropping 20. 22 for Primi. They just hit those multi-kills.
Probably not getting a spot. It was a tuck back on the rope at Sewer for Full Sense. Now looking to scale up. Absol very far forward. Face in, is able to find one, but does get traded out. Blew it down, boys, with the kill. Look at the push forward, but XCL just peeks out there from elbow, but Primi from below able to quickly find 2 shots, but Sugar Zero drops down, right click will confirm it. Now it's a 2v2. Zeta continue to try to scale forward. That is lined up for Leviathan. Another pistol going the way of Full Sense.
Again, some decent ideas from Zeta that just get outplayed by the unbelievable talent that Full Sense has. And, you know, I had a quick chance to chat with Cruz in between maps. And I just, you know, kind of said, hey, man, congrats on your first map win. Good job. And he goes, yeah, we got a lot to work on, though. and you can see why, because XDL is able to fade away from the attack, and he buys that time, even gets a kill for the rest of Zeta to come through. But Primi hits just the most disgusting transfer ever. And you're just scratching your head at Zeta, and then they go for that late push. Oh, boy.
Okay, well, slide forward. Shorty will find some damage, but Leviathan is right back to it. This time with 3. B-site, Absol here, trying to line up the shots, but unfortunately the Marshal not going to be ringing out as well as it has for some of the others here today. Now, it's just XDL, able to get the catch, denies the ace away. Cannot stop the round from going over to Full Sense, so 2-0 start at the back of the anti-eco. Now, Full Sense going to be looking for a bonus conversion.
Yeah, this is crisp. Wow. XDL, who really started to come into his own at the end of last year. Really started to put up some good numbers for Zeta.
Yep.
Able to find a nice one there. Gets a couple at least. Get you a little closer to his ultimate. Leviathan, nice and sharp with that Guardian, and that's kind of starting to be the story of this match. Is just decent ideas, outplayed by Full Sense. Ooh.
Paint shell there at his feet. XDL trying to overstay the angle and find some value, but eventually does have to back away. Wall to fall. Shota there around the corner. Zeta, I mean, every single player in position to try to get a retake here. Shota holds his own for one, but Kahlua Jip Boys one apiece. Ty gets himself on the board as Absol will fall. Ezekiel.
What?
He's able to find himself a third as well. Sliding in with style. It's now just Leviathan, still with that Guardian. Could go for a weapon swap. He wants to risk the noise. 1v2 from him. Sugar Zero at backside. It's a complete re-clear around towards B from Eco.
Do they realize where exactly that spike ended up?
And they had to have heard it.
30 seconds left.
Hit the floor. Ping's coming down. Leviathan may be wary about one of them slotting in towards the spawn, but for now it's going to be Sugar Zero to try to hold the line and stop this potential clutch conversion. Leviathan is running out of time, the clock dwindling. Make some noise. Sugar Zero will be able to find a clean headshot to put him down. ZETA get themselves on the board, and I need to see Eco's POV right now.
Yes, please. It's a nice flash. Try to back him off. Oh!
This pixel angle, that is just disgusting.
It's nasty. And oh man. Crazy.
Clearly Spirit's still looking decently bolstered here for ZETA. Pop flash, gonna be sent down, and Primi
Spike down B.
turns it, immediately finds two. Kahlua getting a third.
Cutting through.
It's just every single time ZETA looks like they're picking themselves up and getting themselves
Spike planted.
back into the game. Primi just has a moment.
One enemy
My
remaining.
ult's ready.
For that fourth, and will be able to get it. Surviving with 10 HP. Full Sense maintain the lead.
This has happened to ZETA a couple of times where they've got this set play at a main. We saw it over on Corrode. We see it here again. And they just get outdone. What a turn.
So damn fast.
One enemy
My ult's
remaining.
ready.
He's just so talented. Even the reset there after he gets aim punched. At that final kill. Just ridiculous.
Well, now onto an Eco here for ZETA Division. Bucky in hand, XDL holding close with that Sheriff, but scope in. Primi ready for it. Sits him down, takes the site. Spike now can be brought forward as Absol. Oh, that is the last thing you want to see as that smoke goes away. Absolutely brutal as the second shot connects. Eco does arrive. Bucky in hand. Backpedaling, but as that wall falls, it just doesn't have the firepower to try to dispatch Chip Boys at range. Takes him low, but can't take him out. 4-1.
Yeah, everything's being dealt with now. That round is so clean. Primi again. Right away. Just knew that that could be a possibility. His crosshair right where it needed to be. Nice follow-up. A moment there
One enemy remaining.
for Shota where maybe he could have done a bit more damage, but Primi just, again, so fast to react. Just steady as you go. Some big ults on both sides. Getting close to both teams' cycles, so these are really important rounds for ZETA to get back into this. Got to find some value.
Look at where the stack is. You do have an operator from Absol, but he's playing a pixel angle at back sight. The gate crash that's about to expire.
Who's next?
You've got a dimensional drift as well, Full Sense. Checking all the boxes. As Primi will get the spot out. You're going to favor yourself in this one. He sees the shorty in hand, though, so says, okay.
I'm back.
Maybe some equal firepower, so I'll just go ahead and make a safer exit. But it's cleared the site and gotten the spike in play.
Still have the Nightfall here. Look at this proactivity.
Nightfall going to be dodged. Absolutely able to find one tie, taking down Shota. Dead. As Primi's just able to walk up. Leviathan at the same time. He comes up with two. Eco, XCL, both going to be taken out off screen. Absol will be able to find another, but now you just have to try to save this operator. Takes the gate crash across the map, but once again, just Full Sense plowing forward.
This should be a round that makes your coach happy. If you're Cruz, this should make you very happy. A lot of good things going on here. Obviously, you have the dimensional drift. the decision not to try to punish Absol with the operator there. Some players might say, oh, even though he's got a shorty, I do too, probably, and I might just be able to catch him off guard coming out of the dimensional drift. He actually just backs off, and then they're ready for that nightfall ahead of schedule. They're already pushing in towards spawn, and they're taking names.
I mean, yeah. Leviathan has certainly proved himself on stage already. 9-2-3. I thought maybe that was going to be called a timeout, but they will just hold it for the moment. It's 2 shots, 2 kills. Primi continues to fry.
This is what you worry about. Full Sense gets into a groove, and
can he get rid of the op? Gonna try his hand at it. Okay, well, they spot each other.
Cutting through. Look at the respect Absol pays. He's just like, nope. Even though I have the technically better gun. And it's not the right play to challenge.
Sometimes aces get busted by kings. Peek in, is able to find one.
Spike down,
Bounds
B.
out. Gives him a fighting chance, but no weaponry to be scooped up here.
Spike planted.
I mean, you throw the 2 sheriffs into this, I guess, but you can't.
If they get some kills, then maybe you commit the operator in.
Right, exactly.
But
what do you do? I mean, there's shorty sitting in there.
It's just stacked against you. I mean, you have the perfect tool to try to retake a pit in that dimensional drift, but then you're really stretching the commitments here. As okay, there you go. You talked about the shorties that make their presence known. Full Sense have this round on a lock. It's going to be a 6-1 scoreline and ahead of the next bye. Like to see the timeout call from XQQ.
Agreed. I think it's time to reassess, but man, oh man, I don't know exactly what you're going to be thinking about during this timeout, because it's been a lot of different looks from ZETA, a lot of different attempts to throw some curveballs early, try to get that early pressure at the mains to catch Full Sense off guard. That's been dealt with by their stellar individual play. You tried to go for some gamble reads with like some 4-1s, putting the op on their own, and to Absol's credit, he hasn't given the op over, but he hasn't really been able to slow down Full Sense's role, and that's frankly because they've done a nice job of reading the situations and putting pressure on Absol where he has to teleport out like that.
Face your fear!
Just immediately having to evacuate. Leviathan just straight forward. Doesn't read that Sugar Zero is still going to be here at ramp, but it doesn't really matter because Jit Boys very quickly manages to trade it back up. Absol with a nice peek. Finds a kill on the tie. Gives them a fighting chance here perhaps in the round. Is Jit Boys, did he not register? Should have seen the top of the head there. Either way, still going to be favored as the strafe comes in. Will be able to just go ahead and quickly sit Shota down. Smoke blooms and Absol. A little bit of a ring around the rosy here as the poison orb goes away. So will his life. Kahlua able to find it. 7-1.
Feels like the mental slipping a bit there for ZETA. Obviously, again, Full Sense able to deal with some of the util that's thrown with their way and just react properly. It's a trap, it's a pinch attempted behind the toxic screen, but timing just so good for Full Sense. And then I don't agree with Shota trying to make a play there from heaven and Absol trying to create that extra angle. Honestly, that should have just been a save at that point. It's a 4v2. You're not doing great in the economic sense, even though you've been able to hang on to an op for a couple extra rounds. I think that should have been, a little bit of discretion being paid, but instead, maybe feeling the pressure of the scenario, the pressure of the score. You're down that much, you feel like you've got to create that 2v4 win to turn things around for your team, and Full Sense is just absolutely not having any of it.
Easy breezy so far. See if that can continue, or if ZETA can dig deep. find their way back into this one. Plenty of Full Sense fans as well showing up tonight.
Well deserved. They have earned the right to get some fans because they've been so good.
Showstopper now something that's going to have to be concerned about as well. Ty has that online, ready to go.
And, you know, you have Eco's ult. Probably would like to use that in this round. You have some other ults, but you know, you're going to have to find some of those first kills that you were able to find on Corrode.
Portal closed.
Trigger discipline.
I don't think he... Well, maybe he got the spot. Didn't seem like he went out wide enough.
Might have got it via the map. Hard to say, though. Regardless, they're suspicious. Just want to get that Showstopper in a position where it can do some damage. Absol doesn't have his TP up.
Drifts across there, able to find the kill. Showstopper now out, Ty forward, sends it, and they're just stacked up in elbow. 2 kills found. Things just go from bad to worse here for ZETA. Ty trying to push forward here, get a catch, but does manage to play in Primi. Kahlua tucked back, able to avoid that shot. As the Bucky will get the finish on Kahlua. A weapon upgrade, but only 4 rounds. Has to go for the reload and only has 28 HP. Looks like Eco just gonna go sprinting to try to save this.
They're trying to match.
Chase is coming in. It's off the angle in mid. Where does he opt to go? At least in the garage, but noise is being made. Right. I think Primi should have heard at least a little bit of this. Pretty equal as far as the health is concerned. Primi gonna be looking for it. Does he suspect him behind the box? The answer is yes, but Eco will be able to win it out. Holds on to his weapon, but it's still 8-1.
Yeah, this is all right. What movement there? Through a flash, no problem. Gets right into position. Put that Showstopper in a perfect use. Again, no TP there for Absol means he can't bait the rocket out and get away. Just has to eat it. And Full Sense is eating well. All the ults in the world here, basically, other than the okay.
Had him protected. Boombot not going to be getting damage either. But Absol is rotating back over towards B. We'll now see. Full Sense looking to set their sights on A once again. Like in the hands of Ty. Up forward, it's going to be double creep up the ramp.
I like this a lot.
Are they going to try to entry into the pit?
That would be pretty nuts.
Oh, well, don't really need to now. You find one, but it looks like they are considering this. It's going to be a 3-2-1 go. The drop down coming in. Oh, he runs out of bullets, but he's got his shorty behind. And the pit now gone. Sugar 0. Stomping his way out of garage. Might be able to get a fast flank rotation if he can cut through mid, but this is still going to give time for Full Sense. They've got 3 players, so they can fan out and cover these angles. But they are not quite rushing to get the spike in play. They're expecting more presence here, but I don't think they're going to be expecting it from behind them. At least not yet. 0. Never mind. You read at the last moment. Right as he gets vision. Gets taken down. 3K from Jit. 9-1.
They have really found their groove at Full Sense. The macro is really, really nice right now. You know, you lose one of your smokes early, they're able to use this toxic screen so effectively to get into a place to punish Absol on an island with that op and can't do anything. And then they read the push out of the Viper's pick. Like they get that pick and immediately they're like, we can just tuck in the corner. They're probably just going to try to come through and punish this.
I think we're going to plant it A. They're going to try to get a position to flood retake.
Exactly. Joke's on them. So tuned in. Eco again, still holding on to that ult. Absol with the hero rifle in his. You're 1 away from Primi's ult.
Oh. Jump peek with a gate crash. Still going to be spotted. TP Absol does manage to join in on this side of the map. Has the dimensional drift to potentially get himself out of a bad spot, but for now, will just get tucked in behind flowers.
This is still the weak side. They have no idea.
Last pack forward, the haunt cleared. Absol eventually able to find that kill. Quick TP's out, but XDL left alone. Just didn't stand a chance. Quickly does get taken down, so 4v4. Looking for this retake. Eco still having to make his way across from mid. Meanwhile, Primmy and Jit Boys get forward here at screens. Flash not going to be turned there, except by Primmy, who gets the mask on just in time. Escapes into another dimension, and now can just go scouting for the rest of the team. Paranoia going to be sent across, but Leviathan able to hide the covering fire there from main. Takes out Sugar Zero, Eco taken down. Primmy looking for a little bit more, but Shota finishes him off with a stinger. The defuse now being held, gets it to half, and Leviathan gets it over the line. 10-1, full sense. Looking fully in control.
Fully online, man. This is just awesome. Okay, you lose your entry player. Big deal. Force them back. You keep pressing the issue. You know they're going to be on weaker weaponry mostly. Do a great job with it. Unbelievable stuff there from Primmy. Able to pull a Houdini. Gets out safely. I mean, if it wasn't 10-1, I'd say ZETA at least got the Yoru ult out of it that round, but it's not probably going to matter.
Last round of the half, ZETA hoping they can get a second round win here. Gate crash into the back, put some pressure here on Absol, and he just has to exit immediately. No one there to clear that haunt for him. Zico trying to hold the doorway outside of garage. Shota arriving, able to find one. Eco gets a second. Tries to go for the side play, but Primmy has the headshot. Sugar Zero in around the back, gonna be good for one, but does get taken down. So 2v2. Primmy down to 15 HP. It's 18 health between the two remaining players. XDL should have this in hand. But it's two of the players that have been fragging the hardest here today. Finds the first, spot of the second, and XDL will be able to get a Red Bull clutch. Secure a second round to close out this half.
Yeah, just a little bit faster reaction this time from ZETA when Full Sense goes for that pressure towards Absol. And they're able to bail out the round. Get their second, but man, oh man. Sota, Eco right there as quickly as it can be. God bless it, Primmy, that is so good. It's able to track players down. Gotta see. Curious to see if we ever get to see Primmy versus Dombi and see what exactly that looks like in terms of the head-to-head matchup of some cracked mechanical players. But oh boy, it is looking rough for ZETA. Must-win pistol coming up next. 372 ACS at the halftime.
Primmy's pretty good at this game.
He's kind of good. He's just so talented. The way he reacts to stuff in particular, the way he keeps his cool in chaotic situations and high-pressure situations, and just gets the job done. The ability to reset his aim and all that stuff is very, very good.
One's Marvel. Well, this is either going to be a very swift closeout of the evening or a legendary run back.
We hope for the legendary run back.
That is true.
Yes, he did.
2-1 in pistols across the series so far, with Full Sense in the lead. ZETA now looking to tie that metric up, is storming forward. Eco, empty in hand, able to find a kill before getting taken down. Smoke, however, falling, and Ty is one-tapping.
Down mid.
3 kills from him. Shota with everything to do. Will just drift off the rope, dead. 3-1 in pistols, 11-2 on the map. Full Sense Just not stopping, not relenting, not showing mercy.
It just comes down to individual moments, and Ty is able to sneak behind. You know, great play off the paranoia. Ty hides right behind the box, and they don't anticipate him. And then the comms just don't come through until it's too late. Sugar Zero's busy trying to get his team into the site. And they're probably screaming, he's behind the box.
You have to have a pretty good idea that there's going to be a force buy behind this next round. Leviathan just looking to try to stem the tide. It's Ty up and over the top with that Judge. Doesn't even have to put the use. It's going to be Leviathan just gunning down too. And already the door slammed shut on Zeta Division here at B.
Yeah, it's... Oh. Sota hits the head, but isn't enough. Can't find any other bullets to connect.
Oh boy.
Oh no.
Yep, like ships in the night. Ty looking for a little bit more, but will eventually fall. But Leviathan still there. Pole position. Another multi-kill round for him, and match point already set up by Full Sense.
That's 17 kills apiece for Primi and Leviathan. Oh. He's trying to get by as Eco wasn't quite ready for somebody to be there. Just trying to play a little bit of bait. Ty swapped over to the Ghost, and Absol just waiting after that TP. Knew exactly where he was going to end up, and Stinger's a Judge for Eco. Sheriff for XDL. Good luck.
Cover going up. One of your duelists is dead. Eco gone. Premi. Another 2 shots with that Outlaw. Jit Boys with a peek in, and he will finish it all off. Flawless fashion, 13-2, damn near flawless on the map. End this series, only 6 rounds surrendered. Full Sense wipe the floor with Zeta.
This is a great start for a team that has to be hungry after the way last year ended. After what happened during the offseason, these guys have to be feeling like this is our time, this is our moment, this is our chance. Let's show the world.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like I owe them an apology, because I knew that this team was going to be good. I knew that they were going to be scary, but I didn't expect it to be so crisp so early on. Granted, yes, a little bit of a weaker opponent in Zeta Division. This isn't necessarily the upper echelons of the region. This isn't your Paper Rexes, your Gen Gs, your DRXs, etc. So we'll see how they continue to go as they face tougher opponents, but I mean, the calling from Jit Boys, I think, is what impressed me the most.
Yes.
I thought that that was something that was going to take a while longer to really clean up. But clearly, he had things figured out coming into today.
You hit on the other point I wanted to make, is that there were clear improvements from the beginning of this match to the end for Full Sense in terms of their macro ideas, in terms of how they were adjusting to their opponents, how they wanted to call the game, how they wanted to play things. And that's what's super impressive for them. I'll just say it, in my pick'ems, this is one of the teams I have going to Santiago.
I think they
Full
absolutely
Sense.
could. No, we know that the capability is there from all of these players, and I think that, you know, for Leviathan, great performance from him today, but we're going to send it down to Jen.
Come with me to talk to the player of the hour and also their coach. Hey, Primi. Hey, Cruz. Congratulations. Primi, I'm going to have you over here. This is your mic. Thank you. Cruz over here. Hey, want to see a magic trick? Microphone out of nowhere. Okay. 네, 오늘 승리를 거둔 풀센스의 프리미 선수 그리고 크루즈 감독 모시겠습니다. 승리 축하드립니다. 가장 먼저 크루즈님 감독으로서 거둔 첫 승입니다. 이것저것 걱정도 많았을 텐데 사실 표정은 시작부터 굉장히 좋아 보였거든요. 오늘 확실히 감독으로서의 데뷔전 어땠는지부터 들어보고 싶네요. Congratulations, Cruz. How is life as a coach? Because honestly, I know you had some concerns about kickoff, but even during the walkout, everybody noticed how happy you looked. So how are things for you? And what was it like just watching the game from the coaching booth?
It's actually really weird, but I think I kind of enjoy it. It's like a different life for me. something I love to do is just teach kids, like teach them what to do, make them learn, see them get better. And I think I get to do that. But like I said, there's always a struggle in everything new. So it might have been a little bit of a struggle in the beginning, but right now I can see that the boys are like trying to mesh in with each other pretty well and then understanding what I want to do. But also I was watching in the coaching booth and I was confused why the screen wasn't moving. Like why is the monitor not moving to a different player?
Yeah.
Because I didn't know I had to press it myself. Because I was confused.
But you learned.
Yeah.
Okay. 솔직히 좀 이 감독으로서의 인생의 다른 챕터 굉장히 만족스럽다고 얘기를 합니다. 뭐 물론 아직까지는 팀이 더 발전해야 되는 부분, 보완해야 되는 부분이 있지만 그래도 크루즈 선수 워낙 이 어린 아이들을 가르치는 것을 좋아하기 때문에 이렇게 팀원들을 데리고 좀 가르쳐주고 발전해가는 걸 함께 할 수 있어서 굉장히 기쁘다고 만족스럽다고 얘기를 하면서 초반에는 그래도 좀 이렇게 팀이 한 호흡을 가져가는 거에 있어서 어려움이 있었지만 그래도 경기를 치르다 보니까 확실히 팀원들이 서로 함께 적응해 나가면서 크루즈 감독이 뭘 원하는지를 깨달아가는 것 같아서 굉장히 만족스럽다고 얘기를 하고요. 그리고 오늘 또 뭔가 되게 코칭 부스에 앉아 있으면서 이상했대요. 왜냐면은 아니 왜 이 화면이 확확 안 넘어가지? 왜 한 선수 화면에만 고정돼 있지? 라고 생각을 했는데 알고 보니까 이게 감독이 버튼을 직접 누르면서 다른 선수의 화면을 봐야 되는 건데 그 버튼 누르는 거를 몰랐기 때문에 오늘 하나 감독으로서 배워간다는 그런 얘기까지 해줬습니다. 자 그리고 프리미 선수 확실히 좀 풀센스가 에임은 워낙 좋지만 또 운영적인 측면에서는 크루즈 선수의 빈자리가 느껴진다는 얘기도 있었거든요. 여기에 대해서는 좀 어떤 대비책이나 해결책을 세우고 있는지도 물어보고 싶네요. So I think so much of the discourse heading into this season was about whether the team would be able to find the right dynamics in the server without Cruz as IGL. So did you guys feel like you figured out how you guys work best together, or how to kind of navigate through the game without Cruz?
ก็ปกติพี่ทีมเป็นคนคอยสอนทุกอย่างแล้วครับแล้วก็มีเก่งเป็น IGL ก็ชาติลองมาจากพี่ทีมแล้วก็คิดว่าทำได้ดีครับก็ดี
So we normally have Cruz teaching us what to do the whole time, and we also have Jib Boys who's pretty bright and he also has experience, so he did really well in making the team be able to adjust into how Cruz wanted to play. So I think we did pretty well in that sense.
물론 크루즈 선수가 직접 이제 IGL을 할 수는 없지만 그래도 팀에 아무래도 경험치가 많은 그리고 좀 관록이 있는 집보이즈 선수가 팀원들을 이끌면서 크루즈 감독이 무엇을 원하는지 팀원들을 리더로서 잘 이끌어줄 수 있기 때문에 그런 부분에 있어서 계속해서 좀 똑똑한 플레이를 팀원들을 통해서 이끌어낼 수 있을 것 같다고 얘기를 해줬습니다. 마지막으로 이제 다음 경기 DRX를 만나거든요. 두 분의 각오 들어보고 싶네요. Next up will be DRX. Talk to me about the mindset, both of you. DRX.
ก็คิดว่าเราก็เล่นเหมือนเดิมครับผมตามที่เราซ้อมกันมาแล้วก็ผมคิดว่าสามารถชนะได้ครับ
We'll just do our best as we practice, and I think if we do better and keep on improving, we'll be able to win.
일단 최선을 다하면 훨씬 더 좋은 모습을 보여드릴 수 있을 것 같다고 열심히 연습해서 최선을 보여드려야 할 것 같다고 얘기를 하고요. 일단 크루즈 선수 같은 경우에는 감독으로서 뭔가 퍼미 감독님이 있는 DRX를 꺾는다는 거 굉장히 의미 있을 것 같고 욕심나기도 하는데 어떤 각오인지도 들어보고 싶습니다. So beating DRX with Termi, one of the legendary coaches in Pacific, leading the team would mean a lot for you. So what is your mindset?
I respect him a lot as a coach, and I told the boys 3-4 days earlier that the level we are right now, I think we could beat ZETA. But if we don't improve, if we don't keep grinding, if we're content, I don't think we're going to be able to make it against DRX. So I want everybody to keep their focus. And to be honest, I think they're going to be a tough opponent, but I don't think there's anything we cannot do if we put our mindset to win it. Yeah.
확실히 크루즈 감독은 터미 감독님 굉장히 많이 존경을 하는데 사실 3, 4일 전에 팀원들에게 이런 얘기를 해줬대요. 지금 경기력으로서는 제타는 꺾을 수 있을 것 같다. 하지만 DRX를 꺾고 싶다면 여기에 멈춰선 안 되고 계속해서 더 강해지는 모습을 보여줘야 되는 것 같다라고 얘기를 해줬는데 일단 DRX 굉장히 까다로운 상대, 힘든 상대가 될 것 같지만 그래도 못할 거 없잖아요. 확실히 더 발전하겠다는 마음가짐으로 열심히 해보겠다고 얘기를 했습니다. 이렇게 해서 크루즈 감독 그리고 프리미 만나봤습니다. Thank you, Primi and Cruz, and best of luck!
Thank you.
Thank you.
That is another 2-0 for the day. Full Sense manages to take down ZETA Division in a very dominant fashion. We've been throwing that adjective around a lot today, but there is no other way to describe this. This was absolute dominance.
Yeah, I mean, it's a very fitting word for what we just saw in that server. Full Sense looking better than ever. And I mean, really got a shout on Leviathan. Half these highlights are him. I mean, he had a shaky map one, wasn't exactly his best, but came alive, and I think he's really showed why he got chosen to be brought into this team.
He's got a very high ceiling. If he starts to get going and has some pop-off maps, this Full Sense roster is incredibly deep and incredibly scary. I mean, Primi is always going to put up numbers, and today I think it was like 41 and 13 plus 28 for the series, which like you just can't mess with that.
I mean, he's just ludicrously good. This whole team are, and I think this is exactly the opener that you wanted to see. I mean, Cruz in that interview quite reserved, saying that they felt like they could beat ZETA, but they still have things to work on, you know, if they want to take it to DRX. But I think this is about as good of an opening game as you can have.
I like it, being very realistic, being very pragmatic. But as you can see here, these boys are also looking very relaxed. You didn't think that they, you know, they overexerted themselves in this series, which I find very, very positive. They're looking like more stable actually than they were last year.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely think so. I mean, we can hear them all here willing Leviathan to get the ace. So I think there's a lot of camaraderie. This is a team that all, you know, the core has been together for quite some time now. They all know each other very, very well. So I think it's just wonderful to see a team like this really start to click. On the flip side, ZETA couldn't get it done today. There's no two ways about it. This is a rough day one for them.
They got absolutely booked. Like,
yeah, they did. They did.
This was embarrassing, and it was more of the same from ZETA. I mean, Eco I actually felt like could hang at this level. I was pleasantly surprised with what he was putting together, but there was just nothing else there from ZETA, unfortunately. Not even, you know, some of the openers that you saw in that first map. 9 from 9 post plants there for Full Sense. Just an absolute schlappen.
Yeah, it's been the same case over and over again. As we saw, ZETA has been through many re-rosters, and it's always been the case every time this happens. There still needs a little bit of time for them to actually gel together, and it never actually reaches, you know, to that point.
Yeah, very much so. I mean, I think this is a team where you have to hope that with time they'll manage to make it click, but it's just when will that happen? I think Kickoff is a fast tournament. Yes, they have an extra life than before, but it's just not. I don't know if it's enough for this team in the Kickoff portion.
It's tough. It's really tough, and it's triple elimination too, right? They're now in the middle bracket. It's gonna get even. It's gonna get even harder. It's as we mentioned earlier, it's like you're gonna get punished really hard. Fortunately for Full Sense, they continue their journey in the upper bracket, and we have Cruz joining us on the desk. Woo! You know what? I think you thought that as coach you could escape all of these interviews and everything. Nah, you are so wrong.
You're so sorry.
You are so wrong. You have to run over there afterwards, and then you have press, and then you have to do this. Okay, so. You know, ask Alex and Ewok. Yeah, there's no escaping this. Okay. But congratulations, coach, on your first win here. That must feel pretty good. You mentioned how it was weird being in the coach booth and you didn't exactly know like what to press and stuff.
Yeah.
This was all so new to you. What was the hardest thing other than the monitors and everything? What was the hardest thing to adjust to being a coach? Like not even like today, but
This
overall.
team.
This team.
I'm telling you, like whoever you put in as a coach in this team, he's gonna have a hard time, like for sure. Because the style they play, the style we play, I think I need to adjust to them more than they're adjusting to me. They have a certain style they want to play, and we like. So I had T, my assistant coach. He came in with like a fresh mindset. Let's play discipline, blah blah blah. I'm like, sure, go ahead. I'll let you try. And then the first week was an abomination.
Oh no.
Like it was horrible. I told him, there you go, your discipline team. And then I told him like this is the tools we have. We need to use it the way that it's worked. Like for example, we have shooters. You can't let them think, right? So we focus on trying to make things easier for them and make them understand like the ideas and think easily so that they can play together well. So we only focused on that and turned out pretty well, I would say. But when we play smarter teams, stronger teams who can probably match our aim, we're going to be in a pretty tough position. So it's like, you can say that we look good, but at the back, I would say it's still, there's a very thin line.
Yeah.
Right? It can just flip like that.
But see, that's why I feel like you're the perfect person for this role, because you know exactly how these players are going to think and what they want to do, and you're able to actually use your position as coach to work around them. So do you feel like because you've been with this core, for a very, very long time, that they're willing to open up to you more versus like last year you had experience with an American coach, for example. Of course, they're going to be a little bit shy, but with this team, are they more willing to like collaborate and listen?
Yes, and that's the good part about being a coach for this team, because they have a lot of respect. I show them in the server that I can do it.
Yeah.
So obviously they need to believe that I can do it, and they'll have to trust what I say, what I have to say. Because some of the coaches, I know they have a hard time, which is not a good thing. That players think you haven't played, you don't know what's going on in the server, you don't understand me, but they can't say that to me because I played with them, right? So I have an easier time in that sense, but overall they're nice kids. So it's pretty easy for me to deal with them, but it wouldn't be for anybody else.
Yeah. It's okay, Morgan. You don't, it's
That's
okay.
okay.
It's okay. We're talking about
I didn't win like that. It's all good.
That's
all
true.
good.
That's true. Full sense would have beaten you guys.
Very much
like,
so.
Heads up.
So I wanted to ask you, you're being quite humble, quite reserved about this team. What are the goals and expectations for Kickoff? Is Santiago a realistic goal for you guys, do you think? Or are you more looking to build momentum in this stage and then carry that down the line, aiming a little bit farther away?
Obviously, I think our aim is a bit further away because there's still a lot of experience we don't have, and I don't expect them to win anything right now, but I do expect them to improve every single day. By the end of the year, we should be able to qualify to something or win something eventually. But right now, I wouldn't say so because I can't ask them to have 3 years, 4 years, 5 years of experience in 2 months. So it doesn't really make sense.
I wanted to ask you about Leviathan because as far as the Thai scene goes, even before Valorant and going into Valorant, you have your pick of the bunch for talented players who you want to pick up. So given that I'd assume would have had access to any of the previous Full Sense roster players to pick up, or you could have even maybe thought about, many of the other talented players in the Thai scene. Why was he the choice, and what's great about playing with him in this roster?
So we had some trials and had some good pickups we could have made. But the reason why I chose Leviathan was because one thing that I really like, and I always have that as a player, was discipline. And I've heard that he's really hardworking. We all know he's a good aimer, right? But the other thing is he listens, and he's very disciplined. We don't need to tell him to work hard. He already does. So as a coach, I would love to have a player who will be willing to listen and work hard. And like, it's just an easy choice for me knowing that. I'm not telling you that the rest that were in the pool does not work hard, but he shines the most in that aspect. And also, As you can see, this team is very firepower, like,
Oh yeah.
yeah.
Oh yeah.
So when I saw him play, he was the only person who said, if I'm alone and back against the wall, fine, I'll just fight. And then he takes down 4, takes down 3 alone, and I'm like, wow. I could find players who are smart, who can make the right moves, but when I ask that player to do that, I don't think he can do that.
Yeah.
But then you can ask him to play safe, because I know you can do that now, and that's the reason why.
He delivers. That's amazing. That's amazing. What about Jit as IGL? Because you know, previously Jit, he was very reserved. He was a little bit shy. What made you decide that he was going to be IGL, and how is he fitting into that role?
He's with me for the longest time, so I think that makes the most sense. But I obviously think we have to work as a team, so I try to separate the jobs. So the things I do, he does like 50% of it. And then I spread it to 10% to Leviathan, even though he's new, 10% to Killua, 10% to Primi, and the other 10% to Thai. So I think he's having an easier time compared to me, but he has the most experience, so that makes the most sense.
Finally, final question, a fun one for you. Was there any moment throughout that series that really made you want to get up and get into the player seat again? Was there a moment where you're like, oh, no, oh, or really reacted like strongly?
No, not this series.
Okay.
But
all right.
In scrims, yes.
You know what? We'll get back to you next week. That's what we'll do.
Next week?
Yeah.
We're seeing each other next week.
Oh, this is gonna happen many times. Yeah, you're coming back again and again and again. I told you, you're not escaping.
You don't like us, Cruz?
You're not escaping this. Well, thank you so much. We're gonna let you go for now, but we'll see you back here again really soon. Thank you so much for joining us. All right, you can leave that way over there while we talk about your team a little bit more.
Wow.
Thank you so much.
What a great interview, man. It's lovely to hear from him, man. I feel like
this is why we need to have him back again and again.
He's got
and
no
again.
choice now.
I yell as he walks out.
I love the way he's taking this team up. He's really trying to use their own strengths. He's not trying to play like anybody else. He understands what his players can do and really wants to make the best of that. And when we talk about what his players can do, I mean, how can we not talk about Primi?
Yeah, I totally agree with what Mika was saying, which is like, I felt like he was very humble, a little bit reserved in that interview. This roster is crazy.
Yeah.
Like, I feel like he is rating this roster worse than I'm rating this roster. I'm like, these guys are going to Santiago, bro. Like, come on, man.
We were all saying that.
Yeah.
We were all saying that except for Chobra.
These guys are going to win Pacific. Oh, yeah, Chobra?
Chobra.
What was it, number 9?
Like, on his tier list, which we were like...
Crazy.
Yeah. Insane.
That's some crazy Korean bias.
But look at this. Look at this. And I love how Cruz is saying, like, okay, we're not there yet. We're taking it a step at a time. That is such a great mentality to have right on the start of kickoff, where Cruz knows how quickly things can spiral down if they get too cocky.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, and now we just want to move across, take a look at, these are the Pacific points power rankings. This is a new sort of scoring system the boffins behind the scenes here at Pacific are trying out to evaluate the sort of gunplay, the performance. Yeah.
Boffins.
Boffins.
What's a boffin?
It's like a smart, nerdy people.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right.
It's...
Okay, continue.
That's a word.
Continue, Buffin.
But yes, this is basically just a point rating to assess the players. We can see Primi topping there by quite some distance. Absolutely dominant performance. And these will be tracked consistently as the year goes on, and we can see how all the players stack up against each other.
Yeah, Danby's right up there as well. He had a very good series for himself, but we'll see the consequences of what we had from the games today. Nongshim will go and take on T1 in the upper bracket there, and Full Sense against DRX. That's going to be a tough opponent for them after a bit of a breezy one against ZETA. And you can see both Team Secret and ZETA have made their way into the mid bracket. They are mid.
That is... They are mid
Full bracket.
Right over there on your screens. Yes, they are. And tomorrow's matches are going to be very exciting as well. We have Varel taking on Global Esports, followed by DFM and Gen G. These are also exciting debuts, especially with the rosters that these teams have put on for 2026.
Yeah, these are big games. The new look Global Esports. Are they finally going to be able to make it to playoffs this year? How deep can they take it in this kickoff bracket? But Varel, the new kids on the block, coming in, looking to take some heads.
Yeah, I think Varel have got some good potential to turn a lot of heads and maybe even do the run that Nongshim was supposed to do last year. I think they are a very scary looking team. And new look DFM against Gen G.
Yeah.
I mean, Gen G is always going to be a top team in Pacific, regardless of who you slot on into the roster. They've got such a winning core and such a storied history, as we saw at the start of this show. They've won some Masters, so let's see if they can go to Santiago.
Yep, lots of questions indeed. But for now, you Boffins, it is time to...
Taught the entirety of Asia a new word. Good job, man.
Yes.
That's probably the most impact you've had on this broadcast.
We're gonna thank you so much, Song-Sang-Nim, Morgan, for that new vocabulary for today. That is it from us here on the desk. We'll see you guys tomorrow, same time, same place, for the rest of VCT Pacific 2026.
This is VCT Pacific 2026.
From the attacker side of the
Oh,
map.
that could be two, absolutely.
So, tough read underway though. Scoped in is rotate back in towards this though, is with a quick shot. It's the chest shot. Francis racking him up. He's bounding around. You know that he's gonna look to try to play him in. He's found him. He's got him stunned into the corner.
A lot of kind of some of that classic dome shit.
Back at Alley. Way to the rescale forward as sees us connect. As Tommy finds himself a second.
Oh no.
Uh-oh. 10-10 able to find one. The dash at the ready, but Domby's still here. Gets himself a third. Swaps over now to the Phantom, but Francis just dancing around those shots.
Take a walk on the wild side.
You only see one. Oh, he's gonna get bloody.
Giving it away. On outside forward. Eco able to find two, and Privy finds three! Efforts of Eco. Completely and utterly silenced the blink of an eye. Shota not ready for it. Not sure if he's gonna be able to suss out that left side angle though, but yeah, it looks like Sugar Zero is gonna be playing deny. Oh, he's gotta swing it. Up there. Behind the kill, showstopper now. Alpine. Forward sends it, and they're just stacked up in elbow. Push forward here, gonna catch, but weapon upgrade, but only 4 rounds, has to go for the reload and only has flawless fashion, 13-2, damn near flawless on the map.
This is VCT Pacific 2026.